Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is the Fantasy Baseball Fest. That's right, a Festivus for the rest of us, a festival of friendship. And what an amazing lineup of people we have today. Baseball is back, spring training games are going on, and we are here tonight for the next 4 hours live talking baseball with you and some of the best minds in the fantasy industry. We've got an all-star lineup tonight because you're very special to us, our Fantasy Pros listeners. We've got Casey Bubba is going to talk a little sleepers and busts with us. Then we're going to do a little ADP wars, a little would you rather game show style stuff with our own Frank Stampfl friend from CBS and Lauren Auerbach, who was just on our show last week from SP Streamer. Then Nick Pollack is going to join us, not to talk about pancakes, luckily, because his opinions about that are trash, but his opinions about pitchers are amazing. So we're going to talk about some of the spring arms and what he's seen so far in spring training. Then, of course, our boys, Welsh and Bogman, are going to drop by for a little mock draft action using our mock draft wizard of FantasyPros.com. And then DVR from The Athletic, Derek Van Riper, is going to talk breakouts and bouncebacks, the guys who need to really come back next year in 2022 and kind of show us something after a bad 2021. And then to finish things off, a little dynasty talk, a little prospect action with the man from Fantrax, Eric Cross. So obviously, Fantrax is also the sponsor of today's show, and this is one of the most customizable fantasy baseball platforms out there at Fantrax that you're ever going to find. And now, when you create a league, join an existing league, or bring your league over from another platform, you'll be entered for a chance to win MLB tickets for you and your entire league. And learn more about it at fantrax.com/fest. Again, that's fantrax.com/fest. Sign up today, and the more leagues you have on Fantrax, the more chances you have to win MLB tickets. That's fantrax.com/fest. And to lead things off here, I don't know this man's speed factor, but I know his OBP is very good. You know him from his work at Yahoo. He's the Mr. One and Only Dalton Del Don. Dalton, thank you so much for joining us today. And we're going to recap some off-season moves. And I am happy baseball is back, and I'm happy you're here to chat with us.
Thanks for having me. Smart move, setting the bar low, having me on first. Hey, no complaints here. An immediate Seinfeld reference from you. I don't know if you can see behind me. I have a Curb Your Enthusiasm coffee mug. So I'm a big Larry David fan. So yeah, pumped to talk baseball with you. We were just talking about backstage that so close to not even being able to do this. So yeah, I'm fired up, man.
Well, Dalton, stick around. There will be airing of the grievances, and
Nice.
who knows, maybe even one or two feats of strength as we continue on. And I too am a big Larry David guy, so we'll see if we can maybe get some of these moves and say maybe a scale of pretty good for some of these
Love
guys
it.
and some of
Yes,
these new
let's
landing
do it.
spots. What do you
Yes,
think?
absolutely. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Love it.
All right, let's kick things off here, and let's start with some of the moves the Texas Rangers have made. Corey Seager signing a huge deal this offseason. Marcus Semien goes there as well. So they've got this middle infield there, or maybe Semien moves to third base. We'll see how things work out. But the Rangers starting to feel, and I guess with all of Oakland starting to jettison these players off, that maybe the Texas Rangers starting to feel like they're going to get back in this thing. They've got some good young pitching, guys like Cole Winn, Dunning, and obviously they acquired John Gray this offseason too. We'll see if he could turn things around. But what do you make of this move here for Corey Seager from a fantasy standpoint, and Marcus Semien as well, who's had a really great 2021? Can these guys both contribute again in 22 up to these expectations we have?
It's hard to fault the Rangers for making the moves, but fantasy-wise, neither of these guys will be on any of my teams. In general, I'm targeting starters like crazy in the early rounds. But man, Semien was a great guy last year. I know that's obvious to say now, but this is just the textbook coming off a career year at his age, being paid, the lineup switching. It wasn't just the Toronto ballpark he hit in last year. It was the Dunedin and all those just paradises that he benefited from. Now Texas, this new park is basically the opposite of that. I don't love it. And Seager, a whole new set of pitchers, a whole new league, and the Dodgers, quite sneakily a decent home run park there and a loaded lineup. So both these guys, I mean, I don't know. I would be more interested. I'd be more interested in them the following year after the big contract. I know Francisco Lindor is all in our head, but it's just obvious. The guys signed the big contract, new environment, worse hitting environment. It's just like, how many checks do these guys have to mark as far as avoid them? As far as talk me otherwise, but to me, they just seem obvious stayaways.
So not even a pretty good, not even
not
even
for me.
one.
Sorry, no.
We're like the quarter mark there potentially.
Yeah.
I understand why, and it's no surprise that a lot of these guys, these first year, these big contracts, do struggle a bit. There's got to be a lot of pressure on them. It's a change for them. It's a change for their families. There's a lot of adjusting that goes on. There's Bryce Harper a couple years ago struggle. I mean, we could document these big contracts for decades now, and this first year, or at least the first half of seasons, being issues. What do you make of John Gray getting out of Colorado, though? Is that a guy? obviously a far less ADP that we're talking the Simeons and Corey Seagers of the world. Is that a guy that you would take a chance on and throw on a team to see if maybe just mentally getting out of Colorado can get him right again?
Absolutely, yes. No, I mean, yes, I'm very intrigued by John Gray getting out of Colorado. Over the last 3 years, they've increased run scoring by 36%. The next highest is Great American Ballpark by 18%. It's twice as much as the second most. I mean, it's just, you just cannot succeed there as a pitcher. Yeah, and as I said, Texas is now a pitcher's park since they moved. So, yeah, I'm very intrigued by John Gray. New set of hitters are gonna have to learn him too. So I feel about him the opposite is the new hitters there. I'm really interested in Gray.
And we got some new first basemen changing around some spots too. Freddie Freeman going to the Dodgers. We, of course, have Matt Olson going from the A's to the Atlanta Braves. Just that movement alone. I mean, Matt Olson had a tremendous season last year. Now he's going to a more positive park. Do you think that the Braves really made out here? Because this is a player that's a couple years younger than Freddie Freeman, already shown you a bigger power ceiling than Freddie Freeman really ever has. Do you think this was a really cagey moves here by the Braves? Do you think they're going to miss Freddie Freeman in that clubhouse and that leadership he brought?
Yeah, they both struggle defensively as well. Obviously, usually go with the younger guy. Olson's track record's smaller though, so it's certainly a risk. Fantasy wise, you got to love him getting outside of Oakland, all that foul territory. So yeah, it's hard to question the move for Atlanta, and I didn't. It probably helped his fantasy value a bit, but a guy, again, coming off a career year, he's not especially a target of mine. And it's a Giants fan. I'm just upset to see Freeman, join the most loaded lineup in recent memory in the Dodgers. And as I alluded to, it's considered mostly a pitcher's park, but it's sneakily not bad for homers. And I think
Right.
Freeman's just going to put up so many counting stats in that lineup, no matter where he hits third or fourth or second or
Your
whatever.
Giants. Your Giants, Dalton, show up and compete, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
my Captain
they
Belt
do. I
shirt I'm
mean,
rocking here.
he's
Yeah.
representing right here. They really do. I mean, every year, I did not think the Giants were going to do what they did last year. I certainly did not.
No, I didn't
But
either. Well, they beat
they
their
had a
projected win
great year.
total by 30, I think.
Uh,
30 wins.
it's
So.
a, it is a stunning number. I mean, just the easiest over ever last year on that number. We're going to get to some of the guys who are new to the Giants, including Carlos Rodon in just a bit. But I want to talk more about some of these big names here. We had Trevor Story just recently finally signing with the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox are going to be without Chris Sale for a good part of the season. How important is this signing now for the Red Sox to bring another bat here with Trevor Story? And what does this mean long term with Xander Bogaerts being in house, too?
Yeah, interesting. He said he did not want to play second base, but he will be now. And yeah, obviously it hurts to leave Colorado, as I said, how great it is. But it's a nice lineup here and situation in Boston. And he was getting dinged in fantasy drafts anyway. Like everyone, assumed he was not going to end up in Colorado, so he was getting his ADP was properly treated in that sense. And he certainly didn't land in a bad spot. So I think it's fine. He'll run still, and Trevor Story is gonna, yeah, he's not going to be as valuable in his prime in Colorado, but he's certainly going to be, still a top five-ish fantasy shortstop.
Now, that's my big question for you too. I mean, he is moving to the American League East, which, you got Yankee Stadium, got Fenway Park, you got some hitter-friendly environments there besides Tampa. Maybe less hitter-friendly now with Baltimore moving and making the adjustments there. Do you think there's any world where Story's getting a little undervalued potentially, or do you think it's proper in terms of where his ADP is currently?
I think it's proper. There are actually quite a few intriguing shortstops, and even guys you can get coming off down years. Gleyber Torres it's actually pretty deep. I mean, Carlos Correa, go on, Brendan Rodgers. It actually is relatively deep position. So I see no reason to reach for him, not at all. Especially out of Coors Field, the first year away from. And I'm sure he'll become a better hitter away from home. His road numbers will probably improve. But no, I see no reason to especially reach for Trevor Story.
Now, as a self-loathing Met fan, it's very hard for me to get excited about things because typically
Yeah.
anything that looks good on paper tends to fail. But Max Scherzer, certainly on paper, looks really good in that rotation with Jacob deGrom. They went out and they signed Starling Marte as well. They brought in Marcana, Eduardo Escobar. The Mets have been very busy. From a fantasy perspective, what kind of impact does Starling Marte have on this lineup, in your opinion? And what does Max Scherzer make an impact in terms of being another number one along with Jacob deGrom right now in that rotation? From a fantasy perspective, are you making investments in some of these Mets because of the presence of guys like that?
So Marte, we have to pay attention to this oblique strain. Hopefully, it'll be cleared up by the season opener. But he's so valuable in fantasy because of his running. I mean, he just went on a tear after getting traded last season. But steals are becoming a premium. I think something like a quarter of the steals are off the board in the first 3 rounds of most drafts. So they go early. Marte, no matter where he is, even in the he goes from one poor hitting environment to another. the Mets are definitely a nice pitcher's park, which is great for Scherzer to me, and obviously DeGrom. It just comes down to health. I mean, Scherzer's getting up there in age. We saw how his season ended last year with him unable to take the mound, but such a bulldog. And if they gave him that much money, one could only assume that they liked the medicals. And like I said, I'm a big pitchers guy, so you get Scherzer in that park. The NL, even with the DH. I mean, on my board, if you told me he would stay healthy, I would personally treat Scherzer. I would consider him, right after Cole and Burns. And by that, I mean in the top 10 overall. I mean, if he stays healthy, I think Scherzer is going to be, a league winner or whatever. I mean, he's going to be, another type Cy Young type seasons in store.
I like to ask every analyst that I have on the show because I want to try to get a consensus about this. Maybe it's just the fantasy pros in me, but I like the consensus about Jacob deGrom. Where are you at with him? Is he being valued appropriately? Are you terrified about all the injuries from last year and the lack of communication we seem to have had in the offseason regarding those injuries? I mean, he's actually pitching tonight, I believe. So that's good that he's back out on the mound. But where are you at in terms of making draft investments in deGrom this year?
I have no DeGrom, but it's weirdly specific to my strategy because I'm drafting so many starters that I don't need a guy to be the a 1.5 ERA. If you're going to be hitter heavy, as a lot of people are, I think it's totally fine to go after DeGrom. Conversely, I am going after the Mondesies early. I go after the upside, the boomer bust hitters. So in a vacuum, though, I'm worried about his elbow. Given that park and his ability, now he's suddenly throwing 101 too. I mean, he could put up a historic season. And if you told me he'd give up, throw 180 innings, I would still make him the number one overall fantasy player. But I do worry about his arm. And I absolutely hate talking about the vaccination stuff, but the news is coming more and more that this is going to be an issue with some Mets. And it's reportedly DeGrom and Alonso. So I have no idea what to make of that, if you even want to touch that at all. But I don't know. Is it possible these guys miss these games, home games in New York? I don't know, but it's something. I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, I keep hearing rumblings that it's all going to get worked out, but
okay. Yeah, you live there. You are. You're right there. So you're
and close. I'm from Brooklyn, so that phrase, "it's all going to get worked out." Typically, when someone says something like that, you kind of know what's getting passed under the table. Maybe a little this, a little that, but it is a very complicated situation, and Canada's a complicated situation too with Toronto Blue Jays. Also, that's the same kind of issue that we're dealing with. So I hope that we're going to have clarity this week at some point in time about that, because that's definitely looming over everything. I mean, there's no way we could start the season and these guys, not have some sort of situation where they can play. I mean, that is going to be a huge deficit for teams like the Mets, teams like Toronto, or any team coming in for that matter to the New York area, teams like the Yankees as well. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. We've been having conversations about it all week on our shows, Dalton, and you're 100% correct for bringing it up as an issue that we should all be concerned with. I want to know if you're concerned with Javier Baez and him.
I want to say one final thought on DeGrom. I'm flying to Vegas.
Sure.
I'm flying to Vegas this weekend for the main event, NFBC, and I guarantee he'll be going in the first round in some of these leagues because the upside is just through the roof. To be clear, if that arm is healthy, man, he's just going to be. I mean, he was so good last year, and he's in such a good park too. It's just it's a perfect confluence of events for him to just be out of control if he stays healthy.
Well, I think it's that same strategy that you're approaching things with this year is what I'm doing also, which is I prefer that grouping you're getting in that 12 to 25 range of pitchers. I really like a lot of those names, and I feel like they're really much better investments. And I want to make sure, especially in those roto formats, I get all my hitters first, because the volatility of pitching has been so difficult to deal with the last couple of years. It's been very frustrating. We'll put Javier Baez aside for 1 second. And since we're talking about pitching, I want to get your thoughts on these two guys, because Kevin Gausman was yours last year. Now he's not. He's moved on to Toronto. Robbie Ray wins a Cy Young with Toronto, moves on to Seattle. Now, these guys are very comparable in terms of ADP right now, generally speaking, in terms of where you can get them on the starting pitching mark. So I'm going to ask you this. Do you have a preference between one of these two guys, Robbie Ray and Kevin Gausman, or do you think both are good investments in 22?
I like neither, is my true answer. Ray, I'm mostly indifferent about. I just prefer option B typically. Gausman, I'm actively avoiding. I love him, but I think it's fairly telling that the smart organization of the Giants didn't even offer him a deal. He kind of faded toward the final 2 months, and now he's going to the AL East after signing a big contract. I'd way rather Logan Webb or even Alex Cobb. I just think the environment and the Giants and those pitching, and it's not, I mean, you can call me a homer if you will, but their staff, their organization, their system is crazy. I don't don't think it was a fluke that they jumped their over under 30 wins. I don't think they're going to be as good as the Dodgers or anything this season, but I do think there's something to the 3 hitting coaches, the advanced pitching machines that like mimic the opposing pitchers coming up, and whatever they're doing with these pitchers that are, it's pretty rare to have career seasons in their mid 30s like Brandon Crawford and all the pitchers that they bring in. So I would buy into something like that more so. And I worry that Gausman leaving that magic and now going to the AL East in Toronto. So those are actually two pitchers I've avoided. Reyes is coming off just such an awesome year. So I've just mostly just kind of avoiding him too.
Well, the defense in Toronto got much better with Matt Chapman, and he got signed to extension today too. So
absolutely,
that's a big plus.
They're going to get a lot of run support.
Yeah, and look, and he doesn't have to be the guy in that rotation, right? Barrios is there.
Yeah.
You've got Alek Manoah, who I'm a big fan of. Robbie Ray, I want to talk to you about. Why are you indifferent to Robbie Ray? I mean, he's got the highest K per 9 of all time. He's a lefty who maybe later in his career has finally figured it out. He was really good wire to wire. You mentioned about Gausman kind of fading a little bit. Yeah. Robbie Ray did not fade. Robbie Ray was strong from start to finish last year. Do you think maybe this is just him finally turning a corner and harnessing all this raw talent that he's had this whole time? He's tinkered with his mechanics over the years. He's had so many ups and downs and walks, but the one thing you can always count on was the strikeouts. And I feel like that's a thing. If you draft him right now, he is going at 42 overall, the 14th pitcher off the board. Kevin Gausman's at 54, the 17th pitcher off the board. I know he's a little bit more expensive in ADP, but I actually feel good about Robbie Ray. So I can't sell you on the strikeouts of Robbie Ray, and that's not getting you excited.
No, that's fair. I have Ray. I didn't move him drastically from my ECR in the Fantasy Pros rankings where I did Gausman. That's why I said more so indifferent. He certainly looks legit, and Seattle's offense has improved. It's a nice park, actually filled with nice parks in that division. And the K's, I'm a K guy. I will just say, in general, I'm wary of guys who jumped like 15 rounds from the previous year. I just would like to see him do it again. And I'm more so targeting guys who coming off awful years that fall the 15 rounds. I like the last year's bums. So I guess that would be, but that's more anecdotal. Under the hood, he's legit. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. That's why like more so say indifferent on Ray, but I'll go on record and say like I'm kind of actively avoiding Gausman.
Well, I don't want to twist your arm. I'm just trying to see if I can sell you Robbie Ray.
No, you're selling me more. I mean, the guy K's a ton. I mean, he does for sure.
I mean, even if that ERA balloons up, but you make a very good point too, that guys who move 15 rounds year over year, there's certainly reason to be suspect about them. That is absolutely a very fair point. Let's get some more of these short
who's this year's running Robbie Ray is the running joke.
Well, I mean, that's the hard part. I mean, this year's Robbie Ray, you got to find a guy who's been in the league for a while and then is going to make a huge jump like that to be incredibly consistent and harness all that raw stuff, as they like to say. I mean, that's kind of tricky. I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez would be the guy that I would circle, who was also a new guy, because that's a guy that if you look at last year's numbers, he had dealt with COVID in 2022, missed the season, really had a bad reaction from it. Came back last year, was not himself in the first half. And then the second half, the guy was lights out. I mean, he was absolutely tremendous. He was basically the guy that he was before COVID in 2020, back in 2019. If there's one guy that I would circle that might be able to make that Robbie Ray jump, it's Rodriguez. Do you have a guy in mind that you think might be able to make a huge jump like that?
It's only fair if I throw it out there and ask for your opinion, right? So I'll say Andrew Heaney. He was pretty ugly last few years and going to the Dodgers now. So yeah, I think he qualifies as ugly enough too. So yeah, I'll say Heaney. Actually, I've not been ending up with him on many of my fantasy teams either, but I think that might be a mistake because I actually think he has a chance to make a big leap.
Yeah, I don't have any Heaney shares. Maybe tonight in the mock, I'll try to get one and see what happens with that. Let's get to some more of the shortstops too, because this was like the year of the shortstop, basically. Javier Baez goes to Detroit, another big contract there, and he's moving from Chicago to New York to now Detroit. Certainly a very youthful potential lineup there. Not a whole lot of protection. That worries me. And then Carlos Correa ends up in that same division in the American League Central with the Twins, which really came out of nowhere, at least for me. So I guess my question is to you, either of these landing spots, are you hesitant to make investments in these players because of them, or are you just status quo with guys like Baez and Correa because you have enough track record to go on?
Yeah, I'd say it's more so status quo with both. Baez, I liked more last year when you get him in the 8th round, and he's now back to being, costing a lot more than that with a really scary K to walk ratio. But he's proven that it works for him, and the power and speed I think will remain. So I think he'll be fine for fantasy. Minnesota, Correa, I'll just say personally, I was pumped for the signing. I jumped on the Twins at 60-1 in a futures bet early a month ago, and I like some moves they made, and I like a lot of their interesting young pitching there. Although I'll say what I don't like like is really was intrigued by Dylan Bundy as a 29th, 30th round pick, and I guess he was topping out at 88 miles per hour. So that was bad news. But boy, Carlos Correa is good news for all their pitchers there. So I think it's really interesting roster Minnesota's putting together.
All right, let's talk about Carlos Rodon because this is a tough one. And the Giants have had such a good track record lately of bringing these guys in and having great success. Guys that I know I thought had potential, and then when the Giants sign them, I'm kind of intrigued by it, and then they live up to it. I was sort of out on Carlos Rodon because I was in on him last year when he was cheap, he was free. I had him everywhere, and it worked out. And I know there was some injuries still, regardless. Only about 130 innings last year. But because the Giants specifically went after him, it's like the Rays. There's certain teams when they go after pitchers, my ears kind of prick up and I go, "Ooh, that's really interesting." Are you buying into Carlos Rodon? I know it's a 2-year deal. Do you think that he can stay healthy enough to give you at least 130 or 150 innings in 2022 to make him worthy of an investment?
As if I already didn't look like a homer enough. I moved him up from mid 30s. I was totally out to its number 17, my starters with the signing. It is 100% just because of, I would think the organization has been proven to be so smart. I was like, whoa, that's very true. But reportedly, the White Sox didn't offer him a deal at all either. So he's still definitely a concern. If his fastball reportedly in bullpen sessions has been in the upper 90s, and that's so key for him to counter the off speed stuff. So if the Giants are right and his medicals are good, he was one of the 5 best pitchers last year. It was so legit. He was a real deal. So a lot of upside. Admittedly, obviously, a ton of risk. He was on fumes in the final 6 weeks last year. I had a lot of him too, like you, and it was not great at the end. And so,
No.
but even then, Rodon is the type of skills and environment that he could be really, really helpful, even if it's only 130 innings. That's what you're going to get of the Kopechs of the world, anyway. So I think he could be, also in that middle range where no, he doesn't. He's not totally healthy, but he's just dominant for another 125, 135 innings.
Give me all 130 innings of Michael Kopech this year.
Yeah,
All of
baby.
them. That's
Oh
what
yeah.
I
Oh
want.
yeah.
And you know what the hard part about Rodon is, the frustrating part, Dalton, is that last year you couldn't sell him either because you had him for free. He was just a bonus guy. You try to move him, people are like, "Oh, I'm not buying this. This guy's been hurt his entire career. He's underperformed. He's got a 4.5 ERA." So you're basically just kind of stuck. And hopefully you made adjustments, or hopefully you had a big enough lead that he helped you get
Totally.
in that first half of the season. Let's chat about the Philadelphia Phillies. They made a couple big moves too, especially recently. So they missed out on Chris Bryant, but instead they ended up getting Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber. These are 2 big bats, and now you're adding him to Harper and Hoskins. We'll see if Alec Bohm can come back and start to live up to some of his potential. But what do you make of this move for the Phillies here, specifically Castellanos and Schwarber in this ballpark now? Because I am very enthusiastic, to say the least. How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great park, great landing spot for both. You can hit a top of the lineup, and that doesn't even matter as much these days without a pitcher hitting ninth in the NL. Yeah, I love them both. Schwarber was so good. He had to was he the
Yeah.
most home runs per plate appearance last year? He was
Yes, he was.
yeah, so good, and now he's in a great environment. So yeah, I'm in, and I assume his ADP will commiserately move up because yeah, totally in on both really good hitters and now in great spots, and especially with that the DH, not only for the lineup turnover and the counting stats, but just, Schwarber stay healthy. So yeah, I think he's getting discounted. People just looking at his stats last year, not realizing how good he was per at bat. Just the injury took away some of the volume.
Well, I know we're going to let you go soon, so I want to ask you one more thing. Was there any under the radar signing or trade or move that you really liked in terms of bumping up somebody's fantasy value that you really thought, oh, that's kind of a good landing spot for that player that I think that's going to work out pretty well? Anybody come to mind from what you've seen so far in this 2022 offseason?
Just will stick one. Might as well stay on brand and be a homer again, and just say I'm really into Alex Cobb. I mean, I really I feel going for
Okay.
same as Gossman from the year before, leaving a bad organization with the Orioles and the AL East, and now he goes exact opposite infrastructure. The thing, his sinker kind of returned last year. He has some really interesting under the hood metrics. So yeah, you joining the NL and the Giants. I really think Alex Cobb has like legit. I mean, like top 25 fantasy starter upside.
Now, if you're going to check on fantasypros.com to see Dalton Del Don's rankings, you'll see Logan Webb is the number 1 pitcher overall, I'm pretty sure, because of all the homer talk that we've got going on here. Let's get a question real quick from one of our Peanuts and Cracker Jacks
Here.
here. And if you've got questions, you could drop them in the chat over here as we're going live on Fantasy Pros on our MLB channel. Robbie Gould wants to know, and I don't know if this is the wedding singer or not, it might be, best pitching staff this year. Dalton, you got some options here. Which way you're going to go? I mean, certainly the Mets theoretically could be that too, but a little scary with DeGrom's elbow. But is there one to you that sticks out, whether it be the top group or maybe the depth of one?
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the Mets, but I'll say the Brewers are interesting too.
Yeah,
Man,
me
whatever
too.
they have in the water in Milwaukee is just so interesting. I mean, even the depth of their bullpen. I mean, everyone loves Hader and Devin Williams, but you look at Jake Cousins' stats; he's just flat out dominant. Ashby is going to come up and be dominant. He's just like Kopech, get 130 dominant innings immediately. So, and then obviously the studs up top. I mean, Burns an argument for the top pitcher. I personally have Woodruff in my top 10 overall board. So I love Milwaukee's staff.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, the Milwaukee Brewers went from a team where nobody saw any pitching coming from it at all to all of a sudden three of the best pitchers in baseball overnight. It's so bizarre because if
Yeah,
you asked people 5 years ago about this farm system and pitching, they would say, "Oh, that's not very good." And we have to go
totally.
back to what Giovanni Gallardo and Ben Sheets to get pitchers that we feel good about in fantasy, and
Love
that's a
those
while
guys.
ago.
I'd always overdraft both
Oh,
those guys.
me too.
Yeah.
What is it about Ben Sheets was such a
So
gamer
that
too? Like I
curve
love the
though.
fist pumping.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
with the
couldn't
big
get that
curve.
one game against the Braves where he struck out like 18. That curve, they were swinging at the curveball in the dirt like before, halfway to the plate. It was just so sick. Yeah, I wish he could stayed healthier.
Yeah, fist pumping, fun guy to watch. I like him.
Sure.
It's funny we're talking about Milwaukee. I want to ask you this because one of my favorite pitchers last year was Freddie Peralta, another one of these free square guys that we identified on the show that we said everybody should go out there and draft this guy because if it doesn't work out, you could drop him in April, but if it does, you might have something really special where it's a game changer. There's some people who are out there who are saying, pump the brakes on Freddie Peralta, look at the innings total jump last year, but you can make that same exact argument last year about Corbin Burns. And if you pump the brakes on Corbin Burns, you missed out on arguably the best pitcher in baseball. So I know they're different human beings, but I, for one, am going to take the risk with Freddie Peralta where he's going right now. Are you somebody who's also going to take that risk, regardless of the innings jump he made last year?
Yeah, I'm in on Peralta. All his underlying, he's the real deal. There's nothing lucky about his performance last year. I know he's, for his fastball speed at his frame as a righty, people questioned it, but no, I'm buying Peralta. But I do realize that he faded like Rodon the final month or so, and the smallish frame. So I'm not positive he can hold up again, but I think he's the real deal. When healthy and on the mound. Let's hope he holds up.
All right, I'm going to give you one more here, and then we're going to
Yeah,
let you go because we appreciate you leading off here. Like I said, you're here for your OBP skills. If you are truly a
yeah.
Larry David fan, then you will give me a negative thing here. I want to know which signing or trade that you hated. They went, I don't feel so good about this. I don't like this. There's got to be a real, true negative Larry David moment about one of these offseason moves
Yeah.
that you've seen.
Yeah, well, Chris Bryant was amazing for fantasy players, but I mean, what are the Rockies doing? Was it a 7-year deal or something? He's at his age. I mean, I loved Chris Bryant coming, but man, that was like the opposite of for fantasy managers. Big help, move him up even the Arenado range. But real baseball, who knows what they're doing in Colorado? I mean, that was highly questionable. I mean, at that stage of his career, that amount of money, then just not even trying to bring back Story. I don't know what they're doing in Colorado.
Yeah, Dalton, I wish you all the best of luck in your trip out there for the main event. Go take
Thank
that
you.
bad boy down. You have your strategy intact. You know exactly what your approach is going to be this year. You ready to go?
Yeah, there'll be a lot of yellow stickers, a lot of pictures on there. And yeah, this is my first one with the NFBC for the live main event,
Ah,
so it should be fun. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm definitely excited.
it's nice to draft
Thanks
in
for
a room
having
with
me.
people again, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
it's it's
totally. Yeah, and no, nothing beats live drafts too. But yeah, totally. Yeah, just now for sure. Yeah, just to be in person in general. But yeah, let alone a live draft for sure. Thanks for having me, Joe.
well.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate you joining us live here. Follow him on the Twitter machine at Dalton Del Don and check out all his great work at yahoo.com. When we come back, we're going to take a little break here. When we return, we're going to have KC Bubba's going to join us. So make sure you stick around right here and subscribe to the Fantasy Pros MLB channel right now because leading off is just a few days away every single day for you. A little bit of baseball. So we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship with me, Joey P, Joe Pisapia, right here on Fantasy Pros. Make sure that you have already liked this video because it is very important. We live on likes. Literally, I shut down at about, 11 o'clock at night, and then your likes repower me every day for every podcast we do. So please like this video, like the stream. We encourage you to do that, and make sure if that you're subscribing to Fantasy Pros on our YouTube channel, make sure this is the MLB channel you're subscribing to also, and click that little notifications bell when you do. Also, as you know, we have some fun things going on here at Fantasy Pros, including a chance to win a signed Ronald Acuna jersey, courtesy of our friends at Pristine Auction. So subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB YouTube, just like I asked you right now. Comment in the chat. Joe is very handsome. Joe is very annoying. It doesn't matter. You can do both of those things even in the same sentence. It's fine. And you comment in there, and that's it. That's all you got to do. So you subscribe, you comment, and you can win a Ronald Acuna autographed jersey. I mean, Pristine Auctions giving things away for you for just doing something you probably would anyway. So there's going to be an announcement of a winner after our live mock. So that's going to be, I believe, in the 9 o'clock hour at some point in time. So we're mocking from 8 to 9. That's the main event here. That's the big deal here. Not that everyone isn't a big deal. Of course they are, but that's the point in time. We're going to do our mock. Then we're going to announce that winner. So you only have so much time here. So Welsh and Bogman are going to join us for the big Draft Wizard mock. Right after that, we'll hopefully give away that jersey, and it could be you that wins that Ronald Acuna jersey. All you got to do, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Fantasy Pros MLB, and like the stream, and then make a comment. And who knows, maybe if it's a good comment or a good question, I'll read it here live on the show. Now, speaking of good things, do not adjust your set because you're seeing another very handsome, bald-headed man. He is the one, the only Casey Bubba, contributor to the Black Book and so many other wonderful things. Casey Bubba, it is great to have you back on the show, my friend. Are you enjoying spring training baseball?
I'm loving it. It's pure chaos right now with moves everywhere, and we have baseball back. I needed it in my veins. It's a beautiful time of the year, and it's always beautiful to see my bald brother from another mother. So I'm ready to chat it up with you as always, my friend.
Much respect,
I even
Bubba.
shaved for you today. It's clean.
I
just
shaved for you. Oh, look at
Yeah.
us. Clean shaven, bald, handsome men talking baseball. What more do you need? I mean, if that doesn't make you like the video, I don't know what does. Hit that like button right now. So, Bubba, tell me this. One of my favorite things that I love is when people in the fantasy industry pretend like they're Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter and break news. But this is news actually that I didn't know. So you're breaking it to me. So as far as I'm concerned, you're like an MLB insider right now. So there's a little bit of change here. And it's basically a Shohei Ohtani rule. So walk us through what's going on right now in Major League Baseball, because there's going to be a little difference how the DH works now.
Yeah, they made some rules to help with expanded rosters and everything for the CBA. And one of the rules changes is if a pitcher enters the game to pitch or starts the game to pitch, like Shohei will, he can stay into the game and DH after that. In the old days, as Joe you would know, is if a pitcher came or a DH, if a pitcher came in, I wasn't calling you old, but you and I watched older baseball.
Sure.
Let me clarify that.
It's all right. I'm old, Bubba. You could call me old.
You're not that much older than me, really. But
that makes me old.
when a pitcher comes out of when a pitcher came out of the game, he couldn't, if he went into hit, then they lose their DH. That's how it used to be. He'd be their number 9 player. Now they have the DH the whole game. It's a beautiful thing because, again, we don't want to see pitchers hit unless you're Shohei Ohtani, thus the Shohei Ohtani rule. This is going to be a good thing. Very good thing.
Anything that gives me more Shohei Ohtani, I'm all for, Bubba. I mean, more Shohei Ohtani is always a good thing. Well,
and it could increase his fantasy value too, which is crazy because
you're right.
You don't have to play that game.
Let's talk about that. Like that whole concept of the days where he's pitching, you kind of know, well, it's not he's gonna have to come out of the game, or that's kind of a game changer in a lot of ways. I still do not understand the mindset at all of any league that is not treating Shohei Ohtani as one person. He is one human being doing both things. If indeed he is doing both those things in your fantasy league, he should be the most valuable player, in my opinion, because you're getting not just a premium hitter. We're talking like premium MVP caliber hitter, but you're also getting a pitcher who may legitimately, if he finds a little bit more consistency, possibly challenge for a Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bubba, it doesn't get any better than that. I don't know if we're ever going to see anything like this again, or maybe we're going to start encouraging more people to do stuff like this. But to me, Ohtani, one player, and you could argue is the 1-1 pick. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, he should be one player. I know like the NFBC uses him as one player, and that's a
Mhm.
weekly lineup league, bi-weekly hitter league. Daily leagues, it's a lot more convenient because you can put him into pitch days and whatever, and then hit the other days. But now that he's essentially hitting potentially 7 days a week. That definitely takes a lot of the concerns out of the way. If you do say you're in a weekly lineup league where you have to decide if you're going to pitch him or hit him, you can just plug him into hit, or if he's got two great starts, plug him into pitch, whatever. It does increase him a ton. I don't know if he's 1-1, but he definitely right now he's the back end of the first round, give or take, where you're drafting. It's got to move him up there to like the 4 or 5 range for me. It makes it much more intriguing. Where I was kind of avoiding Shohei because of the headaches that he might bring, because I don't play in a lot of daily leagues. Now it becomes much more entertaining to me.
All right. Well, here's a question for you. Is there any downside to this? Like, should he have a day off? Should he
He
get
probably
a little
still
bit more
will.
rest?
He probably
Okay.
still will because like when he pitched, they tried to give me the day before, day after off. But now that he
Mhm.
can actually hit the day he's pitching, it just takes one of those off days away essentially. So he's still going to play probably 5 or 6 days a week instead of 4, which is huge.
All right, let's talk a little sleepers and bust, and I don't mean Paul Sporer and Justin Mason. We talk about them plenty.
Too
Let's talk a
much.
little bit about the players. Those guys get way too much publicity.
Mhm.
I kid. I love. They're my very good friends. All right, let's talk about some of the players that we think are going to bust out first. Guys that, for whatever reason, I know we just did the all bust team, Welsh and I, this week on the podcast. In case you missed it, you can go back and listen to it wherever you get your pods. But that was a really fun show. We've had some really big names actually on there that we felt just uncomfortable. And I always made that assumption, so did Welsh, which is I'll take any player in their place. It's just the place you have to take some of these players I'm uncomfortable with. So, Bubba, why don't you start and give us one of the guys who's a bust on your list that you are not touching because of his ADP or maybe some other reasons altogether?
Yeah, as you said, a lot of it's going to be ADP dependent, but I also think there's like some downside here, and one's going to be your oldest Chapman. I'll start right off the gate. When we're like closers is a hot topic this draft season. They're getting pushed up in drafts. Chapman's good. Don't get me wrong, 30 plus saves in like 7 of his last 8 years or so. But 56 innings pitched last year. He's basically a 50 to 60 innings pitch guy. And when you're accumulating stats, you're looking for strikeouts and whatnot. He's just not getting them at the volume other pitchers at his ADP are getting. Like I'd rather take a chance on a Kenley Jansen, a Jordan Romano, some of
Mhm.
these guys going around him. Chapman's had a little bit of injury issues in the past as well. They've already admitted they're going to take care of him and like limit him, not go crazy with him. So expect another 50 to 55 innings probably. And that means you got to run pure to get those 30 plus saves, which the Yankees will win ball games. But will they? If they can't fill the team half the time, we'll see how that goes.
Mm.
But I'm going to go with Roldis Chapman as one of my busts, where I think he's not going to meet his ADP where he's going right now.
It's funny because every time we do a mock draft here on the show, I feel like Aroldis Chapman somehow ends up to my team because I like to wait a little bit for closers, typically speaking. Sometimes if the mood strikes, I'll go ahead and I'll take an early elite one. But typically I like to fall back to that second tier. And he's always sitting around there. He's like the seventh closer off the board. It's like
Mhm.
him and Kenley Jansen right now, back to back 7 and 8, pick 89 and 102 consensus wise. But I have that same sinking feeling where it's not comfortable. I almost feel like if I'm not going to go to the top for closer, I'd rather just wait and start taking shots on guys and see if I can get one or two to click. Let's go to another guy on your list too, because you have Starling Marte on your list. Now, is this because of the oblique injury he's already dealing with, or because now he's a Met and everything that becomes blue and orange somehow takes a huge nosedive? You tell me, Bubba.
You said it, I didn't. But with Starling Marte, it's just one of those things. Early in your draft, like you're basically drafting him for saves. And sure, he was amazing last year with 47 saves. He had 25 back in 2019. He hasn't really shown a ton of power outside of the 2018 2019 season. So you're strictly drafting him for stolen bases, an okay batting average, or pretty good batting average, and then hopefully he scores a lot of runs. Now he's going to the Mets. He's got an injury pretty much every season. He hasn't played more than 145 games
Mhm.
since 2015. So he's already starting the year with an injury now. He's just kind of been one of those guys where the helium has kind of gotten out of control for me, where you have to get him early second round, maybe he falls late second round, where I'll wait and I'll take my chances. It's like, if you want that, go get Whit Merrifield around later. Go get some other guys. I'll pass on Marte, where outfield to me is deep enough where I can pencil it together, get like the Teoscars of the world and some other guys that might not give me 30 plus saves, but they're going to give me much more everywhere else and give me 5 categories. So I am passing on Starling Marte. I think he busts this year, and a big downfall from an amazing season last year. We only hit 12 home runs,
He only had 12 home runs, but he stole 47 bases.
which is which is
Bubba.
great, which is great.
I mean,
But
that's more than some teams last year.
Buck
That is
Buck
just a
doesn't
stunning
run.
number.
Is Buck going to change his attitude this year? Because he does not
Well,
run.
That's a real question. And I think that the fact that it's built into that ADP right now, or should I say maybe it's not effectively built into that ADP, I think it's concerning. There's no way I would take starting Marte over Jordan Alvarez. Jordan Alvarez is
Yeah.
going as the 27th outfielder off the board, and he is going as 25th. I mean, they're right neck and neck. Aaron Judge is going behind Starling Marte. I would always rather take the power guys because to me, that's something I can count on. I know they're going to be there, and you can never have enough power. Stolen bases, look, the entire league has fallen backwards in terms of stolen bases. So there's obviously it's great to have a guy like Starling Marte where you can just lock it in and hope that it's going to just be the one guy who can basically take care of that category almost on his own. But at the same time, if he's only playing 100 games, that really affects that category as well as all the other ones, and that becomes a huge deficit. And I'm with you too. Why not pick Whit Merrifield around later? To me, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, for sure. And
All right.
and maybe he'll steal more. They made bigger bases this year. We'll see.
Well, they're not using them this year, though. They're just
Oh, that's right.
making
It's
them.
next year. So he's got
Next,
three
that's
three
right.
injuries from now. He'll get a chance to use them.
3 injuries from now, we'll get a bigger base. It's going to be made of, it's just going to be pillows. It's going to be feather pillows. It's going to be it's wonderful. It actually smells like vanilla too. And you get your nose really close to one of those new giant bases. It smells like
great.
French vanilla. It's
great.
fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Bubba, the next guy on your list, I'm going to fight about because this is one of my
I
favorite
knew this would
players.
ruffle some feathers.
So, I mean, it's only 6:44 Eastern time. I've got another 7.5 hours of this live stream to go. So the fact that you want to rile me up this early is something. But go ahead. Talk to me about why you think Wander Franco might be a bust this year.
Well, first, about 2 hours before this, I was listening to some podcast with this guy, Joe Pisapia and the Welsh, talking about bus. And my guy, Jazz Chisholm here, I'm representing the t-shirt. They were just clowning all over him, and I was offended. So we decided to poke the bear here. And we're going with Wander Franco as a bust. Now, here's the thing. Wander Franco, probably a really, really good real-life baseball player. But in fantasy terms, based on his ADP, ain't going to cut it. He might get you a little power, but he's not running at all. And then the run production is going to be at a minimum for where you're getting him at such a deep position. I'd rather take chances later. You guys mentioned so you don't like Franco. That's fine. There's a bunch of shortstops like Jorge Polanco's. There's I like Javi Baez. I know you don't. There's a bunch of other shortstop. I like Willie Adames even. I'd rather take my chances on as the draft goes on than go and push for a Wander Franco. I think he's a great batting average guy. Might get you 15 to 20 home runs. He really hasn't showcased that yet. But he's not running at all. And at that point in the draft and from the shortstop position, I'm trying to get guys that are going to steal bags. He's not doing it. So for me, he's going to bust a lot of people's hopes and dreams this year.
What makes you think that power is not going to come from Wander Franco? Just curious.
Well, he hasn't really showcased it last year. It's 7 home runs in 70 games.
Last year.
And throughout the minors, though, if you combine his minors numbers last year, 14 homers. The year before that, 9. The year before that, 11. He hasn't really showcased it at all.
But he was 11 years old, and then he was 12 years old. He's very young. I mean, he's still just 21 years old.
He hasn't got the good
going to
juice
come from
yet.
Wander Franco?
I don't know.
I think
eventually it will. I agree. Eventually the power will
right.
come, but I don't think it's going to come from like a 10 to 30 home run spurt, maybe a 10 to 20 home run spurt this year. Like I think we're a couple years away from Wander Franco being the big guy, and he needs to steal bags. Maybe that's my pet peeve in life, but shortstop position that early in the draft, I got to get steals. That's just
all right. If
that's the case, go draft Xander Bogaerts. He'll be better than Wander Franco.
That's probably true. I will give you this. I think in roto leagues, he's less appealing to me.
Yeah, and I primarily play rotos. I should put that out there right now. I primarily play roto leagues. So this list is primarily a roto idea.
Well, and primarily, I think most people still play roto leagues. But for our points league people, this is a guy who might have 200 hits at the end of the year. I want this guy.
In points, he's phenomenal because he's an OBP god.
He is, and I love that. And in those roto formats where it's OBP instead of batting average, another player that you bump up a little bit because of that OBP.
Yes.
But you mention it, and it got me thinking. So I'm going to ask you this question here. When you're looking at the shortstop position, every year I feel like we do this with a position in fantasy, whether it be baseball, whether it be football, and we go, oh, look how deep XYZ is. And then inevitably, it's a train wreck. Are we making that same mistake with shortstop this year? Because it feels like everybody says the same, shortstop's so deep, it's so deep, it's so deep. But Tatis is already hurt. right? Marcus Simeon is going to Texas, a little bit of an unknown there. Trevor Story is getting out of Colorado. You mentioned Wander Franco has no power. Francisco Lindor was awful last year. We're still hoping he comes back. Corey Seager is hardly ever on the field. Javier Baez just signed a huge contract. Now he's playing in Detroit with no line of protection. Mondesi, forget him. He never plays. Jazz Chisholm, he completely could bottom
Stop
out
it.
and not hit a ball. Do you see where I'm going with this, Bubba? Carlos Correa is a Minnesota Twin. I am painting a picture where maybe, just maybe, shortstop isn't all that great after all.
And Joey P going full heel on this segment. I could not see this one coming, but I still think it's a deep position. I agree. It's the way I look at it is I think it's deep with a lot of road bumps. Like you have to like navigate the minefield. It's deep. You could still roster a lot of those guys and it will not kill your team. Where other positions it'll kill your team. And I think that's where it's deep in that regard, where you can wait and still survive with certain player X, player Y. Where you go to third base and to me, it's deeper than people give it credit for, but it drops off and then it just drops off. Where at least shortstop, you can kind of piece it together. You can get stuck with Brandon Crawford and he won't even kill your team. I don't want to, but he won't kill your team. And he's going like shortstop 24, 25, give or take. So there's depth at the position. The sexy depth is disappearing like it used to in recent years. That's for sure. You mentioned a lot of guys that in years past everyone flocked to. But I think it's still a deep position compared to others in the fact you can roster these guys and they won't kill you like other positions.
All right, here's how you know you're wrong, Bubba, because Mike Mayer agrees with you. He says, I'm with Bubba on this one. I love Wander, but not paying his price this year. I kid.
He's a
You're both
smart
right.
man. Fantasy Pros just gave him a full-time gig, so they must be doing something right. I'm just saying, Mike, I don't know.
I don't know. But Mike Mayer is right. You're right. In roto formats, Wander Franco, you're getting caught up in the hype a little bit and not enough in the statistical overlay of the player. In OBP leagues, you can make a little bit of that argument.
Phenomenal. And like you said with Buxton on your bus show that people obviously have listened to before this, I'll play Wander in DFS a ton because you get OBP points. I love him in that. So that's why people like when people put out articles and like things like this, you got to like take a grain of salt approach to certain things because it's not everything doesn't cover the whole spectrum.
All right, I want to get the next bust on your list before we get to him. It's another shortstop, by the way. Teaser. Ryan Singh wants to know who has a better season for fantasy points wise after Acuna starts, Acuna or Freeman? That's an interesting question. What do you think of that, Bubba?
That's a really good question. I'll still go Ronald Acuna just because he will be DHing by hopefully mid-April, probably running by end of May, and he can rack up those games quickly where Freeman will be out now. There'll be a moving parts. Might be no on base at the time when he's hitting because there's so many great bats there. I'll go Acuna. The easy answer is probably Freeman, but I'll go Acuna.
All right, let's go to the next two busts on your list. They're both guys who are in the infield, so give them both to me.
Yeah, Corey Seager. This is an easy one. You kind of hinted at it. I never understood the appeal that people love about this guy because he doesn't play. He just does not play. And he's, 20 homers if he plays enough, and he hits for a good average. So Corey Seager, and now he's going to a ballpark that's just going to zap his power. So I'm out on Corey Seager. Always been out, but I'm out now. The second guy, and this is one that I wrote an article about it and everything. People love Tommy Edman, and it's a great story. It's like one of those, that got the small kid that made it. He made it. But it's time for the Cinderella song to end. The clock's hitting midnight. He ran pure. He accumulated. He played a ton of games last year. And you got to think health's not going to be that great for him back-to-back seasons. His OBP skills are atrocious for a leadoff hitter. If he takes any kind of decline, he's going to get moved down that lineup or platooned with. And then there goes all your accumulations of steals. That's what you're drafting him for. So similar to Starling Marte, I'm out on Tommy Edman because he ran as pure as you could possibly run last year. And I just don't see that happening again this year.
All right, let's turn things around and get some brighter days ahead. Let's talk about some sleepers, some guys who are going to make us happy and not miserable. Start with one of your sleepers, Bubba. Who's on your list this year in 22?
The Candyman can. Heimer Candelario, big fan of this guy. Plus his ADP is just beautiful. We talked about the positions dropping off and stuff. It drops off at third base, and the Candyman, he keeps showcasing more and more power in recent years. He can hit for an average, but more importantly, what I saw last year, and yes, Detroit will suck power out of you. He basically led baseball, or was one of the top guys in baseball in doubles, and we've seen it with these young guys, aka like a Manny Machado back in the day. It was doubles, and as they keep growing, you mentioned Wander Franco growing into power.
Hey,
and a
how
lot
about
of
Nick Castellanos? I mean,
yes.
Nick Castellanos was a doubles machine in all the way through the minor leagues and then early in his career in Detroit.
Yeah. So like I look into Candy's profile. It's just a minor tweak to pull just a little more, not a ton more, and you can see a lot more home runs. So I think he's in for like a 20 plus home run season this year.
It's criminal how low he is in draft.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I don't,
stupid. It's stupid.
he is number 236 overall in the 24th third baseman. So as a corner guy, I mean, it's a really good situation there. All right, you got a pitcher on your list next. So talk to me about who the pitcher is going to be on your sleeper list, and this guy's a Yankee.
Yeah, don't have FOMO for Jomo, guys. Jordan Montgomery, you're going to want this guy on your roster. He's a beast. For one thing, you're getting a late ADP for a guy that's going to eat up innings, which is tremendous. Because if you look at a lot of formats, innings eaters are what you want because you rack up strikeouts. He's going to be on a winning team most likely with the Yankees to get you the dubs. He's a great ratio guy. It's just a lot of pitch mix things with him. He's continued to change throughout his first few years. He should be the number 2 in that rotation potentially. So I'm a big Montgomery fan coming in as a great ADP to be like your you could probably draft him as your SP4 or 5 even, and he might end the season like as your SP1 or 2 if things just completely go right.
Last year, I remember in the spring watching Montgomery pitch and seeing a whole different guy. His
Mhm.
demeanor on the mound was completely different. The confidence in his fastball is completely different. And that's when I started to draft him. And it's funny because we always say, Bubba, spring training's overrated. Don't take too much out of it. But it's
No.
important to watch certain guys because certain guys who have a lot to play for, like Jordan Montgomery did last year, fighting for rotation spot. You saw the guy was ready to take that step forward, and he proved it last year. So that's a big one. Another third baseman on your list here of sleepers. Bubba, who's the name?
I'm buying back into Brian Hayes. He got hurt last year and kind of zapped things away, but even before he got hurt, he was hitting some homers. He was stealing some bags. The hard hit skills have never deteriorated for Brian Hayes that he brought up with from the minors with them. And again, we shouldn't buy into all spring training things, but I'm always a sucker for a best shape of your life stuff. He came in yoked. Like he's young, he's putting on some weight. He's ready to like take his health seriously, which is good to see. We've seen that from a guy named I think Vlad last year. I think that was his name. I'm not saying he's going to be Vlad by any means, but this is a dude that can get you 15 plus homers, 15 plus steals at a shallow position later in your draft. So I like me some Brian Hayes to bounce back this year.
That conversation we were having about, oh, shortstop so deep, it's so deep, and then it's going to go wrong. I feel like it's the opposite with third base.
Yep.
It's always the position we go, oh, there's nothing there, it's nothing there, and it becomes
Yep.
bountiful. Guys like
Josh
Brian
Donaldson and
Hayes,
everything. It's
right?
beautiful. Yeah.
Maybe Torkelson, Candelario, guys like that. All right, give me the next guy on your list because I'm excited to talk about him. You and I are going to be friends again after that Wander Franco mess you tried to bring here earlier.
Yeah, this is why you can skip Aroldis Chapman because you can get a better lefty and Taylor Rogers. This dude is so underappreciated, and the value's going up now because all of a sudden Kenley Jansen didn't go to Minnesota. So now it is Rogers' job at least until they maybe trade him, but by then he can still rack up 20 plus saves. If he runs out the whole season, he can get you 30 plus saves. He's got great strikeout stuff, tons of innings, he's going to get a ton of appearances to rack up the Ks, potential wins, saves, and he's going much later than a lot of guys. So he's a phenomenal if you do wait on saves as your first closer option, or if you take one guy early, a phenomenal closer 2 on your roster. So Taylor Rogers for me.
All right, last guy. Who is last on the list of your sleepers for 22, Bubba?
I threw him on here because I clowned on Tommy Edman because the guy taking the leadoff spot from him will be Harrison Bader. We're talking about power speed combo. This guy has legit 15-15, if not 20 plus steals upside. The OBP is much better than Tommy Edman. It's just a matter of getting moved up that order, and his defense is elite, so he's not getting taken out of the lineup like Tommy Edman could be. So Harrison Bader is a guy you're getting extremely late in drafts, probably a bench bat for you, not even an outfielder 5. That I wouldn't be shocked if we see him leading off at some point this year and really racking up some nice roto categories for you.
All right, you feeling good now? You feeling good about some of these positive things here?
I'm always feeling good talking to you, Joey P. Always, my friend.
Well, I just wanted to break this news too. Jazz Chisholm was forced to leave Tuesday's spring
know.
training game
Yeah.
after being struck on the hand with a ground ball. Does that
It's
bring
a
you back down
contusion.
to earth?
Yeah, he said he got hit between his finger and his 2 fingers. He's out 2 to 3 games. He's fine. He's going to go to the club, ice up his grill and stuff, and he'll be back shortly.
He's gonna. When you say he's gonna go to the club, like the club, not like the Marlins.
Duck club.
He's gonna
Duck
go
club.
to the club.
Yes.
Duck
No,
club.
Duck club.
All right,
Duck
I just
club.
want clarification on that at all times. Bubba, tell me about Chisholm a little bit because he's a very divisive player, and I know you're on the other side of that, and I understand why. It's the stolen bases, a fun, athletic kid, certainly somebody that I think everybody should be excited about. He was on the all bus team that Welsh and I constructed and put together. He was my pick, so I'll take the heat on it. So I'm going to put this to you. I want to get the other side of this coin. Talk to me about the upside of a guy like Jazz Chisholm.
The upside is he missed a chunk of games because due to COVID last year. He had a couple injuries too, but he missed games. So
Mhm.
people like clown on his injury history. If he can play 140 plus, hitting towards the top of that order, they have no reason not to play him because who do they have? Like they got to see what he has. I know people say they'll bench him and stuff, but are they going to put John Birdie in there? Really? Like if that's where we're going, that's going to be a disaster. So he's going to play. The average is the part that people struggle with, but if he can get you 245 ish, which is somewhat doable. You're talking about a 2020 guy with like 25 upside. The power is legit. His hard hit skills are legit, and he can run for days. They've improved that order, so he should score a ton of runs as well. Like he's one of those guys, if you like don't grab an early shortstop for power speed, I have no problem taking him later in drafts and racking that up. And his ADP climbing has shown that I'm not alone in that situation.
All right, Bubba, I know you've been doing a lot of drafts and stuff. Give me the guys who have been on your teams the most, who you have the most shares of, the Bubba guys. Who are some of those names right now?
Well, a lot of those drafts are like draft and holds and stuff, so it's going to be some nasty names. But if you're speculating on saves, Chris Stratton is one of those for the Pirates.
Okay.
I think we'll see him. Dane Dunning for Texas, I think is going to be a big time pitcher, making a nice improvement this year. So I like him a lot. And then I tweeted about it recently. Joe Adell, people are in love with him because he's getting spring training home runs, but the dude has one of the better prospect pedigrees in baseball. He was going to figure it out sooner than later. So that ADP is on the climb. Enjoy it while you can.
Post-type sleeper, Joe Adell.
Yep.
I like that. There was an Adell special last night, I heard, too. I didn't DVR it, though, but I
it
do
was
like
so
Adell.
witty.
Well, she's great. Look, if you
I
obviously
like her.
Bubba's
She's
never been
beautiful.
through.
Voice of
No,
an angel.
you've never been through real pain in your life, so you don't really understand
I beg
Adele
to
like I
differ,
understand
sir.
Adele.
Have you been on
Yes,
Twitter more than
yes.
5 minutes? I've been through pain.
If you've been on Twitter more than 5 minutes, no, never. I actually have a little timer. I always stop. 5 minutes is my limit on Twitter at any given
You're a
moment.
smart guy.
By the way, you might as well follow our guest here on Twitter while you're at it for just 5 minutes, though, at BDentrek. Again, that's KC Bubba. You could check out his work at the Fantasy Black Book 2022. It's on Amazon right now. And of course, over at Fantrax, Fantasy Degens. He's everywhere. Roto Baller. You're a baller. Bubba, you're one of my favorite people. I love you, brother. Thanks for coming on and giving us some time. When we come back, we're going to do a little ADP wars. We're going to do a little Would You Rather with Frank Stampfl and Lauren Auerbach. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Festival of Friendship. That's right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. Make sure you subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB channel because we've got leading off every single day, Monday through Friday at noon, live for you. And it's very exciting stuff. The Welsh and I are going to be taking you through everything you need to know in fantasy baseball. And if you subscribe to our channel and you make a comment or ask a question in the chat, you might be able to win a Ronald Acuna jersey. But today's festival is brought to you by Fantrax. And Fantrax is one of the most customizable fantasy football platforms out there. And now, when you create a league, join an existing league, or bring your league over from another platform, you'll be entered for a chance to win MLB tickets for you and your entire league. And you can learn more about it at fantrax.com/fest and sign up today. The more leagues you have, the more at Fantrax you've got, the more chances you have to win those MLB tickets. So that's fantrax.com/fest to get involved. And the nice thing about making new friends here is you get to bring people together. And these two people don't know each other. And I'm going to pit them in a cage match to the death about some ADP. And that's very exciting to me. He's Frank Stampfl from CBS. You know him, obviously, from Fantasy Baseball Today. And, of course, he's been on our pod a million times. And Lauren Auerbach, our new best friend, was just on our last mock draft episode. She's a co-host of SP Streamer. Lauren, you've come back for round 2 again. So it must not have been so bad the first time with me.
No, it wasn't that bad, you know.
All right.
You guys were great. It was fun coming on. No, I'm actually very happy to be here and happy to do this with you and Frank.
Well, I'm tolerated at best by Chris. And now Frank Stampfl, once again, the blue light special, I'm going to call you. What would you like? Did you murder a bunch of Smurfs in this room? Why is it always so blue? What's going on here?
I don't know, man. I think it's like the background just kind of like takes over everything. It's just like so strong, but I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. What's going on, Joey P?
Oh, Frank, if you were a Smurf, what would be your Smurf name? You're too young for the Smurfs. Do you even know who the Smurfs are?
Yeah, those little blue guys. I have no idea.
They all had names. It was like, they weren't clever. Like the angry one was Grumpy Smurf. And like this guy was like the guy who fixed things was Handy Smurf. What are you? Are you like DH Smurf? Like what's your Smurf name?
I'll go with the Twitter handle. I'll go with Roto Smurf. Why not? Let's
Roto Smurf.
Fantasy
I
baseball,
like
right?
that. I like that.
Nice. The Roto Smurf Frank Stampfl. You nailed it as always, Frankie boy. I love it. All right. So we're going to have a little fun today. I've picked 2 players at each position who are going neck and neck basically in ADP. And I want to put these 2 wonderful guests of ours against each other on the clock to see which one they would rather have and why, because these are kind of the situations we all have to go through in our drafts or our mock drafts or just in life. We have to make hard decisions sometimes. So I'm going to put these 2 at it. And if there is a disagreement over the 2 players, I will try to break the tie as best I can, and we'll see how it goes. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to go ahead and have a little ADP Would You Rather?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go. All right, so let's start at first base. Our first one is number 46 overall, St. Louis Cardinals first baseman Paul Goldschmidt, coming off a very strong season last year, no doubt about that. A lot of people were kind of souring on Paul Goldschmidt. Not this bald-headed moron. That's right. Last year, I told everybody buy, and we did pretty well on those Paul Goldschmidt shares. And then there's another guy going right after him at 47, Pete Alonso, where my heart is, the polar bear. These are 2 very good first basemen in terms of the power you're going to get out of them. Lauren, I'm going to let you go first. Who would you rather have on your fantasy team, Paul Goldschmidt or Pete Alonso? You're on the clock.
Ooh, this is tough, but I am going to go with Goldie. I like him. He's coming off of a great year. He's just got that really steady, track record. And what I like about him, I guess, what kind of seals the deal for me is that he will give you a couple of steals. Throw in, maybe 5 to 10 steals, which is something that you don't get a lot of at the first base position. So I like the power, 30 homers, 10 steals, good average. Give me Goldie.
All right, Goldie is going 1 spot above, so she has thrown down the gauntlet, Frank Stampfl. I know you're a sucker for power. Pete Alonso might have more of a power upside. Would you rather have Goldschmidt or Pete Alonso on your team?
Yeah, I like both of these guys quite a bit, but I'm going to take Paul Goldschmidt as well. Bounced back last season, 294, 31 homers, 102 runs, 99 RBI. The guy has hit 286 or better every season but 1, and that was back in 2019 when he hit 260. So I trust the batting average, StatCast numbers, everything supports what Paul Goldschmidt did last year. In fact, his StatCast numbers were better last year than his entire career. And this is someone who I think is probably like a borderline Hall of Fame player, right? So, like you consider just how good he's been in his career, and Statcast was better last year than it's ever been. So everything supports what he did. Strong plate discipline. So whether you play in a points league or in a roto league, Lauren's right. He's going to give you a couple of steals as well. I like both, but I'll take Goldie over Pete Alonso as well.
Goldschmidt has 630 home run seasons to his credit and 4 100 RBI seasons. You're right, Frank. I mean, I think Paul Goldschmidt, another couple of years like this, we're gonna have to start to have those kind of conversations. And the all around productivity is great. Lauren, what do you make of the bounce back in the stolen bases? Because in 2020, in the shortened season, he stole just one in the 58 games. Last year, bounced back up to 12. That's the best mark he's had since 2017. Do you think that somewhere around 10 to 12 stolen bases is something you can count on from Goldschmidt in 2022?
No, I wouldn't pencil in double digits. I think if you kind of pencil in, 5 to 8, if you get 10, anything above 10 is going to be gravy. But no, I'd stick me in the 5 to 8 range. And a lot of the projections have him kind of as a 7, 8 stolen base guy this year.
What are your expectations for Goldschmidt, Frank, when it comes to stolen bases specifically?
Yeah, I think 6 to 8 makes a lot of sense. You look at the projection systems again, all between 7 and 8. So I'm not necessarily trusting the 12 that we got last year, but out of position steals, fantastic for roto, head-to-head categories leagues. A lot of first basemen are not going to provide speed. So even if he gives you those 6 to 8, it really does help make that difference. So yeah, I'm expecting right around that range. And if he gives you double digits, that is beautiful.
All right. If you're enjoying the content here, I encourage everybody to hit that like button, smash the like button. I told you it's how I recharge myself every single day for all of these podcasts. Without your likes, I just can't do it. And also, we want you to interact with us here. And I see a bunch of comments, so let's pull some of these. Horns fan wants to know, speaking of stolen bases here, is it a viable strategy to punt steals in a 10-team head-to-head categories league? So, Lauren, if you're in a head-to-head 10-team league where you might want to punt a category, would you consider punting steals since stolen bases really have dropped off dramatically in the last few years?
I will say I don't play a lot of head-to-head, but what I have, what I think I know about it is that the categories that you can punt are steals and batting average. But Frank may be a better person to ask this.
Frank, I don't play a lot of head-to-head categories either. I play head-to-head points or roto against my will when someone ties me to a chair. Frank, what about you? Do you think that steals is something in a shallow league like that you can punt?
1,000%. They are an independent statistic. They don't count towards anything else. Punt, steals, target guys that are going to give you batting average, home runs, all of those things are intertwined. Every time someone hits a home run, they help you in runs, RBI, batting average. So try and get as many of those 4 category contributors as you possibly can. Punt, steals, I'm all about it.
All right, let's go to one more here. Brian Sawyer asks, first he says, I just subscribed to the channel. Good for you, Brian. Your life's going to get a whole lot better now. And now you might win a Ronald Acuna jersey because not only did you subscribe, but you also dropped a little comment and a question. Joey Votto or Anthony Rizzo? And there's one for thought. I mean, in OBP leagues, it's hard not to like Joey Votto, but he's losing a lot of guys around him. Frank, who would you rather have? That's a fun one at first base. Joey Votto or Anthony Rizzo?
Yeah, I'd much rather have Joey Votto. I'm buying into what we saw last year. He kind of made that transition in the shortened 2020 season as well. Power looks like it's legit, gives you strong OBP, counting stats you worry about because of the surrounding lineup there with the Cincinnati Reds. But Joe, I was on the Fantasy Pros podcast last week, and I mentioned the profit pocket. There are 4 first basemen that I love waiting on. Joey Votto, CJ Cron, Rhys Hoskins, and I'm forgetting one of them, Josh Bell. If I can wind up with any of those, if I wait at the position, perfectly fine with that.
Now, Lauren, I have to abstain from this question as an Italian. It's very difficult for me to pick between Joey Votto and Anthony Rizzo. So, Lauren, are you with Frank? Would you take Votto, or you like maybe Anthony Rizzo full year in Yankee Stadium?
No, 1,000% with Frank. This is Joey Votto, and I like that Frank brought up this kind of value pocket of the first baseman. I call it kind of the sweet spot. This is the area. Those 4 guys are who I am targeting, and Joey Votto is in that mix.
All right, let's move on to the next position here. Ketel Marte, 78th overall, the number 9 second baseman off the board right now on FantasyPros.com in the consensus ADP. Jorge Polanco, what a season he had last year. He is number 81 overall, the 10th second baseman off the board. Frank, we'll start with you on this one. Who would you rather have, Jorge Polanco or Ketel Marte? They're both on the board for you. Who makes it to your roster?
All right, Joe. You're good at your job here because I like both of these names as well. So Jorge Polanco and Ketel Marte. I will lean with Ketel Marte. I trust what Polanco did last year. He leaned into this pull-heavy approach, lots of fly balls. The Twins lineup is getting better around him, but I just still think Ketel Marte's overall upside is higher. I think this is someone that can hit well over 300, can provide 22 to 25 home runs, maybe double-digit steals. I wish we can get him out of Arizona. That would be fantastic just for his counting stats overall. And I think it would help with his power too, but it's close. Give me the batting average with Ketel Marte. I think the upside is a little bit higher than Jorge Polanco.
Well, there's a good chance he gets dealt at some point too. I think Ketel Marte could certainly help. That dual eligibility is nice too. Second and outfield, that he could help some teams there too. Very versatile. And Jorge Polanco has dual eligibility too. Second and shortstop. So Lauren, would you rather have Polanco or Marte?
Polanco, give me Polanco all day. He is a second baseman that I have been targeting this draft season. I'm really buying into his 2021 season where he had 33 home runs, 11 stolen bases, and he had a 269 batting average. And he's also durable. He's the past two full seasons, he's played at least 152 games. Mm-hmm. I like the lineup in Detroit. I just think that there is a lot of power upside there. You get the stolen bases. This is a guy that I would pencil in for about 10 stolen bases. And so I like that power speed combo. These are guys that when I draft, these are guys that I'm targeting because you get that 4 category contributors. So I am team Polanco on this one.
I have to break the tie here. And I got to tell you, I like both players, but I think I lean towards Polanco because you mentioned durability. That's that one thing to me. That's like the best ability nowadays in Major League Baseball is durability. The guys who are going to be out there every single game. 153 games you mentioned in 2019, 152 last year. He played 55 of the 60-game season the year before. So this guy's out there on the field. And I know he had a little cloud over him with the drug tests and all that stuff. We were just talking before the break. I miss those days. I miss the steroid era of baseball. Call me crazy. Yeah, come on. Let's have some more. I remember when 25 home runs was a disappointing power year. We were like, what's wrong with that guy? He only had 25 home runs this year. But anyway, Polanco for me to break the tie. All right, let's go to the next one here. Lauren, you're going to start with this one. This is third base. We're going to go a little bit further down the ADP trough for this one. Okay. So at 146 overall, Yoan Moncada, the guy who every single year we have high hopes for and every single year somehow manages to disappoint us. Or at 147 overall, the 15th third baseman off the board, Matt Chapman, who fantastic glove, but you don't get points for that in fantasy. Just signed an extension here with the Toronto Blue Jays, so he's in a really nice lineup. He's out of Oakland. Those are all positives. Chapman has shown you some good offensive seasons, certainly better than what we saw last year. But who would you rather have for 2022, Yoan Moncada or Matt Chapman, Lauren?
So I am on record as being not a Moncada fan. So once you started with Moncada, I'm like, okay, I'm taking whoever is the other option. So I'm going to make a case for Matt Chapman. He's a power guy. I think the question with him, he's going from Oakland, he's to Toronto. I think that ballpark change will help him, and I think that he's had a little bit of bad luck last season. He had his BABIP was about 20 points lower than his career average. He's coming off of a a hip issue. And so I think that there were some issues there, but I look at him as, as probably a 30 homer guy, no steals. I think that, but being in that Toronto lineup, it's a powerhouse, so I think that there's going to be a lot of run production there, but he's going to ding you in batting average. So I think that if you do take Matt Chapman, you're going to have to build your roster for it. And you're going to have to make sure that, you can account for that because he is, his plate approach, he has over like 30% strikeout rates over the past 2 years. So you want to be able, to support that. But I'll roll with Matt Chapman on this one.
All right, Frank, you're up. Moncada or Chapman, who would you take?
Yeah, very similar approach here to Lauren. Once I heard you on Moncada, I'm just hoping that it's someone that I even relatively like here. And it works out all right because I do like Matt Chapman. Look, it's a fantastic park shift going from Oakland to Toronto. It's a fantastic lineup that he's joining now. Hit a home run the other day, his first at bat with the Toronto Blue Jays. So you don't want to get too excited about spring training. And speaking of which, Yoan Moncada, best shape of his life, says he wants to steal 30 bases this upcoming season. Mm-hmm. He's just it feels like he's a Jag at this point, which isn't fair to say because he's still young. He's 26 years old, but look at what he did last year. 263, 14 homers, 61 RBI, 3 steals. Just doesn't really stand out anywhere. He hasn't really been the same since a couple of years ago. He had COVID. I think he might have had COVID twice, and he hasn't really been the same since Yoan Moncada. So I do worry about that. I like the White Sox lineup quite a bit as well, but give me Matt Chapman. Second half last year, his barrel rate, I believe, was 6th best in baseball. So the power starting to come back 1 year further removed from that hip injury, much better in OBP leagues than batting average, but I will take Matt Chapman over Yoan Moncada.
Moncada made my third base roster spot on my all bus team from this week's pod. What is it about certain guys, Frank, that somehow that prospect upside label, no matter how many years they disappoint you, people keep buying in and buying in and buying in? Because I feel like Moncada is one of those guys. And there's other people like that we like, that we're high on. They somehow don't live up to expectations and we discard them and they end up becoming really good players. But some other ones, they do the opposite and we keep giving them chance after chance. Why is that? And why is Moncada one of those guys?
I think it's because we saw the elite season out of him in 2019, right? 315 batting average, 25 homers, 10 steals, and everyone's still grasping at that and thinks that he has an opportunity to get back to that. He had a 915 OPS that season. So you're right. I mean, people like to hold on to these prospects and, still hope that, like in a post-hype sleeper kind of way that he can bounce back and get back on track. And look, based on the lineup around him, you want to feel good about it, right? There's so many names in that lineup: Jose Abreu, Eloy Jimenez that we're excited about, Luis Robert, and there could just be so many opportunities for counting stats here. But for whatever reason, outside of that 2019 season when it was the bouncy ball, the juice ball, by the way, he really has not done much for fantasy. So as a result, at the ADP, I'm currently fading you on Moncada.
All right, let's go to the Peanuts and the Cracker Jacks. Larry Cardozo wants to know, Hader or Hendricks, Lauren? They're both on the board. How do you want to start? Which elite closer do you want on your team, Hader or Hendricks?
I've been rolling with Hendricks. I think that this is like splitting hairs, though. I think that you're perfectly fine with either, but I've been going with Hendricks, even though Hader has been available. I don't know. I just like him a little bit more.
One of our good friends here at the show, Bizza Rizza Jizza, who is the 7th member of the Wu-Tang Clan, Luis Robert or Teoscar Hernandez. Frank, who would you rather have?
Oof, I'm going with Luis Robert there. I'm pretty excited about what we saw from him in the second half last season. He returned from that hip injury, and he was just absolutely fantastic. Would not surprise me one bit if we're talking about Luis Robert as a top 5 pick in fantasy baseball this time next year. Can he hit 30 home runs and steal 20 bases and drive in 100 and hit 280 plus? I think that's all within the range of outcomes for him. So very, very excited about Luis Robert this season.
I'm a little surprised about that answer. I thought you were going to go the Teoscar route. Lauren, would you go to Luis Robert or Teoscar Hernandez?
I would go Teoscar Hernandez. I just, I love him. I think he actually signed a contract today.
He did.
Yeah.
They avoid arbitration. I also avoided arbitration today. So did Chris. So that's good. So we're all going to be here for the rest of the live stream today. So that's very good. All right, let's go back to another one here. We've done first, second, and third. Let's go a little shortstop because shortstop's so deep. So everybody keeps telling me. Wander Franco, 48th overall. Francisco Lindor, 49th. Let's start with you here. Frank Stampfl, this is the 8th and 9th respective shortstops off the board on FantasyPros consensus ADP. Who would you rather have? Lindor on the bounce back or Wander Franco on the growth spurt?
Oh, man. Can I give you the cop-out answer and say it depends on format? Because I think that's
you can.
Really
you know what? I don't think that's a cop-out answer. I always think that's a smart answer because I think what you're trying to say is I would rather have one in certain spot and one in another spot because it makes more sense because of their skill set. So I don't think it's a cop-out answer at all.
All right,
so go ahead, cop out.
I'm going to take Wander Franco in head-to-head points leagues where on-base skills and plate discipline just matter so much in that format. Remember last year he had the, whatever it was, 30, 35 on-base streak last season. I'm not sure where the power and the speed is necessarily going to be his first full season with Wander Franco, but I know that he's going to make a lot of contact. Even if he's not hitting home runs, those are going to be doubles. He's going to get on base. He's going to score runs, and all of those things are going to help him tremendously in a head-to-head points league. So I'll take him in that format. In any type of roto, head-to-head categories league, I'll take Francisco Lindor. And I'm actually pretty excited about Francisco Lindor. First season in a new location, big city, New York, and we've heard this time and time again. We've seen it time and time again. Look at Bryce Harper a couple years ago when he joined the Philadelphia Phillies. His first season was not great either. So I'm kind of giving Francisco Lindor a pass. looked much better in September, hit 9 home runs, had an OPS, I believe, approaching 900, started hitting the ball in the air more. The barrel rate was up for Francisco Lindor. So I think we can see a kind of like a poor man's version of Jose Ramirez out of Francisco Lindor, where he hits 260, 25 to 30 home runs, 10 to 15 steals, something like that. And in that Mets lineup, I think the counting stats will be really good. So roto categories, Lindor, and a head-to-head points league, I'll take Wander Franco.
All right, Lauren, how about you? Is it more of a
It's
I'll
the
take certain
same.
players, certain format? Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with Frank, and I also I like guys coming off of bad years because their value tends to be a little bit depressed, and Frank kind of nailed all these points pretty well. But he's going with Lindor, he was going to it's his first year with the Mets. I like the bounce back. He also has a track record, and I if there's two guys and I don't know which I should go with, I generally pick the guy with the track record. Even though I think Wander, I think you'll see kind of his peak in a couple years more so than this year. I just don't know exactly what I'm going to be getting with Wander this year. So I'm going to go with a guy with the track record coming off the bad year, and that's Lindor.
All right, fair enough. I agree with Frank's answer also, which is format Lindor because he's going to give you more overall productivity. But in a points league, I just think Wander Franco every single week is going to give you that floor that you want because I think there's another plateau coming to that power. It could be this year, it could be 2 years from now, but it's coming. Believe me, it's coming. This guy's a strong kid. He's only 21 years old. Give it some time. Let's have some fun here. Now we're going to really kick things up a notch, as they like to say. Let's go to the outfield. 55 overall, Byron Buxton. Oh, Byron Buxton, what a tease you are every single year. And then 56, George Springer, another guy, fantastic talent, has done it a little bit more than Byron Buxton, but a little older and a bigger risk, and he's not going to steal your bases. So let's put the category at 5x5 roto. Let's say that's the format to make it even here. So no more cop-out answers, quote unquote. Lauren, Byron Buxton or George Springer, which way do you go?
Well, I'm going to go George Springer only because it's not so much pro Springer. It's just I can never buy into Byron Buxton. I get the upside. I understand what's there, and it's very alluring. But it's just that injury track record. He has one season where he's played over 100 games since 2015. It's just that track record there. It scares me. I tend to be a risk-averse drafter, so I always steer clear of Byron Buxton, and I always let someone else reap the possible benefits and the possible upside of Byron Buxton that we have yet to fully see.
Byron Buxton or George Springer, Frank Stampfl, who would you rather have?
Yeah, this is another really close one, and I like both of these players quite a bit, but I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go with Byron Buxton in the 5x5 categories league. 19 homers, 9 steals last year, truly broke out. I mean, he made serious adjustments, 306 batting average, an OPS over 1,000, just absolutely crushes the ball. Buxton, just stay out of your own way. I saw a highlight earlier today where he robbed a home run and he banged into the wall again. Like, how many times do we need to see this happen before he just reins it in a little bit? I get that that's the appeal to him, and he's such a fantastic defender, but already in spring training, like, we're getting a worry with Byron Buxton. Not that he left the game or anything, but oh man, it's like a blessing and a curse, the athleticism that Byron Buxton has. So I understand there's a lot of injury risk, frankly, with both of these guys, but the overall ceiling, I think, is higher for Byron Buxton. So I'll go with him.
All right, I'm going to take a cop-out answer. You ready to break the tie? If it's a league for fun, I'm taking Byron Buxton because that's fun. If it's a league where there's big money on the line, I'm taking George Springer because I'm not stupid. I want the guy who's going to be on the field. And I know Springer has his problems too, but Byron Buxton. I hope he is. I hope this year is the Byron Buxton year and he reaches all his potential. And then next year he's a first round pick or whatever the heck people want to make him. But if there's money involved, I just can't do it. All right, let's do a pitcher one here. Let's have some fun here. Freddie Peralta, 52 overall, or Kevin Gausman at 54. Frank Stampfl. These guys are neck and neck. Both guys coming off very good years. Both guys a little bit of question because you've got Gausman fading a little bit at the end. New environment, American League East. Freddie Peralta too, pushing himself a little bit higher, the innings limit coming into 2022. So who would you rather have on your team for this season, Peralta or Gausman in your rotation?
Yeah, so I'll go with absolutely fantastic. So look, and I'm not downplaying Kevin Gausman. I know a lot of people are worried about the park shift going from San Francisco to Toronto. San Francisco has done a great job with pitchers and really everyone recently. Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, they're getting the best out of all their players, but he's not just going to forget the things that he learned. So I think that Gausman's still going to be very good, but I think that the overall upside, the strikeout ability for Freddie Freeman, you worry a little bit about the innings. How much does he provide this year? Maybe 160, 170, something like that. But if he goes that far, I think we could be looking at 250 strikeouts. And it's a great division to play in too, right? Gets to face the Pirates, the Cubs. So I'll use that as like a tiebreaker here. Freddie Peralta for me.
All right, Lauren, Freddie Peralta.
I'm with Freddie Peralta.
Yeah.
Freddie Peralta as well. And it's a combo of, I'm a little bit hesitant of Gausman leaving San Francisco, even though he has made improvements as a pitcher since he left Baltimore. But yeah, going back, I do kind of buy into that new team going to the AL East. I think it's a tough division. And so give me Freddie Peralta, which I also really like the pitching development kind of crew that they've got over there with the Brewers. So I am all for Freddie Peralta.
All right, let's go to the Peanuts and the Cracker Jacks one more time before we let you go. Some guy named Nick Pollack says, yes, stay away from Byron Buxton. I don't know who that guy is. Oh, actually, yeah, let's do one more. Would you rather? Who would you rather have on your team, Frank Stampfl, Alex Fast, or Nick Pollack? Choose carefully.
Ooh.
Oh, come on. I can't choose between those two. I want both.
Terrible answer. Lauren, no politics.
Is
Nick
it
Pollack
format
or Alex
dependent?
Fast?
Format dependent, so so we'll have Nick on one and then Alex on the other.
The correct answer is Nick Pollack because he didn't, he actually showed up today to do this and he's going to be our next guest. So clearly the answer is Nick Pollack. I invited both of them, but Alex Fast had work stuff to do. Please, what kind of nonsense is that? Actually, I think he's out at Bye Bye Baby getting crib stuff probably, which is also, I guess, kind of important, but whatever. But yeah, right. Format dependent maybe a little bit, but both are gems. And stick around because Nick Pollack's going to join us next to talk a little pitching. But I want to say goodbye first to our friends Frank Stampfl at Roto _Frank, excuse me. I forgot the underscore. How dare I? And Lauren Auerbach. You can follow her on Twitter at LK Auerbach. The guys, thank you so much for your insights and for your help in joining us on the Festival of Fantasy Baseball Friendship.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
Thanks for having us. It's been fun.
All right. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship here on Fantasy Pros. Make sure you are liking the video. We like the thumbs up, all the thumbs up. We can't have enough of them. I'm telling you right now. And I don't care if you're watching it live. I don't care if you're watching it tomorrow, next week. I don't care if you are just stumble upon it and accidentally like this video. Please, we want the likes. We need the likes. We appreciate the likes. And by the way, when you're here and part of what we're doing here at this lovely fantasy festival of friendship here, you have a chance to win some free stuff. That's right. A Ronald Acuna jersey can be yours, autographed by Nick Pollack. No, it's actually autographed by Ronald Acuna himself, believe it or not. And it's courtesy of our friends at pristineauction.com. Subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB right now. Comment in the chat at some point during this live stream. And that's it. That's all you got to do. And you can win that autographed Ronald Acuna jersey. That's pretty nice. And we'll be announcing the winner tonight live after our mock draft. So from 8 to 9 is the mock draft. You only have that much time left. It's already 7:35 Eastern time. So Welsh and Bogman are going to do the draft. And after that, boom, in the 9 o'clock hour, somebody's going to win that bad boy. It could be you. It can't be Nick Pollack, though. Nick Pollack is joining us from Pitcher List. Nick, it is so great to have you on again. You are a good friend of the show. How are you doing? I know you're excited that baseball's back.
I'm great because Fast isn't here.
Yeah, that's a plus.
I will say in the last segment they should have picked Fast because he won Tout Wars and I didn't, and I want that to be known. But no, I'm unrestricted. I am without Fast keeping me in line for once. Can't wait.
Well, I'll do my best. I kind of like, unleashed Nick Pollack, where Nick Fast isn't being there trying to be negative and push him down and keep him down. It's funny because you actually had some 2 cents to chip in yourself on a last conversation. So before we break down some of the pitchers going into spring, the guys dealing with injuries, the guys that we think we should be watching very closely, maybe for some upside, we're going to a lot of pitcher conversation to talk about with the pitcher list man himself. You were talking about your thoughts about the Gausman Freddie Peralta take. Now, I too am a Freddie Peralta guy, but why are you on the Gausman side of that argument? Because you had some interesting thoughts to share with the rest of us.
I just put out my top 100 yesterday, updated, and I have Gausman, Peralta, back to back. And the reason I eventually went Gausman ahead of Peralta is because they're going to have a humidor in Toronto. And when you think about park factors inside of Toronto, you think across the board it's bad. In actuality, the only negative is home run totals. Actually, it suppresses just barely underneath, but it suppresses other hits. So if you have a humidor in play there, then it's going to limit actually the one major negative, not obviously to being, really great at suppressing home runs, but still better. And I think the worry we have about going to Toronto, we just saw Robbie Ray dominate inside of that with a very similar approach of throwing a lot of fastballs inside the zone that were very effective. That's what Gausman does. And a secondary pitch that gets a lot of whiffs. That's what Gausman does. So while I'm not saying that Peralta is going to be bad in any way, and I'm not as high on Gausman as I was originally, I think you have a very stable floor on a winning team for Kevin Gausman. So I'm personally going to be taking the more innings with Gausman instead of Peralta, but it's incredibly close.
Does that change for you in a head-to-head format where you're looking for that excellence, those big-time starts so that Freddie Peralta might be able to give you those 10K gems?
Gausman can do something similar to that. And we also haven't seen Peralta do it over a full season yet. It was about 140 innings and change last year. Peralta is a volatile pitcher, nearly a 10% walk rate last year. We're going to see those ups and downs this season. So yeah, you might get that 10K performance. You might get a 4K, 5K as he's out in 4 innings for Freddie Peralta as well. So head-to-head, it doesn't really change anything. Actually, I think that top 100 is more geared to head-to-head than Roto, but very, very slightly. It's really not much of a big difference. But yeah, I'm still favoring Kevin Gausman.
You look like a guy who's run a 5K. Is that correct? I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, no, I'm 6'4". My knees couldn't take that.
Your knees can take See, you should just say, like, yeah, of course I do. I ran one this morning, right?
I'm an honest man.
I updated my top 100 list, and then I ran a 5K, and then I came here to do the live stream with you, Joe.
Of course, yes.
I totally could have lied and gotten away with it. All right, let's start with Jacob deGrom tonight because I haven't seen it yet. I can only assume that you've been at least peeking out of the corner of your eye. This is probably one of the biggest question marks in all of baseball because if you get Jacob deGrom and he was anything close to what he was last year, he becomes the complete difference maker in any format. It doesn't matter what it is. But he's also a guy that could absolutely ruin your season because of the investment you have to make. So Did you get a chance to see him tonight? And regardless, where are you at right now with him in terms of seeing him out there working out? And so far, so good.
Sure. This is what we expected from Jacob deGrom, right? We didn't expect him to be hurt now. And the reason that he's falling in drafts or not the 1-1 in pitchers is because we know at some point something is going to happen. And you're going to get this FOMO in April. It's going to be, April 23rd, and he's dominating. And you think, oh, why did we not do Jacob deGrom? It's not because of April. It's because of August. It's because of September that we're going to be kicking rocks because we expect deGrom to be hurt at some point this year. I haven't watched today's game yet. I actually am watching everything in the morning. Check it out on twitch.tv/pitcherlist, where I go over every spring training performance from the day before. Look at that plug. I'm professional at it. But come on by. I will be watching it. Then I actually want to save as much as I can my innate reactions during that so I can experience it with everybody at the same time. But I did see 98 or so, 96 to 98 for deGrom today, and 92 on the slider. That's about right. And I would imagine, if anything, he's holding it back now as opposed to in season, because we know he knows his health. He's not blind. So he's gonna reckon. I reckon he's gonna be slow now and then speed up a little bit come game time.
You're going to be the only person to use the phrase "I reckon" on this show.
Reckon is an amazing word, and we have to use it more.
Okay,
it's fantastic.
Now, should Jacob deGrom hold himself back a little bit? I mean, is that the secret sauce to him being there in August and September?
That's a great question. I generally think that as a pitcher, like ramping up as far as max effort goes, it's good to do that in April. However, I think if we hold back as pitchers, you're actually going to be less accurate and less precise because you're not used to throwing at 70% or so. You're used to throwing 90% and above, right? And I remember trying to throw like layoff fastballs back in the day, and I felt really uncomfortable doing that because it's just not the normal routine that you have. So yeah, maybe it is deGrom throwing 80-85%. But honestly, I wouldn't imagine he's going to do that, and I imagine he's still going to get hurt regardless of what happens. So I'm personally in drafts avoiding him for the most part. I say after I drafted him in a guillotine league, but that's because that league ends in August. And that's okay.
Well, also you can restock pitching every single week. So
yeah, exactly. Right. And I could be out by May. Who knows?
Right. You could be out first for all you know. But that's a really good point. I think in keeper leagues too, it's an interesting spot because I know the one share that I have in a dynasty league right now, it's terrifying me. And I feel like I have to wait. And I have to wait for April, May. And then if I want to get out, June is the time to get out before things possibly go south and sell at the highest point and see what I can get for him. I can't wait I want 90% Nick Pollack and 100% Joe Pisapia this summer to meet up for a little pitcher duel, hitter duel.
Oh, we
can live stream that on Twitch. I think that would be pretty entertaining. Can we get a sponsor for that? Maybe Fantrax will sponsor it. FantasyPros will sponsor it. Pitcher List will sponsor it. We'll make some calls. We'll do some stuff there. All right, let's get to some more pitchers here. I want to know about Luis Severino because the Yankee rotation looks a little thin right now. I know they're the Yankees, and I know eventually they'll probably add more guys. Who knows? Maybe it'll be, someone from Oakland they'll pluck away. If Luis Castillo, we'll talk about him in a second. If he ends up being healthy, maybe that's a guy they target. But Luis Severino is a really big part, I think, of this Yankee experiment. Last year, they had Kluber, they had Tyon, they brought in a bunch of guys to see what really, they threw everything to the wall to see what stuck. And the only thing that really stuck was Jordan Montgomery. What do you think of Severino this year? Are you buying in to the rebound here, him coming back healthy in 2022? Or are you more in the approach of just let somebody else have him this season?
No, I think in 12-teamers, he's positioned really well, that he's worth the gamble. What we've seen so far is 97, like sitting. And it's very important, the distinction between hitting and sitting. Sitting is what we want to see, 97 plus. That's amazing. I was kind of hoping for 96, and we got pretty much the old-time velocity of Severino in that first start. What we didn't get is pristine command, which is okay. That's fine. At least the initial ability is there to be able to look similar to his old self. And that's just cool. Some more time will give the feel back. So I'm feeling pretty good about Severino right now. I still have him inside my top 40 from yesterday's update. I actually anticipated to find out more in spring, and I was very pessimistic, thinking that maybe actually I'd be dropping him down. And I'm not after that. It wasn't 95. It was 97. So I'm in here. I think from the winter, we saw him roughly around 200 ADP or so, maybe a little bit underneath that. I think that's an excellent point where you are not going to necessarily depend on that guy being an SB1 or 2. And yes, you're thinking of him as a as a piece you don't want to drop the entire season, but it's very close to that point, especially in your 12-teamer drafts, only go to about 275, where I would so rather take the chance on a Severino type than say like a Marcus Stroman type, and Stroman is someone that is very close to being someone on your waiver wire instead. So take the chance on Severino, especially 97 miles per hour. And I hope that the Yankees honestly will push him more than 140 innings. They might need to. And they're kind of like, all right, let's go. You've had enough time to do this. We haven't seen you since really 2018. And this idea that we're only going to baby him for 140, 150, sure, it might be a little bit slow, but at the end, you might see 160 or so just by the way that they use him through the entire year.
Yeah, I'm with you on Severino. I agree. So we started at DeGrom. We went all the way down to the bottom at Severino. Let's go all the way back to the top again with another pitcher here in Shane Bieber, because he's going as the 8th pitcher right now off the board. Look, when Shane Bieber is right, he is filthy. Let's be honest. I mean, the guy's been untouchable. He had a 1.63 ERA in 2020 in those 12 starts. He started off last year very good. Obviously, the injuries then crept in. What are your thoughts on Shane Bieber? Are we ready to just put him right back into that top 10 group, or are you a little skeptical of the health of Bieber in 22?
Yeah, I have him at number 10, I believe it is.
Okay, so
after
close.
Sandy Alcantara and Julio Urias at 8 and 9, respectively. I just moved him up one spot. I was initially a little bit spooked by his final 2 starts of the year. They were essentially rehab starts, as they didn't have minors open at the time, but it was decreased velocity and we saw bad command. I watched both of those. I did a whole video about how disappointed I was of that second one, but it was a rehab start, and that was months ago. And sadly, we haven't had a chance to view Shane Bieber yet, but the report is that he's 100% healthy, that his velocity is back. I'm waiting to see it. But with that news, that feels right. I will mention last year, it wasn't pristine even before the injury. He had poor fastball command. And when you think about Shane Bieber, it's putting his fastball where he wants to while allowing his secondary pitches to get a ton of whiffs, right? He got a lot of whiffs, but the fastball was hit hard a lot. He had a whip over 120 before the injury last year. That's not good for someone you're thinking inside the top 10 starters. So I worry a little bit, especially now that sticky stuff isn't around. And we had a lot of questions about that before Shane Bieber hit the IL right when the sticky stuff was going out or getting removed. So I still have those questions, and I'm not comfortably drafting Shane Bieber at the moment. I want to kind of wait and see, which obviously you don't get to do. So I'm personally a bit out on Shane Bieber relative to everybody else.
Where are we at with the sticky stuff right now, too, in Major League Baseball?
I know, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
Do we have any definitive news on that?
No, but this is my theory of MLB was like, all right, everybody, we got to stop the sticky stuff because somebody reported on it, and you know who you are, and made a huge thing out of it.
Alex Fast.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Alex. Didn't mean to do you like that. So then everyone freaked out. It was like, what, you're supposed to tell us off season, or so we didn't prepare for it. But if you've noticed, they only really check 3 things. And I think there might be some hidden agreement between MLB and the players being like, all right, we did the public facing thing we needed to do, but we were going to turn a blind eye to the rest of the stuff, and hopefully we can get things back to normal, because spin rates apparently went back up as the season went on. So there's something that happened, and I think we're all kind of okay with that. Like, we don't want what happened at the end of June, early July to happen again, right? So I'm not too concerned about dramatic spin rate losses from last year. I will say with Shane Bieber, it does add another little wrinkle that I don't want to see in my shirt.
Well, there's a lot of those guys, too. A lot of guys that struggled with that. Cole struggled with it. Bieber struggled with it. John Means certainly struggled with it immensely. And that's the whole thing. Cole was weird, but he's definitely one of them. And I don't know if I feel like it's 50% mental.
Well, that's exactly why it was weird, because Cole all of a sudden said, I don't want to throw high fastballs. And we're like, wait, no, it's still good. So he threw low fastballs, and that was bad. And he was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to throw high fastballs again. And then he was amazing. All right, let's go. I'm not worried about that with Cole. Yeah.
Let's go to some other guys with some injuries, too. I want to kind of siphon through these real quick, and then you tell me what you think if any of these guys are investable. Luis Castillo for the Reds has been shut down with shoulder soreness. Jack Flaherty sidelined with a shoulder injury. He says, I've always had this frayed shoulder issue. Well, that doesn't make me feel really good. That makes me feel even worse about it. Zach Gallen's going to throw BP on Monday, but he's dealing with a shoulder issue. So those are 3 guys there. Those are 3 really important potential pitchers in fantasy baseball. Are you investing in any of these 3 guys, or are you of the mind, if you're dealing with shoulder soreness here in March, I can't imagine what we're going to be looking at in May and June if we get that far.
Yeah, there's another one in there of like Zach Wheeler, for example, who has
Wheeler's
been
another
reported
one
with it.
too.
Yeah,
I want him in this mix too. Go
So
ahead.
here's the thing. I think the first 2 weeks of the season, you're going to see across the league depressed pitch counts, regardless. The Dodgers have already come out and said that they only going to throw 75 pitches or so in their first outing. And when I think about it for Wheeler, for example, I think they're still going to start him, but it's going to be like 3-4 innings. The same will be like for Justin Verlander, which I think that they said he's a little bit behind. But they're not going to necessarily just skip his start. And if they skip his start, they skip his start. It's not as valuable of an outing as one in the middle of July or so. Zach Allen, he's missing his first turn of the rotation. But then you kind of just treat him like he's the sixth man or something on it. And that's not that big of a deal. I'm not too concerned about Gallen's health with that shoulder moving forward. There's been a lot of discussion about it. It seems like a normal thing. You're getting back in the groove, and sometimes it's not as clean right out of the gate, and sometimes it is. But it's not something that is now an issue that is going to stick for the rest of the year. Same thing with Wheeler. Now Castillo, honestly, I was out beforehand because his whip is always bad, and I think that doesn't go away. So I'm already out on that one. And Flaherty is a much larger issue, as you mentioned. And that is, I'm grouping him with Lance McCullers and Chris Sale. Of these guys, right. I'm taking around the 50s of my starters now, which is very close to the cliff of figuring out if this guy I draft is actually going to be on my team through the season or not. So if I'm figuring like, if I take someone now, it's like a 50-50, might as well take the IL stash and get some value at some point in the year instead of going for something that's a little bit more risky.
McCullers is one that was really bummer for me because I really liked him coming into the season. I was very excited. I thought maybe I get a little discount too off the injury at the end, and then the lingering bad reports. And I don't know. I mean, perhaps this is one of the casualties of the lockout too, where guys weren't able to really work with the team doctors. They weren't able to report what they should be able to. So this is one of those things where you look back on it and you say, well, what did the lockout cost us? Oh, it cost us a week or whatever. Not really. It might cost us some certain seasons from some guys. And I think that's my concern.
I'm thinking about the Thanos meme. Yeah, it's just what it costs everything.
Well, I could put the mask and the glove on right now, but it's in the closet. So that only comes out at Halloween. Here's a question for you too when it comes to Wheeler, because Wheeler was kind of an anomaly last year. I mean, this is a guy that was nothing but inconsistent throughout his career. He would show those flashes of ace-like stuff for a start or two, or maybe a few innings, and then all of a sudden the bad Zach Wheeler would come. Last year, it was good Zach Wheeler start to finish. Are you buying into that? And does the shoulder issue start to give you pause on top of the, can he repeat this question mark that always comes when you have a pitcher like that who's always been one thing and then all of a sudden makes a tier jump into the elite category?
So I was a fan of Zach Wheeler this time last year because of his foundation. And then I was calling Sandy Alcantara Zach Wheeler 2.0, and they both have the same talent. Which is fastballs that are just overwhelming in upper 90s that churn outs. These are not high CSW guys because their fastballs induce a ton of weak contact. Zach Wheeler's sinker has a 40% O swing from last year, 47. Just to put that in perspective, the average one is under 30%. It's close to 24%. And that essentially means that he's throwing these fastballs that are starting on the plate and going off, and it's such a high velocity that guys are swinging at pitches they should not be swinging at, which means they're inducing bad contact or foul balls, and he's just getting a ton more strikes and outs than normal pitchers, which allows him to go deeper into games more often. That's why he had 213 frames last season, did Zach Wheeler. I love the fact that he increased his slider usage, and then that all of a sudden turned on the strikeout rate. And that, to me, is such a believable, dependable foundation for your teams. Is it going to be a 274 ERA? Honestly, in some ways, you could say it might be better because Girardi might not rely on Zach Wheeler in those later innings where he had a 4+ ERA in the deeper innings, right? I'm a huge fan of Wheeler. I understand the shoulder concerns. We just talked about that a moment ago. I think it's not a big major issue. They've already downplayed it since the initial quote. It seems like Wheeler might even still make that first start, just maybe 3 innings or so. And if he doesn't make the first one, don't worry about it. Right. It's going to be fine. I'm still buying into Wheeler at the same point. And remember, Buehler and Urias, who are going right around the same point, they're only going to throw 75 pitches in that first outing. So it's not like the entire league is pitching full and Wheeler isn't. So I'm not concerned about that, and I'm buying in for this year.
All right, let's talk about some of the pitchers who are going to make a jump. I know you love Alek Manoah. 1 run and 2 innings on Monday versus the Tigers. I'm a big fan of Trevor Rogers. That's my guy that I think is just scary good potentially of how dominant he could be. You know, those lefties are good when those left-handed hitters just don't want anything to do with them. And they're always like,
Yeah.
I'm going to take the night off tonight, Skip. I'm good. I'm not going to go out there and face Trevor Rogers. I think people forgot because so much of his good work was in the first half of the season. As the season goes on, we kind of forget, but I remember well how dominant he was. Who are some of the
Absolutely.
guys you think are ready to kind of make that jump into that elite tier that are probably sitting more in that 2 or 3 range right now in terms of draft ADP?
Oh man, so that's a really fun tier of those 20s, right? So
Mhm.
I mean, Manoah and Rogers are my two favorites there, as you already mentioned. Manoah with an elite four-seamer and an elite slider. The only thing that's really separating him from that top 10 position is just the strike rate around 65% of the slider. And you're like, guys, I have no idea reference point of that. Essentially, you want to throw more strikes with your best pitch. Manoah's slider is so filthy, he just throws too many waste pitches with it. And if he just gets a little bit more consistency inside the zone with that, you're going to see him accelerating quickly. The four-seamer gets enough strikes. It's dominant. It's, 17% swing strike rate on it last year. There is so much to love about Manoah. With Rogers, he does a great job jamming fastballs inside of righties and then change of staying away. And as long as he gets that slider over the plate, he should be good. I will mention that second half last year, he had a lot of personal issues going on. We all feel very terrible for him. Mine may be off the game for good reasons. I can imagine full off season, ready to go back for 2022. I'm definitely in there. Shane McClanahan is a guy that I absolutely adore. The biggest issue is that his fastball, despite being upper 90s at times, is a bit too hittable. I threw it about 41% of the time, but he has two of the filthiest breaking balls in that slider and that curveball. And I got to believe that the Rays are going to figure out exactly how to fine tune Shane McClanahan. And the other guy I do want to mention that's going a little bit later is Michael Kopech. Considering that I just mentioned that all these pitchers are being depressed earlier on, it means the impact of those of April weeks that Michael Kopech might be a little bit slow to start are not nearly as big as it normally would be in a season. So when we do see Michael Kopech unleashed, I mean, we saw it last year, 10 strikeouts in 5 innings against the Rangers. He's going to be in that rotation. All the quotes I've read have said, yes, Michael Kopech in the rotation, on the rotation. This time next year, we're going to be talking about him as an, oh my God, I got to get Michael Kopech in all my teams. I cannot watch him to start this year.
Huge fan of Kopech. The Welsh and I have talked about Kopech a lot on this program, and I think that we're going to be very excited. Who knows when we do our mock draft tonight, who's going to get him? My chance guess is one of us is going to get him. Although Bogman might sneak in there, you never know. Here's a fun question from Jeff Jones from the Peanuts and the Cracker Jacks. Can Blake Snell be an SP1 again?
So
Nick
here's
Pollack,
the thing.
what are your
That's a
thoughts?
great question, Jeff, because I have inside information, and my inside information is going to Blake Snell's Twitch stream at midnight one night, and about 100 viewers are there. He was taking questions, and I was like, oh man, let's do this. Blake Snell. At the end of August, we all know this. End of August, he decided, I'm going to put my changeup in timeout. I'm going to throw fastballs inside the zone for strikes, and then I'm going to use my slider.
On a sec.
And he was amazing.
Nick. If you're going to do all this, do it in Blake Snell voice, because Welsh
absolutely not.
always does Blake Snell voice.
I won't do that. No, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. No, but Blake Snell, I said, hey, is a changeup still in timeout? And I wanted him to say yes. I believe in my approach from last year was so successful. He said, no, man. I'm so excited to show off my changeup this year. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like it. The changeup has been hampering him for a while. I think that we're going to see a lot more volatility from Blake Snell this year, and I'm not buying in.
Negativity on the Blake Snell. I'm not a big fan myself, but I am a huge fan of Welsh's imitation of Blake Snell, which if you've missed it on the podcast, please, I beg you, find it, listen to it. Maybe he'll make a pick or two in Blake Snell voice here coming up in just a bit. Nick Pollack, before we let you go, I want to ask a question about some of the old farts in honor of me. Verlander, Charlie Morton. Clearly, there's still some guys out there with some age. I mean, Max Scherzer certainly no spring chicken either. How do you feel about some of these older pitchers in the draft specifically? Are there any that you're targeting, whether it be in the early, mid, or later rounds that you think, well, just because they're a little older doesn't mean that they don't have a place on my rotation, and maybe you buy into them more because they've been there, done that before, as opposed to many of these other kids that were just hoping for innings?
Absolutely. I found myself yesterday in that update of the top 100 pushing up both Charlie Morton and Justin Verlander.
Me
I would
too.
love to have both on my teams. Verlander's at 95 miles per hour right now. Is his slider not quite the same pitch it used to be right now? Absolutely. I don't think he needs to be a top 5 guy, though. And I think you're going to have a dependable season with Justin Verlander. I also found myself pushing up Adam Wainwright and Alex Wood yesterday. And Alex Wood isn't necessarily someone you think as old, but he's certainly a veteran now. We certainly think of him removed from that young upside self, but he looked great yesterday, and I think he can do great things in San Francisco, while Wainwright has the Cardinal defense still behind him and an incredible curveball with a sinker that gets a ton of called strikes. I think both of those guys can help you, and they're going at a spot where they don't really cost much at all. So I find myself getting a lot of Wainwright and Alex Wood on my teams.
All of us are smarter for having had you on the show as always. And everybody should like the video because Nick Pollack has just sat here for the last half hour and given you so much goodness. So please, in honor of our friend Nick Pollack, hit the like button, please. Subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB. Nick Pollack, you can check him out over on the Twitter machine at Pitcher List. And of course, check out all of the amazing live streams of Nick Pollack doing all kinds of things, eating cereal, hopefully not pancakes, because I heard that story and I gotta say that was very unsettling.
It's just medium rare. It's just slightly undercooked. Slightly.
Yeah, I'm not giving you any airtime
Try it
about
once.
that at all.
Try it once, Joe.
No. try once, I might die. That's the problem.
Oh,
It's like,
that's why.
Hey, you want some raw eggs, Joe? Here you go.
No, you've got spore influencing you right now, and that's just wrong. I
And
do not believe in
also,
raw eggs.
Our producer Chris did find a sponsor for the Nick Pollack Joe Pisapia face-off. Ben Gay is going to be the sponsor, or Icy Hot potentially. So I'm ready when you are. This summer, I'll get the old the old Easton out of the garage, and you and I can go out there and for charity or something, have a good time. Maybe you'll embarrass me. Maybe I'll take you deep. We'll see what happens. But I'm here for it. I want to do it. So
sounds great, Joe. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, of course. Let's go and do it.
Awesome. Nick Pollack, always a good sport. I love you, brother. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. We come back. It's mock draft time. Welsh, Bogman, you, me, mock draft wizard. It doesn't get better than that. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Festivus. That's right. It's the Fantasy Baseball Fest right here on Fantasy Pros MLB channel. Subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB, where you can watch Leading Off with me, the Welsh, Bogman, Pat Fitzmaurice, Mike Mayer, Ryan. Everybody's going to be on the show. It's going to be amazing. We've got so many friends here 5 days a week. Every day you're going to get a baseball podcast. How lucky are you? Just stop for a second.
Joe, by the way, you're like, Pat's Vidmore, Scott Bogman, Ryan. And it's like you did the Key and Peele, like just Josh Smith bit like there. And Ryan.
Peter,
I'm so excited for
some
Ryan
guy named,
to be drafted.
Some guy named Ted. Ryan hasn't earned a last name on the show yet. I don't know if Ryan likes to use the last name. You know, I love Ryan. Ryan's our social media director here. I think he's popping on from time to time. That's why I started to stop myself and I went, yeah, I think it's going to be Ryan too.
Ryan.
And some guy named, and he's the social media guy. So he's going to clip this and replay it everywhere. And that's great. So
got my
there
piece on the clip. That's all that we're looking for.
So anyway, we've got an incredible mock draft for you right now that we're going to be running. And it's really very exciting because we have the Draft Wizard, which is obviously the best way for you to go out there and run any mock drafts. We're using the multi-user, it's only hour 4 of this, multi-user draft software from Fantasy Pros, where you can basically send links to your friends, all get in the same draft room and work things out. And if we were friends with Ryan warmly, maybe we would send him a link, but he's just Ryan right now still. It's just Ryan.
How are you holding up, by the way? 4 hours.
I'm fine.
This has been a fantastic event. I see lots of people hanging out in the YouTube. We see questions galore. Pretty awesome, man.
It is. And I'm so happy that we've got Bogman and Welsh joining us here for this mock draft. We're going to be using the draft software. We're going to do a 5x5 roto style because I know that's what all the people still demand. We are going to do a points league mock, though, coming up next week. So I know you've been asking for the points league stuff. I'm in. Let's go. Welsh can go off and Scott Bogman, I can do that like men, like tough guys. We're going to do the points league head to head, which, by the way, if you're looking for a league to join, the Black Book Challenge, there's still some spots left. Not many, but there still are. So if you hit me up over on Twitter at Joe Pisapia 17 on my timeline, you'll see the link over at Fantrax where you can join. And think about this. If you join the Black Book Challenge, you know what's going to happen? You might have a chance to win MLB tickets because Fantrax is one of the most customizable fantasy baseball platforms out there. And now when you create a league, join an existing league like the Black Book Challenge, or bring your league over from another platform, you'll be entered to get a chance to win MLB tickets for you and your entire league. So if it's 10 people, if it's 20 people, you're all going. And you can learn more about it at fantrax.com/fest and sign up today. More leagues you have on Fantrax, the better chances you have to win those MLB tickets. Again, that link, fantrax.com/fest. So make it the Black Book Challenge. Come on, join and play head-to-head points where fun happens, where me and Bogman are. Bogman, you just came hot off the presses from a dynasty football show. Are you ready to change your brain here to baseball?
I am surviving. So I'm ready to go. I'm alive. I'm here. We're ready to rock. This is what the Welsh and I do. Mock drafts is what we do.
That's true.
So,
this is our go. This is our get go. We are always rammed and rocked for a mock draft.
There should be no issues for us at all. We
are
rocking.
Everything should go perfect.
Wow.
All of our issues are internal, not external.
Well, that I could tell you.
There's also some external
with you all
issues,
long
but
enough.
we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of issues here, but luckily there's no issues on the Draft Wizard, where, again, I encourage everybody out there to go. We have so many amazing tools for your draft at Fantasy Pros. We got the cheat sheets you can use. We've got the sync technology. It syncs up to your draft. So when you become a premium subscriber here at Fantasy Pros, the world is yours. You can have those cheat sheets update every time we move our rankings. You can choose your experts. And right now, I am on the clock for the first pick, and I don't care about Trey Turner. I don't care about all your stolen bases.
What?
I want Juan Soto because I'm the Juan Soto guy. So yeah, so I'm up first. I take Juan Soto. There you go. Top player. I got the big muscle thing here from Fantasy Pros. I like when we get all the big emojis, and I got the muscle emoji. Now, Scott Bogman is team 6. So Shohei Ohtani goes 2. Then Trey Turner goes 3. Vlad Guerrero goes 4. Fernando Tatis Jr. goes 5. Scott Bogman, who are you taking at 106?
I'll take Jose Ramirez, my number 3 player at number 6. No issues at all.
All
Yep.
right, there you have
I
it.
wish I had picked that spot. That's a spot that I wish I picked because that's
Mhm.
ridiculous. I'm on the wheel here. And one of the guys I would have taken had I been the 6th pick is there. And then there's also Bryce Harper. So I'm going to get a thumbs up. We're going to go Bryce first just to give me some thumbs up here. And we're going to go Bryce. So we're going to go double outfielder like I have been doing a ton. I don't necessarily mean to, but Ronald Acuna missing 2 weeks means nothing to me. He's going to be DHing. They said, I think it's April 21st. He's a monster. Projections missing, however, I think it's like 120 games played. He, what did I say, Boggs? He is projected to steal more bases than Mike Trout and Mookie Betts combined. He's also got 30 plus homers on that. He's going to be DHing. I couldn't think of a better start than Bryce Harper and Ronald Acuna in this. Let's go.
It's a tragedy that Ronald Acuna made it all the way down to you. So Bo Bichette went after Ramirez, then Tim Anderson, Garrett Cole, Jacob deGrom, Corbin Burns, Bryce Harper, and Ronald Acuna to the Welsh. Going back for round 2, Mike Trout, Rafael Devers, Mookie Betts, Walker Buehler, Freddie Freeman, then Scott Bogman. You are on the clock with 30 seconds for 207.
Normally I like to go hitter pitcher here, but Kyle Tucker still being on the board, I can't pass Cal, my buddy. So give me Jose Ramirez and Kyle Tucker to start. I love it.
Kyle Tucker to start.
We're playing this out, right?
What do we win? What do we win? Whoever wins the mock,
love
do we
and
win
respect.
something? No, I want an Acuna jersey. That's what I win.
Well,
right?
you have to subscribe to the channel and make a comment, and then technically, I guess you can.
I've
win.
done. I'm subscribed, and I just answered someone's question of the so they keep
Max Scherzer.
I'm entered.
Max Scherzer, Brandon Woodruff, Ozzy Albies just missed me. Luis Robert just missed me.
Take my best friend.
I am very sad about this fact. So now it is to me. I'm going to make another pick here. I'm just going to keep going outfielder pairs. Jordan Alvarez for me. And then it becomes a question of, do I want to start with a pitcher here, or do I want to have a little discipline and wait and continue on with my strategy? Now I can look for some stolen bases here. I can take Shane Bieber. I don't think Marte is worth this pick here personally, so I'm going to pass on him. Instead, I'm going to take one of my favorite players, Whit Merrifield, because second base is a tragedy. He's going to give me some of those stolen bases. So give me Juan Soto, give me Jordan Alvarez, give me Whit Merrifield. And we are on to team 2 in the 3rd round, taking Machado. Then Shane Bieber goes next. Starling Marte, 304. Robbie Ray, 305. Scott Bogman, you're up at 306.
Ooh, okay. I feel like I kind of have to take a pitcher here. So I'm going to go with... go away debating.
Ooh, your boy Zach Wheeler's out there.
Between my boy Zach Wheeler and Julio Urias, but I got Wheeler ranked ahead of him, so I'm going to just go ahead and take my boy Zach Wheeler. Not injured, totally fine, just a little shoulder soreness.
Everything's okay.
He's fine. Everything's awesome.
It's fine. It's like Ross and Friends with the fajitas. It's all just fine. Everything's fine. So Zach Wheeler, Urias goes directly after, then Matt Olson, Wander Franco, Aaron Judge, Francisco Lindor at 311. Christopher Welsh, you are up next with the turn at 3-4.
Oh man. Man. There are decisions to be had because I kind of want
Teoscar is the top suggestion by the Wizard.
And he's a little banged up. I'm not going to do that. You know who I really... I've taken all these outfielders. Can I take Cedric Mullins again to go with this group? Here's one I'm going to do. I'm going to take new Boston Red Sox, Trevor Story. Thank you very much. Power speed combo on the infield. And now the big decisions. There are some amazing bats on the board. There's some pretty good pitchers. Ooh, gentlemen, what do we do? Cedric Mullins is just jumping out to me, but do I want to go 3 outfielders to start? That's a dilemma of just being given all of the riches the planet gives you when you get Acuna and Harper. We're going to stay disciplined, and we're going to go with... Are we going to talk ourselves out of it?
Go ahead, do it.
All right, we're going to take Giolito. We're going to go with Giolito.
Smarter heads prevail there with Lucas Giolito. I think that's probably the right thing to do. Marcus Semien, Aaron Nola, Xander Bogaerts at 404, then Teoscar Hernandez at 405. Sal Perez lasting all the way to the 4th round. I was contemplating him. This one I did not. Scott Bogman, you are up next at 407.
I'm going to go ahead and do the opposite of what the Welsh just did.
And take Cedric.
Auto pick Cedric. Easy.
Yeah,
Easy.
it's a really good pick, and you shouldn't really even second guess yourself in the roto format. Even if you have 3 outfielders, you're going to start 5. It wouldn't have been a bad pick whatsoever had I done it, but that's a steal for you, Boggs.
It is. Cedric Mullins, the Nolan Arenado, Sandy Alcantara almost made it back to me. My goodness, I keep getting so close to some of these big time guys sliding. Josh Hader, Liam Hendricks. Welsh is having a cow because both of his favorite 2 closers now off the board. I don't know what Welsh is going to do. He's completely on tilt right now. That comes back to me. I'm going to take 2 pitchers here. At least one. I definitely feel good about my boy, Freddie P. I love Freddie Peralta. Nobody can talk me off Freddie Peralta. It's just not happening. I'm a big fan. The strikeouts are there. I think he's the real deal. Looking around, we know shortstop is deep, but it's starting to dry up a little bit. I think I can wait a little bit longer than that. I think what I'm going to do is hit third base, though, because Austin Riley is still available, and I really like him here. So I'm going to go ahead and take Austin Riley. So I've got Merrifield, Riley, Freddie Peralta, not Willie Peralta. I don't want to take Willie Peralta. That would be a terrible decision.
Willie Peralta,
Juan Soto, and Jordan Alvarez. So Austin Riley goes to me. Tyler O'Neill, Paul Goldschmidt, Kevin Gossman. Team 5 takes Nick Castellanos. Scott Bogman, you're up with 506.
I feel like I gotta get into the relief pitcher game here because every time I don't, I am upset. So Class A, I have as my number 3 closer. I'm gonna go ahead and snap him up right here.
Ooh, that one pisses me off.
So Welsh now is really mad. So he's going to go full Hulk because now there's no closers that he likes.
Willie still on the board.
Eloy Jimenez also gone off the board. Nelson Cruz, Pete Alonso, Lance Lynn, 511 takes JT Realmuto. A sigh of relief there. So Welsh, you're up for 512 and 601.
Yeah, that one infuriates me. All right, but I am going to take one.
Boy, you should have picked the 6th pick, shouldn't you?
I did. I was going to, but I've done it so many times in our mock drafts that we do here. All right, so
I know exactly who you're taking.
So we're going to do 2 things. Bogman knows one of them. We are going to take one closer, Raisel Iglesias. If I lose out in Class A, I've got Class A over him. It's totally fine. And then I'm going to take 40-1 odd MVP candidate. Gonna go 40-20. It's Joe's worst take of the entire season on anything he said on a podcast. I'm gonna take the not bust. No, the winner, the league winner, Byron Buxton is the biggest no-brainer on the planet with the pick in the 6th round. Nope. Power, speed, combo, love it. Mwah. Count it.
Yeah, it's great. He's going to lead the league in IL days again.
George Springer, 602. Is there some chat out there? Give me some Buxton love. Who loves that pick?
Yeah, everybody who likes Buxton, like this video right now before he gets hurt, but don't like it too hard.
Lots of people speaking up, Welsh. You've done a great
Jose
job.
Altuve, Chris Bryant, Jose Barrios, Corey Seager, Scott Bogman. You are up again on the clock.
I'm just going to go ahead and double up on these closers, take Edwin Diaz here and kind of put that to bed for a little bit. So got my 2 closers here with Class A and Diaz. So I am set there for a little bit.
All right. So you went back-to-back closer here. So I have to reload my draft right now, unfortunately, because this is the perils of hosting and drafting at the same time. So I've got a bad feeling when I come back, Willie Peralta will be joining Freddie Peralta on my team.
God, I hope so.
I think it's happened. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it has. So let's see. Did it? Am I still okay?
No, you're good.
Not?
You're good.
Oh, I'm good. Okay, good. I'm going to take Joe Musgrove, which I'm very happy about. And man, Charlie Morton is super tempting here right now too. First base is kind of a train wreck. Let me take a look at what's available right now on first base side of things. Come on, Wizard. Let's go. You can do it. Let's go. You're a wizard, Harry. Jose Abreu. All right. So I got Musgrove here. I don't really like. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go with the top lift here. And I'm going to go with Jorge Polanco because I'm a fan of Jorge Polanco. Now I've got my middle infield here. I've got some pitchers. Joey's happy. Jose Abreu goes next. Then Castillo. Logan Webb, Brandon Lau, Scott Bogman, you're up on the clock.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this to refresh here. Okay. Who we got? Abreu, Castillo, Webb went. Yikes. All right. I am go away debating here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go starting pitcher here.
Okay.
Because there's not a lot of great third or first that I want. Give me Montas here. I like Montas.
All right, Montas it is there. I have a couple other guys that I like a lot. I hope one of them makes it back to me. We shall see. Then we have Sale Freed, Dylan Cease, Javier Baez going, Ketel Marte right before the Welsh.
Right
That's got to
before me.
sting.
Yep.
Welsh, you're on the clock for 712
wah.
and 801.
Didn't feel great. Didn't feel great.
Disappointed.
Disappointed. That's exactly what just happened. Alrighty. Well, I mean, God, there's just so many good outfielders.
This is your
It's
Blake
killing
Snell
me every single
territory,
time.
isn't it, Welsh? I mean, come on.
No, we're not quite there. Don't worry, man. We were talking off air, by the way.
man.
Did you
Man,
guys hear?
It is hot out
hold
here.
on.
You got 20 seconds. Make
I
a
know,
pick.
I know.
before you
Oh, I
start
gotta
making
make
your
a
voice.
pick, man.
Pollack, he was like, I won't be that guy. Wonder what that meant, Nick. Throwing
Yeah.
me under the bus.
That means the Welsh.
I
That's who
won't
that
be
guy is.
that guy. What? Oh, that guy doing a great impression, Nick.
Just a spot on great impression.
Eating cooked pancakes. You psycho. All right. We are gonna go
That's
with
terrific.
Charlie Morton. I went Ryan Presley and Charlie Morton. I got both my closers. I have got 2 SPs. I got all the outfielders in the world. Lots of speed. I am loving this start.
Charlie
All
Morton.
right. I'm a big fan of Morton myself, so I love that pick there. Carlos Correa, then JD Martinez, 2 steals potentially at this point in the 8th round. Jazz Chisholm goes next. Somebody from the bus team, Jack Flaherty. Clearly, team taking 805 has a death wish here with Flaherty. Then Giancarlo Stanton, 806. Scott Bogman, you're on the clock for
Ooh,
807.
Stanton right before you, Boggs.
Yeah, that one definitely.
Ooh, that's
hurt
your dude.
a
That's
little
your
bit.
guy.
I'm just going through here. God, I don't like any of these guys. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and take top left for my team, Brian Reynolds. I'm usually real bad at batting
No!
average,
Get out of this
And-
draft.
and I can snap him up right here. So I like me some Brian Reynolds.
I hate you so much right now, Scott.
Thank you,
Bogman.
Joe.
So
I
much.
love that. That makes me feel
that was-
good.
That is the best compliment you could get for a pick, is someone
In-
just cursing your
I
who you are as
I
a
hate
person.
In my
so much
heart.
right now.
It makes me
Yeah.
feel so good, Joe. Thank
Oh.
you so much.
You Darvish, Chapman go, Tommy Edman goes, Christian Yelich goes, and I'm mad. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take an old pitcher and a young pitcher. I need an old priest and
I
a
need
young
an old
priest.
priest and a young priest.
I'm gonna go ahead and take Justin Verlander here because
Verlander.
I just believe.
Verlander.
I believe in Justin Verlander. And now I have a real choice. Alec Manoah, Trevor Rogers, Shea McClanahan. Oh, my goodness gracious. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to listen to Nick Pollack, despite the fact that his take on pancakes is weird. And I'm going to go ahead and take Alec Manoah here, although I really like Trevor Rogers too. So I'm loading up on the pitching to see if maybe, just maybe, I can get ahead that way. Jonathan India, Cody Bellinger go next. Then Jordan Romano, Ryan Mountcastle. Bogman, you're up for 906.
That Verlander pick pissed me off.
You're welcome.
I like.
Well,
we
you know what?
We get the
I'll-
Welsh's anger update after every pick.
Yeah, we
that is solid. God, I can't believe I'm going to take another Marlin here. I'm going to go with Trevor Rogers. He's top of the board here. I need another pitcher, so that gives me 3. I've got Wheeler, Frankie, and Trevor Rogers to go with. Tucker, Mullins, and Brian Reynolds. So I am okay, and Jose Ramirez, of course. I'm okay in my outfield now. Need some corners. I'm a little worried about that.
A little bit. Ooh, I like some of these names that just
They
went
just
to after you took
destroyed
your
my
suggestion
cue.
here. Yeah. Rogers goes, great pick. Then Blake Snell. Oh, man. I go 907.
man.
Then
I gotta
Max
wait till the
Muncy,
9th
Dalton
round.
Varsho, Bobby Witt, 910. Ooh, Carlos Rodon at 911. Welsh, you're on the clock for the last pick of round 9 and the first pick of round 10.
I mean, dude, they just demolished me there. I hate every single player that's available. All right. We are going to take. We could always use more. No, we're going to do this. We're going to go with Kylie Schwarbies.
Kylie.
Very nice selection there. I like that a lot.
Kylie Schwarbies. And. Ooh, do we want to do that? I'm very torn on 2 picks here.
Don't do it.
Do I continue a power run or do I positionally set myself up?
Don't do it.
I think he's looking at the Franimal. That's what I think he's doing.
Yep, that's exactly what I was looking at. I'm going to do it. What's that, Buck?
Yep.
What were those words?
I said shucks.
What
I
were the
think you're
words you
saying,
were going to say?
don't do it.
I'm don't know what you're talking about. I have
okay.
nothing but your words in my heart.
I just thought I heard very specific things that were going to come out of your mouth.
No, not at all. I mean, you know,
Did you like my pick?
Friend me.
I was gonna pray a little bit, but no!
Anthony Rendon goes after Franmil Reyes,
God.
Kenley Jansen, Jesse Winker, Mitch Haniger, DJ LeMahieu, Scott Bogman. You are on the clock.
I want to flip this table over so bad right now. I wanted Rendon so bad. Franmil was a good pick, but he was my backup for Rendon. Then Rendon went, but I don't have a corner yet, so give me Jared Walsh at my first base spot.
Rendon is who I was deciding between. It was Rendon and Franmil, and I decided.
That's why I said don't do it, and then you didn't do it. So you were
didn't.
doing me a favor, and then he went the very next pick. So thanks for nothing.
You're welcome.
Thanks for nothing, Welsh.
Oh,
Thanks for nothing, Welsh. Way to go, Welsh.
sorry.
All right. For me, it looks like maybe corner time or some more outfielders, possibly. Man, that Brian Reynolds thing still stings. I can't get over that. Jared Walsh, Brendan Rodgers, another one of my favorite guys. Boy, his ADP's climbing. Boy, I better stop talking about him. Giovanni Gallegos, Will Smith, Yasmani Grandal. All right, looking at the queue right now in the outfield, I do not like these guys. Taylor, Gurriel, Grisham. No. So therefore, we're going to have to pivot. Another fun pivot. So we're going to pivot around here, and you know what? Let's take some cheapness. Let's take some cheapness with CJ Cron, and we'll do that, and then we'll look over at third base.
I was gonna take him. I was 100% gonna keep going power and take him.
This guy's in the best shape of his life. I kind of like what's going on here. Let's
Ke'Bryan?
Ke'Bryan Hayes next. Yeah.
Best shape of his life alert.
Corners all done. We'll just find some outfield later.
Hey, gentlemen.
And yes, sir.
Could I just mention that Fantasy Pros MLB account
just so you know,
just crossed 5,000 subscribers thanks to me and my Byron Buxton pick. Clearly, it was my Byron Buxton pick that got us.
It was not subscribe. It was like. Not subscribe if you like Buxton.
No, they are all in. They're all in.
Okay. All right.
That was me, man.
If you say so. All right. After that madness here with the Byron Buxton moment, where are we at? We had Ke'Bryan Hayes, Blake Trinan, Shane McClanahan went way too late. Kershaw went way too late. Tyler Mahle, Scott Bogman. This is why you mock against the draft wizard, because the draft wizard is going to make it difficult for you and train you properly. Scott Bogman, 11:06. You're up on the clock.
Yeah, well, it was definitely going to be Shane McClanahan, but I love this guy. I'm going to take my boy Sean Manaea here.
All right, Sean Manaea. That's a nice pick.
Everyone's quiet like
that.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the confirmation there. You
that's a pick.
Okay, that's a pick. You made a selection.
Well, you know why I
like
that
guess.
Pick? I like that pick because he's going to be a Yankee or a Red Sox probably. So that's why I like that pick.
Thanks,
I mean, he's not finishing the year with Oakland. Chris Bassett, also not finishing the year with Oakland. He's a Met already. Jake Cronenworth, Wilson Contreras, Framber Valdez, Dansby Swanson, the Welsh, 11-12, 12:01. You're on the clock.
All right. Do we do that or do we do that? All right, here's what we're going to do. I was just pick 132, absolute steal, and Joey Votto being out there for my corner. And then we are going to snap up another oldie but boring. They say experts say a value pick in him. I'm going to also take, is it going to let me? I'm going to take Nathan Eovaldi for another boring pitcher.
Right, there you go.
But I guess my third pitcher in my rotation. So very much like him. All the power, stolen bases, pitchers and closers. This is the formula, gentlemen. The formula.
This is the
Welsh
formula.
has the formula. That's what I've always said. It's Dr. Boehner and Welsh. Those are the two.
All right. After Eovaldi, Austin Meadows, Pablo Lopez, Josh Bell, Willie Adams, Reese Hoskins goes 12:07. Scott Bogman, you're on the clock.
I mean, you're ahead of me, so I keep I'm lagging a little bit behind here. But yeah, that Reese Hoskins one pick ahead of me really does bother me. So that
does it? Couldn't tell.
Yeah, it was upsetting, Welsh, if you couldn't tell. But I love this guy. I'm gonna snap him up right here. Give me Chris Taylor. Love the power speed combo here in the Dodgers lineup. Don't like Dodgers, but Chris Taylor is a guy that I like to have on my team. So if you can't beat him, draft him on your team.
He was on my queue. So there you have it. All right, now it comes back to me after Taylor. Joey Gallo goes, then Miles Straw, Shane Boz, Sonny Gray. I'm going to take one of my favorite pitchers still on the board here, and it's my boy, Eduardo Rodriguez.
I knew it.
Love this pick here.
I knew
so
it.
excited. Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, brother.
Rodriguez. Yeah. Going all the way to the top. Yeah. All right. After that, I'm looking at the closer market, and it's gross. I'm going to take Taylor Rogers instead. We just had a nice conversation there, so I'll start with that. I'm going to pass on Mark Melanson because I know Welsh would probably throw a fit if I did that. I got the reach alert, but I need some kind of closer here, so I got to do something. And
I can
I'm not happy about
Welsh
it.
will
But
not care if you take Mark Melanson.
I don't really
I'll
care.
just-
I mean, I had him as my
13
bust.
here.
I don't really care.
no, I mean he would like yell at me because I'm stupid.
Oh,
for
I
taking
see.
I mean,
him,
it's
is what
why I
mean.
don't
Yes.
like. I like to draft the good ones, so I don't have to decide between drafting guys like Mark Melanson
That's
and
fair.
Taylor Rogers.
That's fair.
But
Matt Chapman is a great value at 1302. I think.
Breaking
We can
news:
get 25
Welsh
home
likes
runs on
good
him.
players.
I
So-
do like
Yes,
it. Well, not
that's-
according to Mike Mayer, who's trolling us in the chat saying, prediction. Mike Mayer says Welsh's draft gets a big thumbs down from him.
Ooh,
So
Luis
let's
Garcia,
see.
Zach Gallen, Ian Anderson, Scott Bogman. You're on the clock for 1306. It's so unlike Mayer to troll you guys or me. For that
trolling.
matter.
So Welsh knows who I'm.
You have 9 seconds, Bogman.
Yeah, well, it says 15 for me, but Welsh knows who I'm taking. Do you want to take a
I
guess? I
wouldn't
already
wait.
did it.
Okay.
It's a relief pitcher that I
Camilo
like and no one
Doval.
else does. That's it.
Oh yeah,
That's the
Camilo
one
Doval. That is Bogman's
that
favorite
I like,
player on the
and
planet.
nobody else likes Camilo Doval. I
Two
have no
players.
idea why.
There's 2 players that Bogman lives
right.
and dies by. It's Camilo Doval.
Don't
and
say
it
the
is
other
Robbie
one.
Grossman.
Come on,
Oops, sorry.
he's still on the board, you jerk.
Sorry.
Can't talk about
Jared
players not
Kelenic.
taken.
Jared Kellen at 1307, 1308, Seiya Suzuki, Logan Gilbert 1309, 1310, Trent Grisham, then Yohan Moncada, who also made the bus team, 1312. Welsh, you are on the clock.
Ooh, can I sneak one? I'm going to try to sneak something. Okay, so we're going to do this. I loved, and I agree with Mr. Nick Pollack about Michael Kopech, and I'm going to snap him up. This is an easy pick
you
here.
jerk.
Easy pick. And then this guy should also not be sitting on the board here, and this is going to help my batting average a little bit. I'm going to slap up Ty France, who I can put at every single position. So Ty France
You
in the
really love
150s.
Ty France, don't you?
I do love Ty France. He's a multi-eligible player. I had said, didn't I say it on our show, Joe, that I said,
You did?
or maybe it was ITL. No, it was middle infield. It was ITL that Ty France and Jake Cronenworth are the new DJ LeMahieu's. Multi-position eligible, 20 homers, good batting average, do a little bit of everything. DJ LeMahieu is the old DJ LeMahieu, and it's now Ty France's time and Cronenworth.
There you go. It's Ty France's time. Welsh has made it so. If you like that,
Mhm.
like the video if you're buying into that. Michael Conforto, Lourdes Gurriel, Mark Melanson finally goes at 1404, then 1405. Turner, Lance McCullers, Scott Bogman, 1407, 30 seconds.
Okay.
30
you know what?
seconds.
I like the guy at the top of the board here. I'm just going to snap him up. I like this power speed combo that I've got going on. So go ahead and give me a Adolis Garcia because I don't really care about batting average. That's why I drafted Brian Reynolds. So I don't have to. So give me Adolis Garcia for that power speed combo.
Oh, I'm so mad because Hunter Renfroe just went. Oh, and Dylan Carlson too. This is the worst thing ever. Ranger Suarez, Corey Knievel, and I'm miserable. That's what's going on here. Now my queue is empty. I'm a miserable person, but that's really no
true.
different than normal. All right, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna go ahead and take another one of these darlings by the media that comes on our show every week.
Who is this? Who's the
Patrick
media?
Sandoval. I don't
Oh,
know.
I just queued
How many,
him up.
how many hours I've been doing this right now? Patrick Sandoval is going to go. Yes, I got the reach alert. I don't care because Michael Kopech's gone, and now I'm completely on tilt in this draft right now. Looking at the ranks, trying to see what I need on my roster right now. I did grab one reliever. Probably should grab another one. You guys think Craig Kimbrell's going to save games this year? What do you think?
I think he's a good bet right now. I'm not sold that the White Sox are actually going to move him, even though it's a big amount of money.
You'd think it'd be done by now.
You would
That's the
think it
thing.
would be done by now, but at the same time, they could do it, with a couple days left to go. I don't know. I haven't looked at who the closer market is because I got two great ones already, so I don't even need to worry about it. But that would probably be the pick here. He's the best speculative bet over a guy like
Yeah, you
Soto
know
or
what?
Bednar.
Screw it. I don't care. I'm going to get a bad grade. I don't care. I'm going to take another pitcher instead. Mike Clevenger, get some strikeouts in there. See, just loading up on starting pitching.
Come on.
Forget the
Take
relievers.
dumb
Let's
closer.
go.
That's who I wanted.
No, I'm not taking dumb closers. It's all or nothing, and nothing it is. Adam Wainwright, Escobar. Then we got Michael Brantley, Trey Mancini, Scott Bogman. You're on the clock for 1506.
It's going to be Josh Donaldson for me because I don't have a third baseman and it sinks like a stone after this pick. So give me Donaldson.
All right, Donaldson, nice pick there from Bogman. Hopefully he stays healthy this year. I'm sure they're going to love him in New York. He's such a personable fella. Jake McGee, 1507. Then Robbie Grossman goes right after 1508. There's your boy. You let him just walk. You let him walk, Bogman.
I got
the
enough
robot.
speed on. I got
1509.
enough speed on this team.
Sure you do. Eugenio Suarez, then Marcelo Zuna at 1510. Hyunjin Ryu at 1511. The Welsh, you're on the clock for 1512.
Oh man. Well, you know what? I'm going to skip on that guy. I got some
little
plans
guy?
here. That little guy? Don't worry about that little guy. We are going to go. Oh, we don't have a lot of time here. Let's see if we can get over to it. Come on, system. Come on, baby.
Come on,
Sign
baby.
the
Sign
treaty.
the treaty, baby.
All right. We are going to go with Marcus Stroman for 1.
Okay.
And then, did my other guy
And
go? Did Ryu
then-
go?
Yes.
Yes, he
Hyunjin
did.
Ryu
Oh,
went right
one
before you.
Pick
One
for
pick
you.
before you.
Are you?
How you like them apples?
Not at all. That sucks.
I thought
All
it was
right.
Yes, well, this is what happens when you have a real draft software that challenges you.
Stupid robots. God,
Now
so
available at
stupid robots.
fantasypros.com/draft wizard. By the
All right. Well,
way,
this
if you
is.
wanna
I'm
get
gonna.
into some mock
I
drafts.
wasn't gonna
Welsh
do this
spots.
pick, but I'm gonna do this pick here. I'm gonna go with Alex Verdugo. I have a little bit of a discrepancy in batting average. This is my 5th outfielder now, but I can put Franmil down. The only thing I was lagging as far as offense goes was my batting average, and he's just a guy that's going to help that. And I have so much power and speed in other spots, I can afford to get him. And that is going to make me pass on a guy that I absolutely love because I just don't have room for him later. And I will mention if we remember who that was.
Well, Stevenson goes next, and then Severino goes flying from my queue. Avisail Garcia at 1604, Eddie Rosario 1605, Craig Kimbrell 1606. Bogman, you're on the clock for 1607.
Yeah, I am gonna take a starting pitcher here, but I am kind of debating.
Good luck
I mean,
with that.
Waffling?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just waiting to see who comes up on the available list here. How much time do I have left here, boys? 26 seconds.
You
Is
have
that right?
14 seconds.
I got about, I got
I
about
would make
15
it. I got
seconds.
10.
All right. I'm gonna go with I like Joe
No
Ryan.
seconds.
I know that
Good pick. Very nice.
a lot
Well
of
done.
people wouldn't take him here. Who's kind of low on this list, but I'm a Joe Ryan fan, so give me some upside.
I've
All
always
right,
said that.
I
Joe
definitely
Ryan guy.
need
Joe Ryan guy.
some
That's
help here. I need some help in stolen bases, and I could use an outfielder. You know what?
Akil
This is
Badu.
not a player. I think I've taken it all. I'll just recap real quick. After Joe Ryan, Gleyber Torres, Anthony Rizzo, Tariq Skubal, Ryan McMahon. I think Akil Badu can give me 20 steals. I'll go ahead and take Akil Badu.
Okay.
We'll do that. We'll Badu that. We'll
I'm not
Badu
trying
that
to
all
talk about
day.
him. There's someone
Come
else
on,
I would take
Joe.
instead of him, but I think that's
We'll
a fine pick.
do that.
That's fine. Joe Adele is out there. Tanner Houck's out there. Those are players I like. Another guy that I know Welsh does like for stolen bases too, because I need some more of those, and I need a middle infielder. It's Ahmed Rosario, so I'm going to go do that as well. So
you
here
are
you go.
such a
Yes. You can't say it. 'cause
What
it's
were
a
those
live
words,
stream.
Welsh? What were those words you were
Yeah,
about to say?
I'll text him to both of you. In just a little bit. Don't worry. Yeah, that one.
Let me
that
look
one's
at my phone here.
not
Whoa,
fun.
hey, language.
Oh,
what are
my
you doing
Lord.
here?
that
Wow.
one doesn't make me happy.
That was mean, Welsh. All right, next here,
Nice.
as we go through, I took Badu and I took Rosario, and then after Rosario goes Luis Urias of the Milwaukee Brewers. Then Brandon Belt at 1703, Euler Gurriel 1704, Jorge Soler 1705, Scott Bogman on the clock for 1706.
I am trying to draft Tristan McKenzie here. So I'm gonna get me another starting pitcher with some upside. So let's go with McKenzie.
All right, very good. So Tristan McKenzie goes to Bogman after Tristan McKenzie. And I like that you took McKenzie because you guys have the same body type. I think that's cool. You guys
Yeah. Me and
you guys,
McKenzie. That's
share clothes together.
everyone says, tall,
They get
skinny
very
guy,
confused.
Bogman, McKenzie, right? Same skin tone, same facial hair, exact same guy, basically.
You
Body
often
type,
get
height,
mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Herman Marquez goes next. John Means, Scott Barlow at 1709, Tanner Houck at 1710, who I was just talking about. Noah Syndergaard taking a shot there at 1711. That puts Welsh on the clock for 1712 in the beginning of the 18th round.
All right, I took Desclafani for 1, and then taking a little peeky peek here. I'm going to go a little bit more stolen bases. And because I've got Ty France, I don't have a third baseman. Ty France can move over there.
We all know you have Ty France. You get like $1 every time you say Ty France.
Were you aware? But I'm going to
I
go
am
with
now.
another stolen base guy. I'm going to take Colton Wong as my second baseman.
There you go. That's another good name there.
I like
Descafani and Wong to Welsh, excuse me. Then Jose Urquidy, Ramon Laureano. The picks are coming fast and furious. Trevor Bauer. Jordan Montgomery is a steal. I've been wanting to take Jordan Montgomery. I have no more space. We're not doing benches tonight. 1805. That is a steal. Kyber Ruiz, 1806. I guess the catcher run starting Bogman. So it's up to you here, 1807.
I mean, I'm not going to take a catcher, so I will wait till the very end. I don't have a starting shortstop. Crawford is still available, and I've taken a couple of questionable batting average spots here. So give me B. Craw to raise that batting average and hit me some homers from that shortstop position. And I'm not chasing steals here. I've got Jose Ramirez, Chris Taylor, Tucker, Mullins, Reynolds, and Adolis. So I will be snapping up Brandon Crawford.
Two things you don't chase in life: steals and waterfalls. I've always said that.
That's right. That's right. Also, I mean, personally, I'm not a chase scrubs guy. So sometimes like to chase scrubs. Usually they're found out the passenger side of your best friend's ride, but I don't find them. So
I'm so mad about that last pick that just happened.
They are.
Because Alex Kirilloff just went, and that makes me mad. Brandon Crawford goes to Bogman, then Greinke, Austin Hayes, Kirilloff, Adam Duvall. Not happy. Again, not happy. I'm going to take a little bit of everything here. And Ian Happ, I need some outfield help. I'm not a Benintendi guy, and I'll take the extra 20-plus home runs. Take a little power there. And then I do need another closer, so I'll just go ahead. I got a steal. I got 3 claps from the draft wizard. Not 1, not 2, but 3. So I'm very pleased with myself. All the claps, so many of them. I'm gonna have to. It claps so hard that I actually have to refresh my draft page actually for a second. So
the only clap.
We'll see what happens here. You never know when you refresh your draft page what happens. It's a crapshoot. Could come back. Could have some fantastic pick waiting for me still. Or it could have Andrew Benintendi, who I don't want. We'll see what happens here. I still got 36 seconds, so I'm good here. I got plenty of time. I don't want Benintendi. I actually don't.
I know.
The guy that I want is a closer, and he's on my queue. I just need to get there, and I did in the nick of time. Gregory Soto, fine, whatever. Saves or saves, blah. I hate my
Soto,
life.
Bednar, they're whatever.
Yeah,
whatever,
be a little less
whatever.
excited.
Same deal.
O'Neal Cruz went. That was a really good pick.
Hernandez, Mitch Garver, Oniel Cruz, Adley Rutschman, Scott Bogman, 1906.
Give me a boring player here. Give me Charlie Blackmon here.
Blackmon?
In my outfield spot. That would give me my last outfielder. I got Tucker, Mullins, Reynolds, Adolis, and Charlie Blackmon. Did he go?
All right. No,
I think he's still out there. I see him. He's
not on my
happened yet.
board here.
I see he's the 4th highest on the overall. 11% push.
They are not
freshy.
Yeah, let me just do this. Let me search. Blackmon. There we go. Draft. Got him.
Got him. Oh, is Benintendi gonna fall
by
to me?
using the search feature? He was able to get Charlie Blackmon.
Oh,
Andrew Benintendi does not make it to you, Welsh. I am sorry.
Man.
Gene Segura, Alex Wood, then Andrew Benintendi, Aaron Savali, Luis Garcia of the San Diego Padres.
I know.
Welsh,
I feel real bad for Welsh, Joe. How bad do you feel?
Oh, terrible. I don't even know if I can make it through the rest of the live stream. Tell you the truth.
I understand that.
The worst.
It's gonna be tough. I'll continue on.
You guys will survive.
Through?
That's great.
Yeah. So Welsh, you're on the clock here for 19, 12, and 21.
John Gray. And then what else do I need? I think I need one more outfield or util spot, middle infield, and then a catcher. Ooh, but we got to get over to the page here.
Uh-oh.
I thought Benintendi was going to fall to me, and that was the guy.
I love the John Gray pick there. At 1912, that's a fantastic selection because that's all upside there as far as I'm concerned. If it doesn't work out, you cut him in May. Who cares? You give him 4 starts and you see what happens. If he clicks, that's a winner right there. I love it.
We are going to go. Bogman's he hates this guy, but we're going to go with actually the top lift here. And AJ Pollack, 55% want me to do it. I need an outfielder. It's 20 homers. It's 10 stolen bases.
I was going to take him next if you didn't take him. He was the next guy on my list. So
yes.
Joe Barlow, Luke Voigt, Gary Sanchez, Jonathan Scope, steal a 2006, and then back to you, Scott Bogman for 2007.
I will be taking as soon as I can Frank Schwindel as my util spot here. So
The
Schwindel.
Schwindel gets selected by Scott Bogman here.
Boom.
All right, let's see. I know exactly who I want to take here. The question is, will he make it to me? Let's see who goes next. After Schwindel, we've got Hector Neris, Patrick Wisdom, Heimer Candelario. That's a good pick there, 2010. Kyle Hendricks, and then me, Joey P, is up for more. I'm going to take Joe Adele because
I almost took him. It's a good pick.
It was Adele or Pollack for me. It was one of those two. I wanted both, but I figured only one would make it to me. So give me Joe Adele. And then I can I go different places here because I got the utility spot. Probably could use a little bit more power. I'm not going to take a catcher. I'm going to stay on brand because that's what I do. Catchers they're people, but as far as fantasy goes, Sal Perez and the rest of them. Yeah, well, you know how it is. All right, I just need a little luck here. Let's see, do I want to just kind of go all the way for the top lift of Miguel Sano and just crush my batting average?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Crush it. Do it.
You know what? Let's go with Bobby Dahlback instead. Let's
continue
with the Bobby Dahlback for the Boston Red Sox. Casey Mize goes next. Then Eric Haas, Gavin Lux, followed by Christian Javier, followed by Scott Bogman at 2106. I hope everyone's liking this video because we are here for your amusement.
That's right.
For me, I'm going to take Josh Rojas and get my one Diamondback on this team. So sorry about it.
Well, we're going to go back to the figuring out what the hell I'm going to do at middle infield because that was my pick.
On a serious note, I want to thank everybody, though, for crossing 5,000 subscribers. That is a phenomenal feat. It's mostly due to Chris's great work, our esteemed producer of Fantasy Pros.
Him too.
I would say the ratio is like 10% me, 3% Welsh, and then like 2% Bogman. And then the rest is all Chris, or maybe 1% Bogman and like 0.5% Mayer and Ryan, who has no last name. I think maybe that, and maybe, and 1% Dan Harris. Who's Dan Harris? He vanished at a mid-era. He's like
this Dan Harris?
He's like
guy?
A ghost. This Dan Harris,
a made-up name, all right. Anyway. You know. Who
so Casey Mize, Eric Haas, Gavin Lux, Christian Javier, Rojas, Vaughn, Andrew Vaughn goes next. Then trying to keep up here, David Bednar, Carlos Carrasco, Luis Arise, Steven Strasburg. Welsh is back on the clock again. Did my pick get? Where are we? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm
21. Did you make your picks or no? Okay.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go.
Here we are. Home
Garrett
stretch
Mitchell.
here, boys.
Garrett Mitchell, a pretty good value that's still sitting out here. I need middle infield, though I needed more
Garrett
RBI.
Mitchell?
I'm Garrett Hampson.
Or I thought you were like calling him by his middle name or something.
I was looking at all the different guys. And
Garrett
I'm take,
Mitchell
Travis
Hampson
Darno.
will forever be his name now. That's it.
I mean,
very nice.
I thought you were making up a player. You're just like,
well, he's a Brewers outfielder. That's why.
Yeah,
he's a top prospect with the Brewers. Garrett Mitchell.
You know what's funny, Bogman?
I'm going to take
Welsh
Greg
can always just. Welsh can always make up a name and be like, "Oh yeah, he's a prospect. He's an outfielder for the Royals."
I could, I literally could,
and we all just accept it and be like, "Yeah, okay."
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And then
it's like those old days of like, you're playing like Madden or something and you get into your 7th year of the franchise and then it starts creating guys. Yeah. It's like Elijah Manning. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. That's Elijah Manning. So there's a guy.
Well, I mean, there was an Elijah
All right,
Manning.
So Travis Darnell goes to Welsh. Alex Cobb, Christian Vasquez,
what do you think
Cal
Eli
Quantrill, Dylan Floro.
Come on.
Tommy Pham, Scott Bogman, you're on the clock for 2207. You know how hard it is to keep this mock on track.
Did you just hear Welsh? Like, did you just hear that whole conversation?
That is
it's like Elijah Manning. And I was like, well, there was an Elijah Manning. What do you think Eli's short for? You know?
Bogman, you got 7 seconds. Make a pick.
I'm trying. It's not updating for me. I want Vasquez anyway. So it's probably just going to auto pick me Vasquez. So
all right,
literally a Hall of Famer that I said.
Yeah.
Sean Murphy or Carson Kelly here. I always end up with Sean Murphy at the end of the day. Every draft I end up with Sean Murphy. It was Tommy Pham, Kikuchi, Steven Matz. Wow, Steven Matz at 22. That's a folder there. Fletcher, Mark Kana, great pick in the 22nd round. Tyler Glasnow, and then Joe Pisapia closing things out here with Sean Murphy in honor of St. Patrick's Day from last week. So Sean,
I'm
Murphy,
wearing a green shirt for St. Patrick's Day from last week.
What are our grades,
I
gentlemen?
got a B+, 87 out of 100. B+ for Joey P. Welsh, the draft wizard always loves you more than me. So let's
hear what Bogman got first. Let's hear what Bogman got.
My stuff is all frozen, so why don't you go, Welsh?
Oh, okay. Well, I got an A. I got 96 out of 100. Even though Mike Mayer doesn't like my draft at all, hates me as a person, I got an A, 96 out of 100. Let's look at these projected standings.
Oh, you know what though? The hot take, here it is right here. Joe Pisapia Fantasy Pros likes your draft more than any other expert. Don't mind if I do. That's right.
That was yours? That was
Mine.
Joe, you liked your own
I
draft
love
more
me
than
some
anybody?
me.
Nobody
I love my
nobody
own
loves
brand.
Joe more than Joe.
It's true.
Wow. It's I mean,
And that's saying something because
just I want everyone to realize that I'm working with Welsh and Joe on a consistent basis here, and they're both Terrell Owens. Like they're both Terrell Owens.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess I'm Jeff Garcia over here or something. So I don't know.
I guess.
But,
I guess
yeah.
you have a
Yeah.
similar voice to Jeff Garcia. I always said
okay.
Yeah.
high pitched, whiny.
Yeah.
Sort of.
All right, so what are we doing here? We doing our what ifs and
Yeah,
all
I
let's
got
go
those?
through
a
it.
B minus, by the way.
Aw.
Just
There you
came
go.
up for me. 82
right,
out
so-
of 100.
I'm just glad Welsh didn't technically win this draft. Team 4
Well-
is ahead of him for some reason.
No, we're
we
tied.
both
We're
have
tied. I
96.
won. I get
Okay.
the Acuna jersey. Send it over. I'll give you my address.
No, Team 4 gets it. Team 4 gets it. It's
Yeah,
Team 10
I
with
see
91
Team
points.
4 is ahead of you.
But
I do too.
we are
I mean,
96 and 96 on the score. How
I
do
don't
they
know,
beat
man.
me?
By the way,
all I know is there's some sort of tiebreaker.
Mayor and Pisapia both hate my team. So, but
That
my
sounds-
boy
Okay, well let's
Pat
go through. Let's
all
let
right.
Joe
loves
host. Let's
it.
go through the
So,
motions.
okay.
Yes, let Joe host for a little bit. Let's see what happens here. I'm 4th. Team 8 is 5th. Scott Bogman is 6th. But we all had 80 and above. You had an 82. I had an 87. Welsh has a 96 because he games the system. Let's talk about the let's talk about the draft insights here on the back end of things. What if I had drafted Trey Turner at the 1-1, then I would have been significantly higher. But I know our next guest, Derek Van Riper, would have yelled at me too for not taking Turner, but I took Juan Soto. The steals of my draft, Ian Happ, Joe Adele in the 20th round, Happ in the 18th round. I reached on Brian Hayes. I reached on a closer, no kidding. But again, I am the biggest fan of my draft, according to this. So if I'm looking for other expert opinions, Scott Engel, Andy Behrens, Mike Mayer likes my draft.
Oh.
Our first guest of the evening, Dalton Del Don, does not like my draft. Scott White, who always likes my draft, did not like it. And Fred Zinke, who wins every expert league ever, didn't like my draft. So it's probably not very good. So Welsh, let's go to you. Who are your thumbs up, thumbs down? How'd the experts shake things out for you?
So we got top players were Bryce Harper, Franmil Reyes. What if I drafted George Springer at 5'12" and drafted a pitcher later? It says I would have scored higher. My steals were Alex Verdugo in the 16th, which is 2 rounds later than he's ranked, and AJ Pollack in the 20th, 3 rounds later. I was top 4 in homers, stolen base, batting average, wins, and saves. That's 5 categories I was top 4 in. And the hot take was site projections of RotoChamp liked mine the most. My expert opinions, the people that hated me, that personally hate me as a person, were Nate Markham, Dalton Del Don also hated me, Pinowski. So Yahoo just not having
Man,
me.
yeah, Yahoo does not like Welsh.
Nope. Brad Chamara from Rotoballer and Ariel. That's unfortunate. I will be on his show later this week. The people that loved me, site projections, me. I loved me. Scott Youngston, Joe Bond, and Max Freeze. So those were my
Joe Bond,
expert
very
opinions.
good. Joe's good people, so that's a good one.
I
Right
agree.
There. Bogman, how about for
good
you?
Insight.
Top
He's a
player
good
is
insight.
Jose Ramirez. My what if was George Springer at 5.6 and draft a pitcher later. My steals were Crawford, Blackman, and Frank Schwindel. My reaches were 2 closers, Class A, Doval, and Joe Ryan. My categories that I'm good in are stolen base, saves, and whip. On the expert opinions, number 1 person who loves my team, Fred Zinke, then Chris Clegg, Pat Fitzmaurice, Frank Stampfl, and Jeff Bogus. Thumbs down from Lucas Spence from Pitcher List. Dalton Del Don also hates me. Mike Mayer. Joe Pisapia dislikes my team.
Oh, I agree.
Joe Bond. And then as far as my categories, really good at stolen base, really bad at everything else. Pitching, I'm kind of middling, and everything except for saves, obviously, I was pretty solid in.
No, Dalton Del Don, our first guest of the night, dislikes all 3 of our teams.
Clean sweep, hated
there.
it.
All right, let's recap, shall we, the rosters here. See if we would go into a season with these teams, and how do we feel about them? Let's start with you, Scott Bogman. It doesn't have a catcher for you. I don't know why. I think that probably hurt
Well, I was
you.
going to take Vasquez at the end, but it took me Kikuchi. So
Yeah, so there you go. So
computer
Vasquez,
froze.
let's pretend
My
is your
bad.
catcher. Then Jared Walsh, Chris Taylor, Brandon Crawford. Little light there, but then you turn things around with Jose Ramirez, Josh Donaldson, Josh Rojas, Kyle Tucker, Cedric Mullins, my boy Brian Reynolds, Adolis Garcia, Charlie Blackman, and Frank Schwindel. How do you feel about the offense of this team, Box?
The offense I like, so I'm okay with this offense. I think I probably would have liked to have a better util than Schwindel, maybe a better MI than Rojas, but other than that, I think I'm okay with this build.
All right, the staff here is Zach Wheeler, Frankie Montas, Trevor Rogers, another one of my favorites, Sean Manaea, Tristan McKenzie, Joe Ryan, Yusei Kikuchi, Edwin Diaz, Clase, and Camila Duvall. So you actually got an extra closer in there too. So you snuck that one by us.
Mhm. Yeah, cheating. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right? So ask the Astros about that. But yeah, I like my closers here. My starters are okay. I feel like maybe I reached on Edwin Diaz a little bit, or I know the system says Class A. I got him as my third overall closer though. So I think maybe wait on a closer for a middle one and take another starter is probably something I would have done different had this been a real draft.
The Welsh catcher, Travis Darnell, then Kyle Schwarber at first, Garrett Hampson, Trevor Story, Ty France. Say it one more time, Welsh.
Ty France.
Ty France. Ty
Cha-ching.
France.
Thank you.
Cha-ching.
Joey Votto, Colton Wong, Bryce Harper, Ronald Acuna. I still can't believe you pulled that off. You got your boy Byron Buxton, Franmil Reyes, Alex Verdugo, AJ Pollack. That's the killer combination of Acuna and Buxton. Let me tell you, anybody who's watching this, if somebody lets Ronald Acuna get all the way to the 12th spot, you better take him. That's just insanity. Welsh.
Yeah, Harper, Acuna, Buxton. It's dumb. I mean, I've been, for better or for worse, all off season, I've been putting together these big outfields, and sometimes I'm a little bit light on the infield. But today, this was a situation too where it's like I got Schwarber, even Hampson to throw in there, Ty France, Trevor Story. So I love the offense. And the offense, I think 4 of the 5 categories I was top 4 projected in.
Lucas Giolito, Charlie Morton, Nady Evaldi, then Michael Kopech, Marcus Stroman, Anthony DeSclafani, John Gray, Raisel Iglesias, Ryan Presley. I got to tell you, Welsh, we've done a lot of these mocks. I like this pitching staff the most that you've assembled. It was at the cost of missing those elite relievers.
Yeah.
But I actually think this is a roster I'd rather have. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm happy. Like, this is the best next case scenario. Like, sure, would I like to have Hader, Hendricks? Yes. I love personally Class A, but to get Iglesias and not Class A, I'm okay. And then I was able to get Presley even a little bit later. Probably not something a lot of people are going to have. I mean, I say that, you know what? And there's a lot of people that are in just normal 12-man leagues that, closers are not going to go crazy like it does in industry. This was a best case scenario. A couple things here or there could have gone with pitchers that would have made me a little bit happier. It's kind of a boring staff, but it's a staff that gets it done. And I got lots of innings in there. I got some pitchers on some good teams for wins. So like I said, I mean, I'm walking away. Projections, we laugh at them or we curse them. Either way, I'm happy with this team, regardless if it would have said, 96 out of 100 or not.
All right. For me, Sean Murphy at catcher, then Austin Riley at first, Whit Merrifield at second, Jorge Polanco at shortstop. I like this team. Brian Hayes, CJ Crone, Ahmed Rosario, Juan Soto, Jordan Alvarez, Ian Happ, Akil Baddoo, Joe Adell, Bobby Dahlback. I like that offense. Look, you give me Alvarez, Soto, and that middle infield there with Whit Merrifield and Polanco and Austin Riley. I'll go to war with this bad boy. That's not bad. Freddie Peralta, Joe Musgrove, Alek Manoah, Justin Verlander, Eduardo Rodriguez, Mike Clevenger, Patrick Sandoval. I like this rotation.
I love your staff, man. I actually really like this
and
team.
A half.
The only thing that fell apart was like kind of the back end of some of the offense and those closers. Yeah. That pitching staff is ridiculous. And I would say 75% of this offense is, like you said, like go to war with. I just didn't love like the starting like Bobby Dahlback and Hayes has to be a starting third.
I didn't either. And that's the hard part. But that's why if you don't get the power early on at the end, it's just really tricky. You got to kind of take a couple shots on guys and hope that they progress. Adele was.
Do you usually wait that long? Do you usually wait that long to get your first starter? Till the 4th?
Typically, yeah, because I like this group of pitchers. The pitchers that I have, like starting with Musgrove and Peralta, or get Verlander. I think Verlander could be a front of the rotation guy this year. I really do. Yeah, I see no issue with that. So if I've got him, Manoah, Musgrove, Peralta, then Eduardo Rodriguez and Clevenger, Sandoval, I got a lot of hope for. Look, Taylor Rogers and Gregory Soto. Am I excited about that? No, but they'll be closers. I'll make that up on the back end. But this is good. This was a mock draft with 3 teams that we came out, and I think we're all smarter for it, especially Mike Mayer, who's gotten to watch what it looks like to really do a mock draft well. So I want to thank you guys for hanging out tonight and giving us an hour of your time to do the mock draft. Of course, you could check out leading off with myself, the Welsh, Bogman, Ryan Warmley, Pat Fitzmaurice, who's always warm at heart. I feel like Mike Mayer is going to be once in a while, I believe, checking in and hanging out with us as well. But most of the time, Welsh and myself, 5 days a week, right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to announce the winner of the Ronald Acuna jersey, autographed jersey.
Me?
My goodness, very exciting. And no, spoiler alert, it was not the Welsh. So stick around. We'll be right back with more Fantasy Pros Festival of Friendship right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Fantasy Pros Fantasy Baseball Fest. It's 9 p.m. Eastern live on the East Coast side of things, and we're still going strong here with baseball. Great stuff from Bogman and Welsh on that mock draft. Hopefully you enjoyed that. And I want to remind everybody, too, if you want to get out there and play some more fantasy baseball, we've got opportunities for you. That Black Book Challenge League I put out there today, that's over on Fantrax. If you join that today, you go find me on social media on my Twitter handle at Joe Pisapia 17. I put the link there. And if you join that, you can go check out Fantrax, who is hosting and I should say sponsoring today's live fest here on Fantasy Pros. Fantrax is one of the most customizable fantasy baseball platforms out there. And now when you create a league, join an existing league like the Black Book Challenge or any other one, or just bring your league over from another platform, you'll be entered for a chance to win MLB tickets for you and your entire fantasy baseball league. Learn more at fantrax.com/fest and sign up today. The more leagues you're in, the more chances you have to win those tickets at Fantrax. So go sign up today at fantrax.com/fest. Plus, we have a winner, my friend Chris has told me. So the winner of the autographed Ronald Acuna jersey from pristineauction.com is Hammerin' Hank. Hammerin' Hank, I hope you're still with us. I'm sure you are still listening and hanging out with us. If you are, make sure you make a little notation about woohoo or like the video again if you can, and get very excited because Hammerin' Hank, that Ronald Acuna autographed jersey is yours. So here's what you do, Hammerin' Hank. Listen close. Get in touch with our customer support agents at mailbag@fantasypros.com. That's mailbag@fantasypros.com with proof of your YouTube account, which we have, that you're subscribing to us here at Fantasy Pros MLB on our channel, and we'll get that jersey shipped out to you as soon as we can. So congratulations, Hammerin' Hank. You are the winner of that Ronald Acuna jersey. Everybody's going to be jealous of you. You can wear it. You can frame it. You can do whatever you want. It's yours, Hammerin' Hank. So please email us at mailbag@fantasypros.com right away. Our next guest comes to us from The Athletic. So, we just had Bogman and Welsh on, which is more like Animal House. So now we're going to raise things up a little bit, get more highbrow with somebody much more sophisticated than the Welsh and Bogman. He's our good friend, Derek Van Riper. DVR, it's so nice to see you. We were talking how once upon a time, you and I used to do a show together every week so many years ago. No, I did not have hair then. I was still bald. But DVR, glad to see your continued success. And it's great to have you here on the festival tonight, my friend.
Hey, likewise. Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to talk to you.
Now, tonight, DVR and I are going to go through some breakouts and bounce backs. And this is one of the most important things because if you get the bounce backs right, buying the players low on the dip, it could be a huge difference maker in your leagues. And Derek, how do you approach some of these guys? Are you somebody that's specifically targeting some of the players that are off down years that have a big track record, or maybe a player that was hurt out of nowhere last year and people have soured on a little bit? Are you somebody that likes to give people a second chance on your rosters?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the value you can find kind of in the back of the top 100 or even in the 100 to 150 overall range in a lot of leagues is players that might be approaching 30 years old. They've been in the league for 4+ years. They're coming off a down year. A couple examples last year, Jose Altuve and Chris Bryant, that they were both great bounce back candidates last year and they came through. This year, we've got two guys whose careers have been seemingly like in sync for the last 4 years or so now. Christian Yelich and Cody Bellinger. You kind of have to make an either or choice in a lot of drafts because they go so close together. But two MVP level guys that are coming off of very disappointing 2021 seasons, both I think due to injuries. I love getting at least one of those guys as one of my core hitters, especially if I'm in a situation where I'm pushing pitching early on, and maybe I'm even in a spot where I have to get two closers before I start thinking about building my offense like that. It's been such a strange year. This board is unlike anything I've really ever seen before. So I love targeting players like that. And there's not just outfielders too. I would say Anthony Rendon is another guy that just jumps off the page, right? The batting average floor is off the charts high. You're getting at least 25 home run type power, and the run production in that lineup with a hopefully healthy Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. That is an incredible trio. The supporting cast around those guys isn't bad. I love targeting players like this because the track records are good and it just comes down to staying healthy again. And I think in a lot of these cases, we're talking about players that prior to last season did have good track records of health.
Now, let's circle back and talk about Yelich and Bellinger because, as you mentioned, they are going back to back, which to me means you're going to have to make a choice between the two of them. So I don't like things in a vacuum. So let's take them one at a time. Let's talk about in your 5x5 Roto category league, the standard kind of fantasy baseball format. Which of those two guys do you want to invest in? When they're both on the board, you can only have one. Who do you want?
I think Bellinger makes a little bit more sense. I think he's a few years younger. With that, you've got a little better chance to get all the way back to the power. I think the thing that people would be concerned about is that if you look at projections right now for how that lineup is built, he's probably in the bottom third of the Dodgers lineup on opening day. But things can change. If he hits enough, they can shuffle things around. He can very easily move into the middle third of that lineup. And I don't know if hitting seventh in the Dodgers lineup is that bad. It might be just as good as hitting third for the Brewers. So I do think lineup context being fantastic for Cody Bellinger erases some of those concerns. I do wonder depth wise if both of these players are in positions that they're going to get occasional days off, which was not the case at their peak. I think that's probably more likely with Bellinger than it is with Yelich, but I just have more confidence in Bellinger's power coming all the way back to those pre-shoulder injury levels. We saw some of the underlying StatCast numbers take a turn back in the right direction late last season.
Do you have more faith in Bellinger also because in terms of what you saw out of him a few years ago, that was what was projected for him. He was a player that was supposed to be a big power guy and all this, whereas Yelich was somebody who sort of was more of a doubles hitter, maybe a guy you thought high batting average, maybe he could make a run at batting title. And then all of a sudden he became not just a good power hitter, but a prolific power hitter when he moved from Miami to Milwaukee. I don't know, the first year he moved there, it seemed unsustainable. I think he had 22 home runs in the final 2 months of the season. And everyone said, well, I don't know if we could buy into that. And then he had basically the same run the following year. Is that what makes Yelich a little bit harder to reinvest in because that wasn't necessarily supposed to be his profile to begin with?
Yeah, I think a little bit. And I think the other thing that I've been kind of stuck on lately is that the problems Yelich had in Miami, the reason why he didn't show power prior to getting to Milwaukee was that he had a ton of ground balls back then. The average launch angle last season was very similar to what we were seeing from him before he went to Milwaukee in the first place. If you make the adjustment once, the assumption is, sure, you could make it again. But I also wonder if there's a different location strategy that opposing pitchers have been using against Yelich that have made it more difficult for him to launch the ball as consistently as he did during that MVP stretch. So I think the bounce backs from these two players look a little bit different. I think Yelich is going to be a more balanced 5 category sort of player. I think it could be more of a high teens, low 20s home run sort of output. Plenty of runs scored, decent number of RBIs, but probably still 12 to 15 steals as well. And if you can't get 20 plus bags from a lot of players in your core, it's really nice to get a few guys that at least get you 12 plus to kind of balance things out that way.
Let's talk about these two guys from a salary cap standpoint then. So let's say you're going to get one of these guys possibly at a greater discount than the other. How much of a discount would you need to pivot off of Bellinger to Yelich if you prefer one over the other, which it seems like you like Bellinger over Yelich? Would you need a $5 discount where you go, that's enough where I'd rather have Yelich, or 10? How much of the divide financially would you need?
Oh, it's probably only a couple of bucks. So if you're in a scenario where Yelich gets nominated first and bidding's in the high teens, and I'm in, right? I'm in up to probably 19 or 20 on Yelich. So I'd be happy to take him there and forego maybe not having enough in my budget left to go get Bellinger at a similar price.
All right, you mentioned Anthony Rendon. I want to get to a couple of these third basemen too that are coming off down years. So Rendon's no stranger to injury. He's missed significant time in his career. Then there was a window in the middle there where things were going really well. So at this point, at his age, where he's at, he's falling significantly in terms of ADP, at least significantly enough, in my opinion, where he becomes a value. We're talking about him in the mock draft. Bogman was kind of upset. He is going as the 10th third baseman off the board. The guy before him is Alex Bregman. Now, just a year ago, Alex Bregman was a guy who was going at the end of a first round, beginning of the second round kind of a player. Where'd you go with Alex Bregman, or would you go with Anthony Rendon? I know there's about 25 picks in between them, but in terms of where they are third base, would you prioritize Alex Bregman over him, or would you wait a little bit longer and maybe have the fallback of an Anthony Rendon instead?
Yeah, the shape of the position at third base is a little unusual. It does tail off a little bit. You get a lot of questions at the guys that go kind of in the pick 100 to 175 range. Interesting players in that range, but just a lot less certainty. I'm comfortable enough with Rendon where I'm not in snake drafts. I'm not as likely to end up with Bregman. In a salary cap situation, I'm much more likely to have Bregman because it flattens out the players that go in that range of our drafts. I think with Bregman, as long as he continues to show that he's healthy this spring, there's no reason why he can't bounce back to pretty significant levels. I mean, this is an interesting change for them because they lost George Springer a year ago. Carlos Correa's gone now. I don't think they're getting a major upgrade at shortstop. So this Houston lineup is still going to be very good, but maybe not at the elite level that we're accustomed to. So I'm curious to see if that actually has a negative impact on players like Bregman and Michael Brantley and Jose Altuve, because the quality of the supporting cast is taking a little bit of a hit with a glove first guy like Jeremy Pena breaking in as a big league player for the first time. I think with Bregman, he fits the park perfectly. His approach at the plate makes so much sense for a guy that gets to play half his games with the Crawford boxes in left field in Houston. So yeah, it's really snake versus salary cap as far as how I would handle those two players.
All right, let's talk another infielder here, DJ LeMahieu, who a couple years ago completely just broke the projections, right? Nobody thought he would move to New York out of Colorado and become what he became. And he had a good 2020, and then last year, just off the map. I mean, it was not good. And now they've brought a little insurance here where they've got DJ LeMahieu in the middle infield. They've got IKF, who came over in that that trade. This is poor Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. I think he was there in Minnesota for what? He went from the Rangers to the Twins, and then like 2 days later, he was going to the Yankees. So they've got some insurance now, and they've got Anthony Rizzo back at first base. So LeMahieu is kind of a guy with Donaldson at third. Is he even an everyday player? Last year, the batting average dropped down to 268. I mean, he still makes pretty good contact, but the power went back to where it used to be, which is around 10 home runs, which is typically where we're used to. He wasn't a 20 home run guy. So we're going to look back at DJ as that was the outlier, or do you think that there's a bounce back season here potentially for this guy who could be very appealing because he qualifies all over the infield?
Yeah, I think 2019 will still go down as a career year, but if he bounces back, I think it's going to be probably the second best home run total of his career. I mean, prior to that 26 homer season in 2019, the career high was 15, and that was playing half his games in Colorado for most of his career, which I think is a big part of why we were all so surprised. Much like Alex Bregman fits the park in Houston as well as he does, DJ LeMahieu is a perfect fit for Yankee Stadium as a righty that can spray the ball all over the place. He can go to the opposite field with power. The batting average should easily be in that 290, 300 range. We know there's room for more. I think if you set the expectations into the 15 to 18 range for home runs, you're a lot less likely to be disappointed. And so much of the struggle last year seemed to be related to the sports hernia. He had surgery for that, and he said he feels completely healthy. So I think with Luke Voit gone, it's a lot easier to see DJ LeMahieu still as a max volume player. He's good defensively, can play multiple spots. I think he's a good candidate to end up leading off again throughout the season as well. I know Aaron Hicks is healthy right now, but Hicks tends to move around in the lineup a little bit more than LeMahieu does. So I think this could be a nice bounce back year for DJ LeMahieu. It's just not going to be quite as good as that 2019 was.
All right, let's move and shift gears to a pitcher here. The last time we saw Justin Verlander going out in a full season, he struck out 300 guys. The year before that, 290. Now, he hasn't thrown a pitch in a major league game since 2020. He threw one game for 6 innings, and now it's 2022. So he is very removed here from the surgery. I guess the question here is, do you think that Justin Verlander just steps back in here at his age and is the Justin Verlander he was when he left? Or is he somebody completely different? I'm of the mind, DVR, that I kind of feel like he could step back in and be that ace, but what do you think?
I'm on the same page. I mean, even if we're talking 90% of the pitcher that he was before he got hurt, that's still pretty much a top 10 starting pitcher. I think the area where he could fall just a little bit short is workload, but I don't know if the Astros have the luxury of being careful with him. And I think when we're talking about a 39-year-old coming off of Tommy John surgery and a guy who is more than a full year removed, about 18 months, I think, removed from his surgery, I get the sense that they're going to let him go about as much as we've seen any pitcher take a high workload after Tommy John. Interesting, too, the structure of his contract. It's a 1-year, $25 million deal. That's not an insignificant amount of money by any stretch of the imagination. Plus, there's a vesting option if he gets to 130 innings. So I'm not looking at Verlander and projecting him like a top 10 starter in terms of workload. I'm just not ruling out the possibility. I think where he goes, often now with the elevation we're seeing in his ADP, kind of in the pick 75 to 90 range, I'm fine with that. If Justin Verlander is my first starting pitcher on a team, I'm obviously going to back him up with a lot of other pitchers that I really like in the next 3 to 5 rounds. But I think he can come back and be a low 3s ERA, a low like 1.05 whip guy that's still missing a ton of bats.
Which brings us to the breakouts, because we're going to need some of those guys along with a guy like Verlander at the top of a rotation. So Freddie Peralta was definitely a breakout last year. We saw a few other pitchers take a big step forward. Dylan Cease was one. Robbie Ray obviously completely took another step forward all the way to a Cy Young. So who do you have your eye on this year in terms of pitchers that you feel like can take that next step and really kind of break out, whether it be you saw a small sample or maybe just a guy that's been in the big leagues a couple years that maybe could have another gear in them like an Eduardo Rodriguez or someone like that?
Yeah, one guy I've been watching really closely, and now we got to watch the news, is Luis Patino. I think the
Mhm.
Rays' track record for pitching is incredible. This is a guy that's been very young for the level everywhere he's pitched. Injuries last season kept his workload very low relative to expectations. Spent a little more time in AAA than we would have expected as well. Still just 22. It's a big fastball. It's a big slider. I think with the Rays, I trust that they're always able to simplify something with a young pitcher. If the third pitch doesn't come through quickly enough, maybe they put an opener in front of him and he goes 4 or 5 as sort of a bulk option. That works with an opener because we can still get wins, which are unfortunately such a huge part of our life in our fantasy game. But I think with Patino, we've seen good control now at the big league level. The strikeout stuff could be 11, 12 strikeouts per 9. I think it's that kind of ceiling. We saw it from him in the minor leagues. It's just a matter of time. So hopefully this issue that got him scratched from his scheduled start on Tuesday isn't a big deal, because he's the pitcher that I've wanted the most as a very undervalued starter that could push easily to the 150 inning range and maybe get us frontline type ratios in the process. As you mentioned, a lot of young pitchers took that leap last year. So I'm surprised that he wasn't commanding a higher price on draft day at this point.
Yeah, the Rays are always that team, DVR, that you gotta pay attention to. That's why whenever they make a signing too, even if it's somebody like Corey Kluber, I don't want to go back to the Corey Kluber well, but there's part of me that's so morbidly curious that I feel like I've got to just try one share somewhere just to see, because the Rays seem to always know something we don't. Here's a fun question here from our Peanuts and Cracker Jacks. Nick C is asking, is Clevenger the best value this year? Clevenger is a player, he was flat out dominant. Like, he's not a breakout guy, he's more of a bounce back candidate. But coming off the Tommy John, sometimes the velocity comes back, the feel for pitching lingers a little bit longer, takes a little longer to actually hit the same stride. So in your opinion, is Clevenger somebody that you're targeting? Heck, I just took him in our mock draft, but just last hour.
Yeah, I like Clevenger where he's been going. I think he could catch helium just because he seems to be pretty healthy this spring. Pick 175 seemed to be a spot where he would often go. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we get to the last weekend before opening day and he's going 40 or 50 picks earlier than that with just a few good spring starts. I think the track record he was putting together will get people excited again. Even though Petco doesn't play as pitcher friendly as it did 5+ years ago, it's still a good park for pitchers. I could see him maybe closing the gap and going where Clayton Kershaw currently goes, right? I could see Clevenger versus Luis Severino being more of a toss-up. Of all of those pitchers coming off Tommy John surgery, I think it's right that Verlander goes a lot earlier than the rest. I do like him the most. I would say it's Verlander 1, Severino 2, and Clevenger 3. Syndergaard's in the conversation for me as well. I just think the ceiling those guys showed when they were healthy is high enough where the risk actually makes sense. A lot of times it doesn't with guys coming off Tommy John, but this is a unique group of players coming off major injuries that we should actually be interested in.
Everyone I've talked to has been touting Patrick Sandoval as one of these breakout guys this year for pitchers. What do you think about that? Is he another guy that's on that list for you?
I'm fine with Sandoval, but I think I'm missing out
I'm going to
because
take that as a no, DVR.
Yeah,
You are not excited. It didn't seem nearly as much as Nick Pollack and some other people have been.
right. And I think there's always someone like that in my drafts. So there's always someone that likes Patrick Sandoval more than me. If he fell a round or two off his ADP and I needed pitching, it could certainly happen. But I have not been targeting him the same way that a lot of other people have. I don't think the stuff is overpowering. I think it's a little more finesse, a little more of a deep arsenal. That could obviously work. I actually like the Angels as a team to just be better this year for some of the reasons we talked about earlier with Rendon being healthy, healthy Mike Trout. All of those things could be things that push them back maybe into the thick of the AL West race and hopefully for their sake into the postseason. I think when I see Patrick Sandoval, I wonder, what are we going to get in terms of ratios? Are we really going to get the stuff that we got last year, a 3.62 ERA and a 1.21 WHIP? Or are we talking about a guy who's going to creep into that Andrew Heaney range of always frustrating us because he shows flashes of being a strikeout per inning starter with good ratios, can't stay healthy, and then comes back and when he finally is healthy, tacks a run under the ERA. Like I don't have that same level of confidence that Nick and some of the other good analysts out there have. So Maybe I'm missing something with Sandoval, but he has not been a frequent target of mine.
I can understand. All right, let's talk about some of the younger players too that have gotten some taste of the big leagues. Joe Adell, Alex Kirilloff. These are players that I feel like have opportunity, at least in 2022, to take another step forward. Another guy like Dylan Carlson, Brian Hayes. I feel like there's a lot of guys that people were high on the last couple of years, and they haven't quite lived up to the hype yet. But I feel like they're all really low values right now. And to me, I want to start buying in on Carlson, on Alec Boehm, maybe Jared Kelenic too, another player that was such a disappointment last year. Any of these guys, or maybe some other words, stick out to you that you feel like are ready to take that jump this year and maybe have a breakout season?
I guess I can't quite understand the difference in price between Jared Kelenic and Dylan Carlson. Carlson can do a bit of everything. I think the park situation maybe is a little worse, but age to level, what Dylan Carlson has done is actually very impressive. I think when a player comes up and doesn't fall on his face, we should be pretty amazed by that. I think Andrew Vaughn kind of
Right.
fits this description too. Like what he did, changing positions, making the leap from high A last year is really impressive. So Carlson makes all the sense in the world to me going outside the top 150. I don't have any hesitation about drafting Jared Kelenic. I feel like that's more of a salary cap situation in redraft for me than it is a snake draft situation based on the difference in price. I do think we're going to see Dylan Carlson run a little bit more. This is a Cardinals team that may need to find ways to manufacture runs. I don't know if we're ever going to get 20 plus steals, but again, I'm looking for guys that can get me 8, 10, 12 bags, and I think Carlson could actually bring that. Love the plate skills, love the developing power. Should be fine in the counting stats because he's going to play nearly every day as well. So he absolutely is on my radar as a young player that maybe people have lost a little bit of faith in, and they probably shouldn't have. I'm pretty curious to see what kind of adjustments Tarek Skubal's still making when the games begin to count. Everyone loves the strikeouts. This is going back to the pitching side just for a minute, but there's so much hard contact he's allowed. He can't keep attacking hitters the way he was attacking hitters before. You can't lead the league in hard contact. That's just not a sustainable approach long term. I'm just encouraged by the fact that he's been trying to make some adjustments. There was one other young position player that I was just looking at the other day that I thought, this is ridiculous. How do people not like him more? I do think you brought up Joe Adell. If we had more clarity on his playing time, I'd be in. I think the massive improvement in his strikeout rate last year is very encouraging. I just don't know if they're ready to say goodbye to Justin Upton, or at least put him in more of a clear-cut bench role at this point. The fact that they want to
I'm
play
ready
Mike
to
Trout,
say goodbye to Justin
yeah,
Upton.
I mean,
I'm ready.
maybe what they did moving on from Pujols early last season is a sign that they'd be willing to do that with Upton. But playing Mike Trout in center field means Brandon Marsh and Joe Adell have to probably share a spot more than we would like them to. So that's my only hesitation with Joe Adell early on. I could see him in Knicks leagues being someone that gets drafted, dropped at some point in April, and then picked up in a lot of 12-team leagues in May when they finally make that adjustment, and then we could finally get that breakout that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, Brendan Rodgers is another guy to me that sticks out like a sore thumb, where I look at his ADP, he plays in Colorado. I'm pretty sure right now he's going to be locked into an everyday job. I don't get it. I don't understand why people aren't more excited about him. I think I probably have him ranked higher than anybody else on Fantasy Pros, but that's another player to me that I feel like situation, talent, ballpark factor, all those things kind of come together at the same time. DVR, before I let you go here, who are some of the other guys that you think might be breakout stars or ready to make that step forward that maybe you've been targeting in drafts or you have some shares of already?
Been piling up a lot of Gavin Lux, and the last week has not been
Really?
very kind to me.
Oh, okay. What was the thought process behind the Gavin Lux situation? Because this is before the Freddie Freeman signing and everything going down there. Was that it?
Before Freeman and even before Kevin Pillar, I think if you looked at it even after Freeman, you could say, well, he's kind of the backup. Gavin Lux is basically the backup at any spot other than catcher. Even if he doesn't
Right.
play all those positions, they shuffle somebody else into that empty spot, and then he picks up the vacancy. Maybe there's more going on health-wise with Max Muncy's elbow and maybe some other factors like that that we're not currently aware of. But I think part of the appeal for me with Lux is actually similar to Dylan Carlson. Age to level, the production is encouraging from the plate skills perspective. I think he controls the strike zone pretty well. I know some of the underlying StatCast numbers have been disappointing, but I saw Lux as a guy that was actually going to start stealing some more bases. We'd get long tail contributions in that category, and cheap speed is so hard to find that if you're getting that with semi-regular playing time, that plays in a lot of the deeper mixed leagues that I play in. So maybe I'm still in even as the price continues to drop with all the uncertainty right now. I just have to go into it with the mindset of cutting him loose if the playing time is not there to begin the season, because on paper right now, he looks like a clear-cut part-time guy.
Cheap steals are hard to find, but good information is always easy when Derek Van Riper's around. Make sure you check out all of his work at The Athletic and listen to the podcast there. And of course, follow him on the Twitter machine at Derek Van Riper. DVR, so great to have you on and hang out a little bit and talk baseball. You look great. You sound great. I hope you're doing well and enjoying your new Bay Area lifestyle, as I'm told, right? Is that what you're doing here? You going to Giants games too?
Oh man, Oracle Park is amazing. I got there once at the end of last season right after I got here. It is my favorite park in the big leagues, and warm weather winters, they suit me just fine after spending my entire life in the Midwest.
You deserve that. The garlic fries are a little much for me. A little strong. Did you try the garlic fries there or no?
No, I got the nachos. There's a restaurant around the corner by the Willie Mays statue that has amazing nachos. I highly recommend those.
It's a great ballpark, but the garlic fries, man, if anybody sits and even like in your row or in a 5-seat radius of you, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in there. But I want to hear your review. I want you to go out and get some garlic fries. We come back. We're going to come back with another guest, our final one of the night. That's right. We're going to finish strong with some prospects because this is the time to know about those guys who are going to take that step forward and become major leaguers. And those guys, more than ever these last few years, have been impacting all of your fantasy teams. So stick around because Eric Cross from Fantrax is going to join us when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after a short break. Well, you know what you do at the end of every game? You bring in the closer. So I'm going to the pen and I'm bringing in our friend, your friend, my friend, Eric Cross from Fantrax and the Fantasy Baseball Black Book 2022 on Amazon. He is the prospect guru. We're going to talk about some of the young players here who are going to make an impact in 2022, the top 10 prospects, where they land, and also just get a sense of how guys are starting to perform in spring training already. Before we do that, I want to remind everybody one last time that Fantrax is sponsoring tonight's glorious festival of fantasy baseball, and Fantrax is one of the most customizable fantasy baseball platforms out there. And now, when you create a league, join an existing league, or bring your league from another platform, you'll be entered to win a chance to get MLB tickets for you and your entire league. And learn more about it at fantrax.com/fest. Sign up today. And the more leagues you have on Fantrax, the more chances you have to win MLB tickets. That's fantrax.com/fest. And if you're looking for a league, or maybe you don't have enough friends to play in a whole league with, come hang out with me. Go to Joe Pisapia 17. I posted a link today. We're almost full up for the Fantasy Black Book Challenge, so you can get in there and get a chance. And as a reminder, if you were in our Discord of Fantasy Pros, you had first crack of that because I love my peanuts and my Cracker Jacks. I take care of my people over there at Fantasy Pros. So join our Discord of Fantasy Pros while you're at it, and you get all these cool things and these chances to do stuff before the general public does. Now, speaking of generals, the Fantrax General of Prospects is with us. Eric Cross, thanks for joining us tonight on the show. I know you're excited that baseball is back, but I love spring training because you get to see some of these prospects actually playing against some major league talent. This is one of my favorite things to see in spring.
It absolutely is. I just wish I had a chance to get down to Florida a few weeks ago to see some of these guys, but that trip got canceled due to the lockout at the time. But yeah, so glad to have baseball back. A lot of fun young players in this game. It's going to be a lot of fun this year.
Yes, our producer Chris and I were in Arizona thinking we were going to see baseball, but that did not happen. So instead, Chris and I just went out and won a flag football championship because you got to pass the time somehow. That's what you got to do. Let's talk about some of the top 10 prospects. Number one on the list, on pretty much everybody's list, is Bobby Witt Jr. What are the chances here, Eric Cross, that we're going to see Bobby Witt break camp here as a starter for the Kansas City Royals here in April?
Pretty good. And did you see that home run he hit earlier today, Joe?
I did.
That
I'm a fan.
Do you hear the sound off the bat? It was glorious. And yeah, definitely, I think 50+% chance. They seem like they're going to have him probably open as the third baseman. Look like they're going with Mondesi again at short. We'll see how long that lasts, how long he can stay healthy. But especially if Bobby Witt continues to hit, well, obviously it's still very early. It's only been a few spring training games, but looks good. Obviously coming off that huge 33 homer, 29 steal season. He's at the highest upside of any prospect in the game right now, even more so than Julio Rodriguez. Like, this is a potential guy that, you fast forward a few years, we could talk about him as a first round fantasy player. So very exciting. And the ADP isn't too bad. It's like back in top 100. I don't have really any shares of him, so I think he goes higher than I'm willing to take him. But there's a legit chance at 2020 this year. It's prospects, so who knows? But if you got to go all in on one prospect, this might be the guy this year.
Yeah, it's the guy for me. And I think in redrafts and dynasty startups, you should be aggressive on Bobby Witt Jr. I keep comping him to David Wright. I like the inside-out swing. The guy's got oppo power. People forget that David Wright used to steal bases once upon a time. He was a 30-30 kind of guy.
Wright was so good for those few years when he was healthy.
Before the back injuries happened, Eric, David Wright was a 30-30 guy. And people completely forget that part of his career. But I don't, and I remember it, and I think Bobby Witt just has that similar kind of profile, and also defensively a good defensive player. He could play shortstop if you needed him to, but he ended up at third base. I feel like Bobby Witt's going to end up at third base if they have their druthers. We'll see if that works out or not. Now, another guy who's high up on the list here, he is number 2 on the MLB prospect list, is Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners. Now, I want to talk about him, and I want to talk about Kelenic, because Kelenic came up last year, and we all know it did not work out. Julio Rodriguez, those have been the two guys in the system that we've been waiting for. Are we going to see Julio get a shot this year in what could be a little bit more of a crowded outfield situation now? Or do you think it might not be, I should say, maybe it's too late at the end to make a big impact on our 2022 season?
Now, I definitely do think he makes a pretty good impact this year. I've been kind of June has been in my mind for when he debuts, but that might be the tail end of the spectrum. From everything I've heard, Seattle kind of wants him up early. Now he only made it to Double-A end of last year. He has no Triple-A experience, and I wonder if Kelenic struggles make them kind of, play it easy with J Rod and make, all right, let's not rush J Rod, even though he's a much better pure hitter than Kelenic. Well, let's give him some Triple-A time and not rush him. Let him come up when he's ready to come up. But that could be very soon. Like, he's shown that he has dominated everywhere. The power is elite. The hit tool is elite. He's going to steal a few bags too. It's a very underrated part of his game. But like you said, Seattle's outfield is very crowded, especially after adding Jesse Winker from Cincinnati a handful of days ago. They also have Kelenic out there. Mitch Haniger looks pretty good. They'll get Kyle Lewis back at some point. So yeah, there's not an open spot, but Rodriguez is a guy that when they deem him ready and want to bring him up, he'll take someone's spot. It's hopefully not Kelenic, because we all know that I'm a huge Kelenic.
Well, that
guy.
was my next question, actually, Eric. Do you think it's going to be at Kelenic's expense that we get Julio Rodriguez? Because if so, that's something I think we all have to take into account when we're approaching that situation in Seattle. That if Kelenic fails again, that Julio Rodriguez is going to be the guy. So maybe you don't draft Kelenic. Maybe you take Julio Rodriguez super late and you stash him instead.
Dude, that's absolutely possible, especially if Kelenic's struggling. Like, if it comes to the end of May, J-Rod's tearing it up in AAA, Kelenic's hitting, let's say, 220 or something like that, I could definitely see them kind of making that swap and putting Kelenic back down AAA. I don't think that's going to happen, personally. I don't necessarily have an answer as to who is the odd man out. It'll probably be who's, if Haniger gets hurt, maybe there's an injury or which one of them is not playing well. But I do think Kelenic's going to turn it around this year. He showed that end of last year. That September was really good from him, made some adjustments. So I don't think he's going to struggle enough to lose a spot, but someone's going to have to when Rodriguez is ready. And, these things are working themselves out. Who knows? But, yeah, J-Rod will take someone's spot when he's ready. He's that good.
All right, let's move on to the Detroit Tigers. They've got two guys in the top five, Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green. I know you're a huge fan of Riley Green. There's been a lot of buzz around Tigers camp, though, that it's possible Spencer Torkelson might break camp and might be a starter at third base for this team. They went out and they spent on Javi Baez. They spent on Eduardo Rodriguez. They made some moves. They're trying to compete again, the Tigers are. So is Torkelson another of these guys that right now in 2022, polished hitter, got some pop in the bat? Can he contribute right away when he gets the call?
I think he definitely could. And, one thing that I was really impressed by when I saw him out in Arizona last fall was he was just using the entire field. Like, I think he had maybe one extra base hit in 7 games, but he was just using the entire field, going the other way. And that was really encouraging to see. And he kept his K rate. It was in the 22% range overall last year. Green's was a bit higher, but Torkelson has that chance to be, Pete Alonso, maybe a little more average, slightly less power. I don't think he quite has Alonso power, but 35 homer, middle of the order bat. And, both the ADPs on him and Riley Green are pretty decent. Like, Torque's around like 250, 260, Green about 30 to 40 picks later, around 290, 300. So for what each of these guys can bring to the table, and the fact that they're going to be up early, if it's not opening day, it's going to be very early, by middle of May at the absolute latest for both, I think. They're both pretty good, especially with how.
So you think Riley Green makes it this year too?
Oh, absolutely. I'd say both these guys are up by Memorial Day at the absolute latest. I think they both could be pretty good impact fantasy assets this year for sure.
Do you have a comp for Riley Green, like for people in Dynasty who really maybe haven't seen him play all that much and don't really have a beat on him yet? How would you compare him or statistically give a comparison to at the very least?
I stink at comps, but something like a early career Michael Brantley with more category juice is one I've kind of thought of, where people don't remember how good Michael Brantley was.
Michael Brantley was very good in 5 categories back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. He always got underrated, and obviously he's in the back half of his career now. But yeah, the early career Michael Brantley with a bit more category juice. I think that could be what Riley Green is.
All right, Grayson Rodriguez, one of the few bright spots in the Orioles system right now that we're looking at, right-handed pitcher there. I know it's positive long-term theoretically that they've made the adjustments to the ballpark, that's for sure. But Grayson Rodriguez, obviously, there's probably not going to be much push for Baltimore to be pushing any of their prospects right away. What's the long-term outlook for a guy like this? Is he your number one pitcher on the board the way he is in MLB's list?
He is. It's basically a toss up with him and Shane Boz, and obviously that unfortunate little injury there with Boz with the elbow, but it's basically a
But
coin
with
flip.
Boz, this was just removing fragments, right? This wasn't that. This
Yeah,
was more of a cleanup kind of situation.
right. So hopefully that's not a long term issue. Doesn't sound like it should be, but yeah, both him and Shane Boz I think are going to be absolute studs. I had a chance to see Rodriguez live last year in August down in Pennsylvania, and he came as advertised. 4 pitches, above average to plus. Changeup is really good. Fastball is mid to upper 90s. Command and control, very polished as well. All the metrics on him are just off the charts. So, and he has that like durable frontline frame too. A guy that could go deep in the starts, deep, pitch 180 plus innings year after year. So he checks off all the boxes you look for in a frontline guy that can lead a pitching staff. And I think he's going to be a very good arm right away when that is. I don't know. I've kind of been feeling mid-season with him. He got up to Double-A last year. I could see them starting him at Triple-A this year, but I don't think they're going to rush him. They have no reason to. Obviously, Baltimore is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Right.
So maybe you see a July, August debut, enough to make an impact later in the season. But we've seen with pitching prospects, they can take a little bit longer to kind of establish themselves and get that footing at the major league level. So he's one that, if you have super deep benches, I can see stashing him or try to jump the gun and get him a week or two before his call up, because you're going to have to spend a lot in fab to get this guy with the pedigree and the buzz around him.
All right, guys, got a lot of buzz and pedigree. Is number 9 on the list. It's C.J. Abrams, shortstop of the Padres. Now, with the Tatis injury, there's certainly a door open for C.J. Abrams to potentially play, and that's been the whole question: is where C.J. Abrams going to play? Is he going to have to change positions? What's going to happen? Now, I like C.J. Abrams a lot as a player. I've watched him play enough. I've been watching him in the spring. He looks really good to me. He looks like he could come and do it, and I feel like the Padres are a team that's in all the way. Like, they are completely in. They're going to be super aggressive. It would not shock me if they just said, you know what? The best chance we have to win baseball games out of the gate with Tatis on the shelf is putting CJ Abrams at shortstop. Do you think that that's something they're going to strongly consider? Because it feels like the Padres have been very aggressive these last 2 years, and that would certainly kind of stick with the theme.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. Remember, was it 2019 when they stuck Tatis and I think it was Chris Paddock? They both brought them up on the opening night
Right.
roster.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have shown that desire to be aggressive in the past. They've always been an aggressive team. So I wouldn't 100% rule it out, but I think there'd be a much better chance if Abrams didn't miss so much time last year after his injury. I think he already played right around a quarter of the season last year. Season kind of ended. I think it was in mid-May or late May or so. Long term, Abrams is going to be a stud. Like, especially if the power develops, like the hit tool is there. He's a hit 280 plus, top of the order guy, good on base, keeps the Ks down. Speed is elite. Like, this could be 35, 40 steals over
He's
a full
terrific,
season.
man.
Yeah,
He's the real deal.
And if that power comes along, like I think it's going to, and a lot of people expect it to, like even if he gets to like 15 to 18 homer bat, flirting with 20, that's going to be a dynamic, like early round fantasy player. I don't know where he ends up. I don't know if they keep Tatis at short long term, if they move Abrams to second outfield, we'll see. But he's going to be a damn good fantasy asset whenever he's up. I can see later this year. I think they have other options they can plug in, like Ha-Seong Kim, for example, that can get them by until Tatis is back. So that's why I kind of still lean towards him not debuting early this year, maybe for the second half run if they're in postseason contention. But he's a guy more so 2023 impact, I'm thinking, though.
See, I've seen enough Kim. I'm not impressed. I'm not
either, but
I think that experiment is done, and I think San Diego feels a little bit of panic because Freddie Freeman's now a Los Angeles Dodger, and Clayton Kershaw came back, and I just don't think they want to fall far behind the Dodgers. I think they're going to be aggressive. If I had to put a comp statistically, that Whit Merrifield kind of line that he throws up there some years, to me, that's what Abrams can be. Like, he makes that kind of contact. I just think this kid's tremendous talent. What about Anthony Volpe, another shortstop who's in the top 10 list of the Yankees? Typically, you get these Yankee prospects. They can be grossly overvalued sometimes because they're Yankee prospects. Is Volpe one of those guys, or is he the real deal for you?
He is the real deal. And I've said it before. I hate how much I love Anthony Volpe because I'm a Red Sox fan through and through. Hate the Yankees, but I love Anthony Volpe. He's the real deal. Like, if you're in a dynasty league, buy high on him. Buy whatever the price tag is. This is probably still going to go up. Obviously, he was maybe the biggest breakout this past year. Obviously, now he's a top 10 prospect basically everywhere. Somewhere is top 5. He can hit for average. He can hit for power. He has the speed element. this could be, a Mookie Bet. I've heard some Mookie Betts comps thrown on Anthony Volpe. He's a bit smaller of a guy. He's not this big, imposing shortstop like we've come to know over the last handful of years with all these guys that have come up. But like I said, he can just do everything and do it incredibly well. They also have Oswald Peraza there, who's a bit closer to being major league ready. But Volpe's a guy that he's flown through the system already. He has hit everywhere. He's excelled everywhere. Where this could be a second half of the year, and if they trade away Torres, or if he's hurt or not performing, they could bring up Volpe, and he could be an impact bat from day one. He's kind of, I think, a similar timeline in ETA as Abrams. I'm thinking so, probably more 2023, but he is 110% legit. Buy high, get all the Volpe shares you can, because I think this guy's going to be terrorizing my Red Sox for the better part of the next decade.
Well, a lot of people forget that Mookie Betts started out as a second baseman. And I remember passing on him in a dynasty league, going in a rookie draft saying, man, I like this Mookie Betts kid so much, but he's a second baseman and Pedroia is there. When's that guy ever going to leave? Well, always take the talent. Doesn't matter what position they play. Take the talent every single time. There's a lot of catchers getting a lot of buzz. Francisco Alvarez of the Mets, Adley Rutschman of the Orioles, Gabriel Moreno of the Blue Jays, Joey Bart, also a young catcher in San Francisco. I know it's very difficult with catchers, especially. Kyber Ruiz, you can even throw into that mix too. A lot of young catchers. How do you react to them in dynasty leagues? Because it's very difficult as a young catcher. You got to come up and kind of take over the staff and worry about all that. Sometimes offense gets put on the shelf a little bit. They don't worry about it as much. Is there one of these catchers that stands out head and shoulders above the rest to you?
There is. Adley Rutschman, I think he's going to be an MVP caliber player. Like, he is just as good as Buster Posey was, as good as Joe Mauer. Like, he's got that type of upside. And a lot of these catchers are super exciting. Like, I've wrote in a catcher article not too long ago about how this is probably the most exciting crop of catching prospects we've seen maybe ever. Like, there's just so many good you named a lot of them. There's a lot more. Henry Davis, Harry Ford, Soderstrom. He probably moves off the position, but there's just endless amounts of catching talent there. Moreno is a guy I saw in Double-A earlier on in 2021. That dude is an absolute hitting machine. And we'll see what they do in Toronto, because they already have Jansen and Kirk there.
Right.
You got to think somebody gets traded. You can't have three catchers. I don't know what's in the water up there with catchers in Toronto, but he's a very good offensive player. He could be like a top 10 fantasy catcher. Same thing with Alvarez. He's a bit more power oriented. He could be a 25, 30 homer bat. So yeah, we've kind of shied away from catchers in the past, and we've all done it. Catchers are, they are what they are, but we could be entering a new era for fantasy catchers where the talent is just so extensive in the minor leagues right now, and a lot of them debuting this year, that I think I'm okay buying. And I've bought into all of these guys in one way or another in dynasty. Keibert Ruiz, even, who saw the power tick up this past year, he could be a top 5 catcher long term. So yeah, definitely buy the hype, because all these guys are definitely legit from what I've seen.
Let's talk about some young players having some really good springs. Hunter Green looked really good on the mound. That's my dude. I love me some Hunter Green. The guy throws absolute smoke up there. And with the way the Cincinnati Reds are turning this roster over, and now Luis Castillo is hurt, I think there's a small chance he might be with the rotation to start. What do you think about Green's chances? If not at the start, at least making, let's say, maybe 20 starts at the big league level this year?
I was already, even before the Castillo injury, and then they dealt away Sonny Gray, I was kind of had him pegged for 12 to 15. So with that trade plus Castillo's injury, yeah, I think that 20 is definitely within the realm of possibility. And Lodolo should get some starts as well. I think Green's going to get more this year. But yeah, Green is absolutely electrical. You mentioned triple digits on the fastball. Slider has come a long way as well. This could be a potential frontline guy there. And I'm kind of glad that they kept at least a couple of their major league guys, like Castillo and Tyler Mahle, because have those guys anchoring the rotation while all these young guys come up. The two we just mentioned, plus Brendan Williamson, they have a few others. They have a lot of good, prospect talent on the mounds in Cincinnati right now. So, I'm not, in love with that ballpark, obviously, from a fantasy perspective for Green, but this is a guy that could rack up the strikeouts. Maybe he's more of like a 3.5 ERA guy because of that ballpark, but he could be like a Jose
If he
Barrios
gives me
type of guy.
10K per 9, he could
Exactly.
3-5 himself all day long.
Exactly. So maybe it's a 3.5 ERA, but he's gonna have a ton of strikeouts like a Jose Barrios. So I think he could be, a guy that we're looking at as a top 25, starting pitcher for fantasy for a long time. Yeah, I love Green and Lodolo too. He's very underrated as well.
I agree. But I agree, and I still have a tick above Lodolo. Sometimes
Agreed. Yeah.
just a little bit longer, I think, in the train for Lodolo. Aniel Cruz off to a very hot start, and I know this is always a very tempting thing. Spring home runs, everyone gets excited. Spring ballparks are tiny. Wind blows out some days, but still, Aniel Cruz is a big boy with a big bat. What are your thoughts on Aniel Cruz and his value this year in 2022, and maybe even beyond?
I love O'Neal Cruz. It's hard not to love O'Neal Cruz. He's 6'7" with elite raw power. I think he might actually be taller than that. It was funny. Every year I wrote him up, every offseason. It was like he grew another 2 inches. It was 6'3", 6'5", 6'7". But
Well, you don't see a lot of big short. I mean, A-Rod was a big shortstop. Cal
Yep.
Ripken was a tall shortstop, much taller than people realize. Cal Ripken was much bigger, especially for the time. But it's
Yep.
not something you see very often. You don't see very tall shortstops in the major leagues.
Right. And I think that's led a lot of people to big, he'll move off to third or wherever. But they got Key Brian Hayes at third, very good defensive third baseman. And Cruz has shown that he's got solid range. Will he be a Gold Glover? Probably not. But can he play a decent enough shortstop early on in the career? Sure. Then maybe, he moves over to, I don't know, first corner outfield. Who knows? But yeah, I think he can stick it short. And the power is legit. Obviously, the big frame, major league arms will exploit that. He's a bigger strike zone. He doesn't have necessarily strikeout issues, but I think his K rate's been like low to mid 20s for most part of his minor league career. But that'll probably be exposed. So maybe the average isn't great initially, but if you're looking for this year's Jazz Chisholm, he isn't quite at the speed of a Chisholm, but
Right.
you give him near a full season of a bat, you could see 25 home runs and 10 to 12 steals. Maybe the average is 250, but that'll play. And he's going right around, I think, pick 200, 225 in that general ballpark. So the price tag isn't too bad. And that top of the lineup for Pittsburgh, the bottom of the lineup was going to suck, but that top of the lineup with him and Hayes and Brian Reynolds,
Reynolds at the top, yeah.
super underrated. That could be a decent like 1 through 4 in the lineup. So yeah, I'm definitely
I agree.
buying Cruz this year.
I'm with you on that. All right, let's talk about one of your dudes, Jarren Duran, a young outfielder for the Boston Red Sox. Got a taste last year. Mixed bag, I would say. What are your thoughts on Duran for this season?
Mixed bag is the perfect way to describe Jarren Duran right now, because I saw him a lot when he came through here, Double-A 2019. I probably saw him 15, 20 times, maybe more than that. And it was, a hit and speed profile with not a lot of power. Then he made those adjustments with the hand slot at the alternate site in 2020, unlocked a lot more power, but the contact rate went down, the K rate went up. So I'm like, what type of player is he going to be long-term? I'm still trying to figure that out. But the power speed is there. I do think Fenway Park hurts his power a little bit because, like I've said, if you don't have David Ortiz power, Rafael Devers power, we've seen like Benintendi and Verdugo, guys that are probably 20 homer bats, get kind of suppressed a bit because once you go past Pesky's pole, it shoots out and the bullpens are like 380, 385. So it's not as much of a hitters for park for right-handed hitters as people want to imagine, especially for power. So I still think he's only like a 15 homer guy, but he could be 15 to 20 steals. And maybe I just don't think the average is going to be quite there, but he could start. I don't know. They haven't really brought in any other outfielder. Conforto's still out there. Who knows? But he could get a chance to start here. If he has a good spring, they could definitely start him over Jackie Bradley Jr. And he could be a decent late round asset. But I think one of the lower people around on Duran. I've just seen a lot. I don't like the profile change. I think he could have been better as a hit speed type of guy. If he's only hitting 250, 260, I'm not quite as intrigued as I once was. But nice little power speed blend, and those are hard to find, especially late. So he's worth a late round flyer for sure.
Is there anybody else who's impressed you so far this spring that you've seen that you really opened up your eyes, or maybe you thought maybe this kid is going to be a little closer to the big leagues than we thought from what you've seen maybe in these first few at-bats or first few innings that guys have thrown?
Yeah, Max Meyer with the Miami Marlins has looked really, really good. Obviously, Miami has so many arms, even without Sixto. And who knows when he plays? Maybe it's midseason, maybe it's not at all. They still have so many arms. They still are trying to find a spot for Edward Cabrera, who debuted late last year. But Max Meyer, I think, is a top 5 pitching prospect in baseball. Really good fastball, really good slider. That's one of the best sliders in the minor leagues right now. solid changeup as well, and he's shown pretty good command and control of his entire arsenal. I think he could be like a number 2 starter long term, maybe a top 30 to 40 fantasy arm with a lot of strikeouts. So maybe he gets a shot. I'll probably start in AAA, but he might be one of the first ones they would call on. And we've seen Pablo Lopez can't stay healthy for an entire season. So you could see a Max Meyer come up at some point, maybe even May, June, and provide solid ratios and a lot of strikeouts. And he's looked really good this spring. So that's just a name to kind of tuck away and just keep an eye on for midseason.
He is Eric Cross. Make sure you follow him on the Twitter machine at EricCross04. Check out all his work at Fantrax, and obviously he's the host of the Fantrax Toolshed, right? The Prospect Toolshed. Did I say it correctly? Did I get it right? It's hour 4, Eric. I'm hanging on here, but I'm still going.
You got
it, Joe. Also make sure you check out his top 100 prospects in the Fantasy Baseball Black Book 2022. Eric, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for joining us. And I want to thank everybody else out there too who's listening and watching, whether it was live or on demand. Thank you for being part of our Fantasy Baseball Festival over here at Fantasy Pros. Don't forget, go check out Fantrax.com for your opportunity to go ahead and win tickets to an MLB game. So go check that out. That is over at Fantrax.com/fest. That's the spot to go and visit. And again, baseball is right around the corner, boys and girls, and we're going to be here at Fantasy Pros every step of the way. Subscribe to our MLB channel, youtube.com/Fantasy Pros MLB. That's what you're looking for. And again, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you had fun, because God knows I did for the last 4 hours. And special shout out to Chris, our incredible producer. Literally nothing is possible here at Fantasy Pros without Chris. So shout out to him. And I thank all of our guests as well for joining us tonight. It was a fantastic group. Dalton Del Don, Casey Bubba, Frank Stampfl, Lauren Auerbach, Nick Pollack, Bogman, Welsh, DVR, Derek Van Riper, and of course the great Eric Cross. Thanks everybody for all your support, and even you, Mike Mayer. Thank you too, and our social media team, Ryan Warmel, and everybody else who works so hard here at Fantasy Pros to support the team. It's a team effort, baby, and this team's going to take you through MLB season. That'll do it for us, but the story of the game goes on. We'll see you next time, kids.